doing like deep breathing on accident. I was like, oh my god, that's like a way to have no one ever want to check a video out after the fact, even though it's just a stream. I don't really care. Anyway, let's get to this. I don't think there's much to do. I need to set myself up for a sell when the market opens, and honestly, the market will probably just crash because usually when this happens, not when I'm right, usually when I'm right, kind of like to this extent, usually it continues in that direction, and I could have made more money. Oh, wow, I was up $0 on this put yesterday. That makes sense though. Oh, it just needs to open. I'll just get rid of it and then we'll see what happens. I'll probably just play this again near the bottom. I don't see why not, to be honest. We have a straight drop, and if we have something to the bottom side entering here, then I'll consider that. Okay, we can't go close position. We gotta leave it here. Okay, I'll just close my positions in the morning. Take the IV, run with it. Let me get my chat set up because I didn't have my Twitch or the other chat set up. Let me see. Let's go Twitch. Let me do this actually. Okay. Let's go Twitch. Get my monitor set up too. Display settings. Okay. It's 2 and it says there's a 1. That's showing on 2, so let's do extend displays. Keep changes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Okay. Anti-graphics card is bugging out. The software is bugging out. Wait, I can't have multiple displays? What's going on? Oh, man. Come on. Whatever. I can do this anyway. I'll just keep... Who the heck is this? Universe? Okay. Ooh, Zombs is on. Let's see. Okay, so I'll be checking my Twitch chat today. And then I'll be checking the YouTube chat. I didn't expect, I certainly didn't expect to get rated by, especially a Thin Lie. Like, that's pretty cool. Around Mr. Round the Corner, Merciless Gladiator, back in the golden days before, you know, when you still had hope that the game wasn't going to get pretty much left for dead and everyone treated like trash, like an idiot. To be honest, anyone that still plays it's a masochist, not an idiot, just a masochist. It's Wrath of the Lich King, obviously still better though. Dude, who are you, man? Stop putting up. Oh, this is the guy from a while ago. This guy's stealing my freaking name. It's so annoying. Okay, so it says I'm live here. Okay. So I think people came to YouTube from the other one. Okay, but we have both chats now. And then we have, and no one can see it too, which is a crazy thing, but there's a chat here. And I think you can see it now, but the second I pull out this chat, you can't see it. So like when people are watching me, like I can't choose this as OBS for some reason, this chat when I pull it out. So for some reason, like when people look at me, they probably think I'm just talking to nobody. Most likely something like that. Maybe that or people in the Discord, one of the two makes sense. So, okay, we got 10 minutes. I don't care where this ends. So we entered yesterday at 164.10. We got a 165 strike price. A couple of them, not too many though. Small positions, right? I don't think there was anything I could have worn at a big position. Interesting thing though about this is note where this line is. And then I believe, I might be wrong, but when I looked at this, what kind of gave me a feeling that we were going to get sold down before we did, when I checked it around like 8, I guess, for that morning pump, because I just woke up, just checked it, went back to sleep, was, it also another thing that's interesting, it's kind of weird they're buying in here, but with such a big drop, I'm not really too surprised. I mean, I don't know how much to really expect. There's so much for us to fall fall through. This looks like a pretty decent spot. Now I don't care because I'm $5 in the money on mine. Even if it goes up $1, hopefully it doesn't go up like $2. That would be kind of annoying. I'll probably get rid of them anyway. I don't care. But because the IV. But if we go to, just keep in mind that's the week time frame. Let's go just like a 5-minute, and let's go to the extended hours. You see that? I wasn't sure because I saw it on my phone, but I saw it in this area. And when I saw it in this area around 8, I thought to myself, wait a second, they aren't out of this yet. And this is what made me think that there was a pretty decent chance it was going to get sold down. I didn't see this. This pretty much screams it. This is actually insane. I didn't think it would be this, like, boom, boom, boom on it. But, you know, there we go. Once again, right? So, kind of is what it is right there. Not much that we can really do about it. So, I mean, it's not anything I want to do about it. It just kind of is what it is. But yeah, so just kind of waiting for the market to open. Just gonna sell out the position, see what happens. Honestly, it'll probably still drop, and I wouldn't be surprised if it just drops through this. We never really tested, but that's not my kind of thing. So, you know, the dangerous part, like I said, is that we actually did hit this week time frame. So there actually is, even though it's an extended hours move, there is a clear week time frame rejection. So if we were to play this long game, if this was like a couple months out, I still think with the IV it just makes sense to sell it, to be honest. But if it was a couple months out, we're looking at this, right? Because if this is going to be the top and we hit this, it extended, or sorry, we'll extend it, whatever. Pre-market extended hours. I mean, because it's not extended. Extension pre's before, so technically, I guess the market would be an extension of the pre. Anyway, but and not regular hours. Since we hit here, I would imagine we're going at least down to 150. So, what the heck? Was that a red shell? Where did he come from? What the heck? How did he pop up? Wow. Oh my god. This is another Twitch streamer. It's one of his videos. I don't know how it just came up. I guess I had the thing up for it. It's weird. Definitely sounds weird anyway. Okay, so let's just have the market open. Take my position, and then I don't really care, like I said. Who's on just streaming? Is this game Shatterlime? I'll do that later. Alright, doesn't seem like anyone's in here yet. There's no rush for me. Like I said, if it really does push down here, I'll see what happens. So what I'm gonna do now anyway, is that with this put, I'm going to, if we start under 159.60, what I'm gonna do essentially under the base of this candle is, I'll probably just get rid of it. And what I think I might do is I might just try to pick up, the IV is going to be so crazy, but 150 is still so low it's got to be pretty cheap, and it might switch maybe 3% or 5% of this, of the principal and everything I've got, into 150 end of weeks. Like if it comes above, like if it starts here and pushes back up, I'm gonna sell that anyway, because I could see this thing trying to push back up before falling back down. Not in the week, it's really bad to look at it this way, but it looks practically the same. But I could see this trying to push back up and getting caught somewhere. So it doesn't make sense for me with the increased IV on the put to hold it. But at least we get like a big movement that's like clear at a line. Like thank God we get an actual movement. So, and this is where the really interesting stuff comes in, because this is where I was saying is where the VIX, what has the VIX done? It's now invalidated Head and Shoulders with a downwards like continuation, or like yeah, I guess you could say it that way. Head and Shoulders that would continue downwards, so it looks much greater. So we just take in the short term, left base, head top, right base, and then we'll see. But even if we just take it from here, just bring it to support. Even if we just take it from here, we're higher on the right side. So there's a huge chance this might actually just blow through the week, in the week there, and just come all the way back up. Now the next big place for us to fall off the cliff, I still think, is VIX being above 2750. Maybe not 2750. 2738, 2740 now. So we'll see. We got 2 minutes. Just open the market so I can sell. Just be done with it. Dude, I'm so effing pissed right now. Are you fucking serious? Actually, I'm so fucking pissed. It logged me out. Stupid ass motherfucker. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? So I gotta switch to my other thing? I gotta go to my settings? God, I wanna fucking break something right now, dude. Fuck. What is it? TD. Oh my god, that's frustrating. It's not fucking it, man. Retarded shit. There we go. The fuck logs me out, man. 2 minutes before. I'm fucking logged in, man. Get the fuck out of there, stupid ass shit. Dude, talk about piss me off, man. Okay, I'm out. Jesus Christ, that was frustrating. That was actually frustrating. I literally was logged in with it literally where all I had to do was hit the app button, put my finger on for my fingerprint, literally hit the thing, hit close position and do it. They're all sold out. It's like, Jesus Christ. But it's just like the fact that I had it set up 2 minutes before and it just closes me out. Oh my God, thank God, and I have blood pressure issues. That actually must have increased my blood pressure by several points right there. Jesus Christ. That was okay. That I was actually annoyed there. I wasn't like pissed. Um, Not like when I was a kid where I'd want to punch a wall or I'd want to destroy something, but I didn't want to hit something. It was really annoying, to be honest. So, like, just because I literally had everything set up. Like, if I initially tried to log in and then it said that, I'd be okay. But the fact that I had every single thing set up, maybe I shouldn't have cussed and stuff, but the fact that I had every single thing set up and then that happens, that is frustrating. So that is like really frustrating. Oh, there we go. It's weird when it says like you're down on your position when you sell out because it's like 100%. I've never really noticed that before, to be honest, on TD Ameritrade. Oh my god, man. Oh yeah, most likely the thing will just continue downwards. So yeah, it's definitely a bloodbath. I got out, so or I got out of my put, so we'll see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps heading down. But it's good to see you, Grev. Boy, I don't know if you were just here a couple minutes ago. I had a blood pressure moment for a second. Oh man, that was not fun. That was not fun. Okay, but yeah, this stuff should just continue downwards. I don't know what I want to do here though, to be honest. So, boy, because I could like get something on the shorter term. We started up here. I still think we can bounce in this area. Honestly, though, what I was saying earlier, I'm fine now. It's just I had to put up here and like I could hold it. Most likely, what's happened in other places is when I'm right like this. Usually, I'm really right. So most likely, we're gonna like go down, and that put that 2x is gonna, or like the puts at 2x. I got like the put position I had that 2x or 3x or whatever. Um, Most likely we're going to crash back down because it's usually what happens. Um, is usually what happens with a lot of the puts. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, I got it here yesterday, and I logged into my account and I had it set up, so I just had to hit the button. All I had to do is hit this button, literally hit the app, hit the button to log in, go to position, or it would have been at positions, and I would have been able to sell out of it. And it logged me out within 1 minute or 2 minutes of the market opening. So I had to go back and find my password, and my password isn't just like a couple things. It's like a 20 long thing with, it's, you know what I mean? So I was just like, Jesus Christ. Oh. Okay, but we should be heading down very far. So one kind of interesting thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but if we actually check, so this line right here is representative of the week time frame up here. We could actually see an extended hours, like a week time frame rejection up here. So if we look at it from this week time frame rejection, the next place that we could be heading down is easily possibly 150. So I'm going to check some 150 puts out for Apple, and I'm going to see for the end of the week, and we'll see what goes on with that. The IV is going to be so disgustingly high on some of these, but they should start developing fairly soon. So we've got 150s. They're still about 20, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, so I could have made it a little bit more. It's up like 10%. I don't care. I just wanted to lock in profit, but so it's not really like a big deal if we drop through to me. But well, we also have to drop through the daytime frame, which is also something here. If I'm going to be honest, this stuff looks really ugly. I mean, we'll see how much the market comes down, but this stuff looks really, 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 really ugly. Let's see if Oracle's dropping. You can enter in smart buying if you think it's still tumble. Oh, I'm not. To me, it's not a huge issue. I just wanted to make sure I got out of my initial position. Whatchamacallit. But I don't really want to mess with it too much, so. Because I actually do think there's a decent chance of it bouncing here. on the day time frame. So for me, it's like in this range right here. So like kind of the ranges I'm looking for, and I still expect us to bounce somewhere right here. So I don't want to do something. I don't want to like keep one of these because it's still. I feel like we could have a pretty hard bounce here, to be honest. I still think there's a decent chance, especially with such a big drop. Um, like when we have a drop this big, usually I don't expect it to continue. I say usually it'll continue because usually that's what happens with some of the things I get out of. But it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't ever like. It's happened plenty of times. It doesn't mean I'm not going to get out of it. But I can still see it bouncing here and like cupping and trying to turn around. So for me, I'd like to see a daytime frame start under here, and then I'll consider maybe we might not see that, but I still think this day is pretty strong. And then for like a big short down here, I need to see it down here pretty much. And I think we'll have something bounce in the week and then probably fall through in this area right here. Oh no, I'm fine. I was just in the morning. I just wanted to be able to get out of my position. It was going to take 2 clicks to get out of my position, and it's just I got logged out. That's the only reason I'm a little worked up is because I got logged out of an app I was just logged into 2 minutes before at the exact page I wanted to be, and the app rarely logs me out. I've been logged out of my TD Ameritrade app maybe 3 times, 4 times in my life, or like in a year or whatever. It's not a lot. So you see what I'm saying? It's like, Jesus Christ. I have no issue watching this stuff go, so it doesn't bother me. So I used to, though. I definitely used to. But I'm always just purely technical, so I never pay attention to anything else. Like I said, I got in all the way up here and just sat here. I got in yesterday. I enter my position here. Right there. And now we're down here. So to me, it's not a big deal. Now, something I was annoyed about, if you want to like talk about annoyed back in the day, but it's not really a huge deal. That was an AMD play here. I got in here at AMD 102. 102 here, and I got out around, I think, 109. And then I wanted to get in here, but I didn't realize they had earnings afterwards. So I wanted to wait. I shouldn't have waited, but I wanted to wait till the next day we started for this phase. And so I didn't re-enter, even though I probably should have right here. We can also see the fib. We can see the 4-hour. And then literally it went from 115, and then in pre-market it touched 132. That was kind of annoying, but this last one was tolerable. No, I think a lot of this is so the reason why we're getting pushed down so hard, 2 things, is, so I think a lot of this really is one, horrible buying leading up to this. So just an example to let you know, I was reading an article yesterday, one person, I'm not saying it's one person caused it, but one person yesterday, okay, grew up, one person yesterday, get this, yesterday, I don't know when, but sometime today or yesterday, bought $80 million worth of SPY calls. $80 million, one person worth of SPY calls, guessing the SPY is going to hit 430. And so pretty much, like, long story short, a lot of the like put call positions like flipped. So there was way more call positions yesterday than put positions by far. So I think that was part of it, and I think a lot of it was based on the idea that the whatchamacallit, the CPI, here, I'll just bring it up. I didn't read the article yet, so we can look at it together. Just give me a second. Let me check my other chats real quick, make sure there's nothing going on. Okay, good. So let me see real quick. Like I said, we can look at this together. And let me copy something so my paste doesn't have a password in it. Okay. But the CPI apparently was super hot. The inflation for the United States was super, super hot, apparently. So, like, two things. Weak buying and people, like, weak buying up to here. Like, we didn't come down for support. But I really think the number one thing about this was why there was so much, like, FOMO buying was because they expected the CPI to be low. And apparently, the CPI rised again. So, I haven't checked this article. Let's see what it says. But this would be a little interesting. So, U.S. consumer prices blow away expectations, rise for 27th straight month. Expectations for a 0.1% month-over-month drop in CPI has set the squeeze algos on fire in recent days. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't care. Let's see. Interesting. So the CPI, I think the crazy thing about this is that it rose 1.1% month over month instead of dropped. And even so, how do I put this in a sense? Like, energy doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look super weak. I don't like, for example, for this, I'm not a huge fan. This is the buy spot for it. So this is one of the best chances it has to push up because it didn't want to hit it down here. But we didn't particularly have, like, well, I guess for August, maybe I was going to say something, but maybe I'm wrong about it because technically we did have some pre-topping out. So if this is just purely, no, but we did end August here. I'm not sure when it ends in August for the thing. I'm not sure if it's the whole month. Because what I was initially going to say, but it does seem like it, is that energy prices seem relatively lower. So if we look at July compared to August, we'll look from here to here. So we have pretty high oil prices anyway. And then we go from August 31st. So it looks like on average we have lower prices here. So for me, this is pretty interesting that we actually have, for me, whatchamacallit, to me that's pretty interesting that core inflation's up with oil being way lower for most of August than it was here. I mean, I guess if they take oil prices towards the end of the month, not the end of the month maybe, but if we compare the end here to the end here, it's still fairly significant. Oh, my bad. Let me do this real quick. My bad. We can see here. So, like, this is July right here, and this is August. And August ends right here. So we ended all the way down here for August, and we ended up here for July. So, like, the core of it, the average of July is for at least for USD WTI was quite a bit higher than it was for August. So I think that's pretty interesting for me that the inflation was still up considering this. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the top line doesn't seem good. What's up, Tori? Apparently, Tori, I read last night someone bought 80 million spy calls, I believe, yesterday. Let me see. Where is it? It was from yesterday. I was like, what the heck? Oh my god, I need proper posture. Oh yeah, apparently since I've been working out, I don't know if it's like the healthy whatever, I feel a little bit bigger, but I've lost like 6 pounds. I'm 156 right now. I'm 156.5. I was like, what the hell? It was kind of weird. Let me see if I can find this. Man, where is this, dude? Okay, it should be somewhere around here. Yeah. Yeah, one trader paid $90 each for 9,000 S&P calls at a cost of 80 million, wagering that the S&P would rally to 4,300 by December. Good lord, dude. Yesterday. Now this is way less because 53 cents for this is like, I mean, 50, how do you pay 53 cents? You can't pay 53 cents for 30,000 calls. It's not possible. One call always has to be $1 at least. So are they, I think they're talking about $53. I'm not really sure. Wait. Oh, that does make sense because I was thinking $90 doesn't equate to 9 times 9. 1,000 times 1,000 is a million. Okay, so that's what they're saying. It's just so weird to say that they paid $90 each. Because the contract, like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, I get what they're saying, but it's just, if I was going to explain it, I wouldn't say they paid $90 each. Because it's not technically $90. Whatever. Anyway. But yeah, so this happened yesterday, apparently. And they said the put call ratio collapsed. You see that? That's pretty crazy, especially over like the last day. So, but I mean, I think it all came to the CPI anyway, probably. But bad buying certainly won't help. So, anyway. What's the drop in the pre-market? Woo. Uh, oh yeah, yeah, dude. If you want to send me a workout plan, send me a workout plan, bro. I'm just conditioning right now, doing some basic stuff. But yeah, if you could just send me something, I would really appreciate that. I would like something to follow, so because I could do it myself, but that's a lot more work and it's a lot of studying on what to do specifically. I would like a routine of like what to do to target what on what specific days. I would 100% appreciate that if you could send that to me, Tori. Just send it to me on Discord if you can. I'd really appreciate that. But yeah, I do want to work out. I do want a workout plan. So I did squats for the first time the other day. I just did dumbbell squats. The CPI stuff came out. Hey man, I'll take whatever you got, so it doesn't matter to me. Less work for me, the easier. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to work on the form. I feel like I'm getting pretty good. Like I did some squats. I feel like my squat form is almost perfect, to be honest. Yesterday. After like the first set felt weird, and then like of course I'm not, I wasn't doing it with whatchamacallit, a bar on my back. I was just doing it with the dumbbells. And I was just doing 15s because I was just getting a little. I'm just trying to condition so I don't hurt myself. I did some calf exercises, so I'm taking it easy. That's the big thing. But um, oof, rolling out my ankles right now. But like rolling them like that. But yeah, I mean, it felt really good yesterday. Like at the second set of 10 felt really good. Um, I didn't do it to failure though. I didn't want to because I felt like I just got it for conditioning. I feel like I didn't want to. For my arms, I've been uh, doing it till failure, which is nice. So I feel like it's a little bit bigger maybe, but it feels almost the same. But the fact I'm like 6, I don't know if it shows. The fact I'm like 6 pounds less is weird. But I have been, like I said, eating a lot healthier. I had like shrimp and pasta yesterday. So if we do it like, there we go. Let me apply this real quick. So it's like, oh wait, why doesn't it show up? Do I have to do okay? Yeah, it's like, so it's a little bit bigger or more defined, but like, so, and then so it's a little bit nicer, but I feel healthier. I feel like I can breathe better, even though I have this constant sinus thing that's annoying as hell. Let me get rid of my thing too. I don't want to look at my so much of my face. Don't really need to see my body for a stream. Popeye the Market, man. Yeah, you gotta stay healthy, man. That's what it is nowadays. The gaming of the past is, gamers of the past is gone. I'm not a crazy gamer anymore, but gaming of the past is gone, you know? Being a skinny guy, now it's all about in between those queues for your Valorant games or for your League of Legends matches. When you got the band picks going on, just pump out a couple. Ooh, I need to put some deodorant on, man. Pump out a couple push-ups. That's what I used to do a little bit back in the day. Clown. Sup, Rainer? I feel like haven't seen you before as well, went in. Dude, I cannot stand this stench. It's actually bad. Dude, I was freaking out in the morning because I wanted to get out of my position and my freaking app logged me out 2 minutes before. Insane. Whew. Damn. The recession? We're already in a recession, right? I'm pretty sure, isn't a recession two negative quarter GDP earnings in a row? I'm pretty sure the U.S. is already in a recession already, as far as I know. So. Okay. Yeah, but we talked about this yesterday, so I mean it's not completely surprising. And check this out, Persifying. So you see the week. I hate to keep showing it, but you see the week time frame up here. Look at our frickin' whatchamacallit. Yeah, I think they're using the new definition now. But look at the extended hours when we check this out. When I saw the pump happen in the morning, and when I saw that we didn't beat here, I was thinking, man, maybe we might actually just get sold down. Like, that's pretty wild. Yeah, if you could make it a PDF, that'd be appreciated. So, but yeah, we had this, whatchamacallit, rejection all the way up at the top. Yeah, I mean, so for me, like, is it going to bring down I don't think we live in the world of where fundamentals really matter unless your CEO is banging somebody that works for the company or blah, 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 something like that. I don't really think it's always like a huge thing that's going to really affect the price. So for me, it's all technicals right now. But I think what a lot of people are doing is it's not a reset. Like if people assume we're already in a recession, then it doesn't necessarily matter when they say we're in a recession. And what people would be looking for is, are they going to like stop increasing rates? So the drop wasn't uncalled for. I mean, it is what it is. The CPI didn't come in lower than expected, and technically we had a horrible buy up. I've literally been right on almost everything, at least for the past week. Feels like almost for the past month, but at least the past 2 weeks. So. But we'll see what happens now. So, I mean, it's not like it's over yet. With a big drop down here, like we didn't start here and then drop here. Because well, technically we did, but because we started down here and when the market opened, I still think we can hit here and stop. So I don't even think with this, the market really has to go down, you know. So I think the market's still fine. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's see where some of these things are. Some of these look a little bit uglier. Holy crap, some of these look way worse. We'll see what happens, I guess. I don't think it's out of the game yet, though. I still have faith on it. We'll have to see what happens, though. Crazy stuff. positions, orders, whoops, positions, trade, options. But yeah, it's not going to be pretty. So, I mean, the Bex bounce place is down here at 158.54. Honestly, I might go for something wild. I might just see if I can get a call. When we get down there, I might just try to go for an end of the week call. We'll see what happens. I might just try to get a call, to be honest. It was 165. That's where we came from. A 165 call is only 27 cents. I don't know if we'd push back up. But it looks really nice. From a candlestick formation, like perspective, this looks pretty nice because we didn't start here and then drop. It sets us up for something like to be able to hit here, hold here, and then maybe push back up, at least if it's only to test. So I think it's decent. Nice job, Tori. Nice job, man. Nice job, nice job, nice job. Nice, nice, nice. Big money right there. Yeah. This is about as live trading as it gets, man. Gets to a spot, hit a button, wait. Does something, hit a button, wait. So, oh man, my freaking legs. I might have to shift my, I think I have to shift my, I have this pad I sit on. So, boy. Let me check the other chats too, just so I don't forget on accident. Okay. No one said anything, no one ever comes in the other chats. But it's like, I got raided by a Theme live yesterday, or like a Theme from World of Warcraft. I guess maybe people didn't play WoW. They probably know better from the, I can't remember what the other thing was called. That game he made, the crypto game or something like that, or Save the Children. So, I would be a little bit concerned. This is just my opinion. When Apple does come down to around 157.84, I would be a little bit concerned about it from that perspective. And then we'll just kind of have to see from there, really. So. Bro, some people are just wild. Some people are just wild. Anyway, I was just looking at something from somebody else that's completely unrelated. Just saying something that was kind of funny. Like, you got, let me see, let's look at Doge real quick, let me see this. Bruh. Someone I know cut in at 6.15, 0.0615. I guess there's something right here that might stop it. I don't know why 6.15 is a buy spot at all. Like, they got bought in there and went, yay, bull trap. So they got bought in. But it's like, it looks so horrible. Like, the implications of this are pretty bad. Like, let's look at the implications of this for a second. I mean, you weren't, like, persifying, you weren't wrong. If anything, the only thing you were wrong on possibly was maybe how much money you had in. I think for, like, depending on where you entered, I think a smaller position was perfectly fine. I don't think there was an issue with that. I really don't. So like even though it went my way instead of your way, I still don't think what you were saying was wrong. I could have seen it go either way. It just made a lot more sense for it to go down, but I think each way was fine. So anybody that anybody that shorted this with a lot of money or got a lot of puts on this with a lot of money, I think was dumb. Because I think even if you're right in the money, I think it was just it wasn't the best place. Now, if someone shorted in the morning, that's completely different. If someone's shorting this in pre-market around these areas, they're not idiots at all. I mean, this is super smart. This is super intelligent. But this is also probably the CPI stuff coming out. So, I mean, I didn't even know the CPI stuff was really coming out. And to be honest, I thought the CPI would have come in lower. So it's like, yeah, the CPI was coming out, but how many people thought the CPI was going to come in higher than last month? So maybe it didn't matter, though. That's the other perspective. Just because the CPI did come in hotter doesn't necessarily, like, I'm assuming just because it came in up 0.1% over last month, then maybe, I'm taking the assumption that, oh, if it was less, then we would have just gone up. I think that's what most people that were taking heavy positions were assuming. Um, but anyway, I'm gonna mess with it and see if I can get like a put real quick. I mean, a call. My bad. Not a put. Not a put. A call. I would be careful with the SPXU until Tori. Do what you want, but I would be careful on those calls until we play under here. Not all of them, but at least some of them. That's my best thing. Like I got out up here, but I still think right down here is an incredibly strong spot to at least hold and wreck out the price of some of these calls. There's no pressure to push it under here, in my opinion, right now. That's just my opinion on it, though, personally. 162.50 by the end of the week. I don't know if I have the balls to get a call here. I don't know what. I'd rather almost it stay for a day. My issue kind of with getting a call here right now is like, of course, this could just definitely push through. The biggest sell signal for me would be entering something under. I think they're just insane if they try to push it all the way down. Because I don't, because then we're getting oversold, and then we still have a trend that exists from here that can still, I think, just reverse back up. So I think that's something they need to be careful about. We'll see, though. We'll see. If there's any buy spot, this would be the buy spot. Or this would be the place for things to slow down. We'll see what happens, though. It could just blow through it. I mean, there's so much top buying that happened the other days. It's insane. Like, insane. Like, actually, I can't believe people bought, like, 80 million and like, 15 million worth of calls on this day when we didn't even push down. Like, it actually blows my mind. Actually blows my mind. Let's see what they do. We hit it. They might be trying to blow through it right here. I think this is the touch, though. Crazy. Let's go to the shorter term. Let's not look at this on a day. I mean, I'm Gucci right now. I don't give a shit what happens today, to be honest, at this point. So I could have made a little bit more, but I'm not really. It's not a big deal for me. Selling here instead of selling here isn't a huge thing. So here's the day right here. I don't know what this line is. We get rid of that. Let's get rid of the extended hours so it's not clocking everything on. But it could be even short-term resistance under here. Whatchamacallit could push us down. So that's also another pretty decent concern. Since like in the more like kind of macro sense, everything looks so bad up top. Almost in the same sense of how we remember the 5-minute give and go before. Yeah, it's pretty insane. See what happens. It's a decent place for bears to try to fight again, though. Now for like people with like, I don't know, we'll see what happens. I can make conjectures that don't really matter. Just to kind of say like what people would want to do from certain places. One big thing we also have here that's developed is, let's check where the VIX is, right? We're not even 25, we're 25.72. So we had validated this over here, and we just keep proceeding to push up. Now we're above the weeks. So the days are all the way up here. So I look at this in a couple ways. If we want to see the drop off the end of the cliff for a huge short, we wait till this area once again. If we as bears want to keep this looking good, we literally just want this to end in this range. There's no reason for any bear to put, in my opinion, to push any of this stuff outside of this range. One, if we're looking at the VIX anyway. One, because this is where we get wrecked every time. And two, if we look at where we actually started every other week leading up to this, not this, because this is like, okay, but this is like really nice, especially when we get here. Yeah, this is actually really nice because we end here, but we start up here. Yeah, so this actually looks really nice for what it is. Everything here looks pretty nice. But if we can start here, we'll actually get a decent base. So the difficult thing is we're going to have to hold it here for, like, it's going to have to stay in this range for a little bit. So this is one of the reasons why I think the market, it might stabilize right in this area as well. Because if we look for the VIX bull bear fight, there's so much pressure if they push it up, and there's no real pressure if they leave it in this area. So we'll see what happens, though. I mean, it could just go wild and crazy, but I'd be a little bit more concerned if we get oversold, or if the VIX gets overbought. So, because like ending the week around here and starting around here would be perfect. Now, if it could end the day up here, that would be even better. But it just seems like they're going to have to fight through a lot more to get a day up here and then get a day end here, especially when we get rejected. And we have no week support or week time frame support. So we'll see what happens, but anything could happen here. But from the VIX perspective, I think market stability would make a decent amount of sense. So, but that's just from the VIX perspective. Everything's been bought up so much. Who knows where stuff is going to stabilize around? So, I mean, they literally bought all the way to the top, and people bought all the everything yesterday. If we keep in mind, like, this is a lot of buying in this whole top section. This is literally from like 1:30. This 2.5 hours of just straight top buying here yesterday. Now we're all the way down here. So we'll see what happens, but I mean, it seems like that's what I think is going to happen. I think that's what we can expect here anyway, in my opinion. But I can look at the indices also, and I think it's interesting we can see what's happening with those. And we'll see a 5-minute switch over here soon, which will be interesting. So I wonder if we'll actually see a let up 10 seconds. So I'll switch to the other ones in a second. So 10 seconds, I don't think the bears can push it under. So this will be interesting to see. Maybe we'll get some more buying pressure coming in here. It doesn't look great for bulls where it ended per se. The only nice thing is that we started above. That's about it. But any bullish pressure here, I think, is going to start looking okay. I would definitely be a little bit more worried on the short term if we can get above this right here. So I think this would also be like another pretty big determining place for the short term on this, which would be 158.49 for Apple. That's what I think right now anyway. That's what it kind of feels like and looks like. So we'll see, though. I mean, we can see it fighting here, right? So, I mean, we can already see it fighting at this day time frame. So we at least know this is a good spot. And I think this also shows, like, if it breaks through, this also could be a decent continuation move, though I would be quite concerned how much more it would continue. And like I said, we saw in the VIX that there's not too much of a reason to try to keep pushing it past where it is for the rest of the week, because if we push up there, we're also going to have to maintain that high. And maintaining that high could also just pose an issue that could ruin the whole structure of the movement upwards that we had here. Because it's important to remember with the structure that we had, very beautiful. Like we have the day 200 right here. Somehow, with none of the market going up, they started right here. Beautiful, right? So it's Like this is pretty standard stuff, as standard as it gets. So we'll see what happens with it. It's definitely one hell of a fight. Say that for sure. And it could fail anytime. It looks super sketchy. We'll see what happens. I would imagine that if it was going to get strength, it would have pushed up already. Yeah, it might fall through. Holy crap. Oh man. That last push up, I think it had to. We'll see what happens. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is where fundamentals meets technicals. Or like fundamentals in the sense of like top buying anyway, I guess. Phew. Crazy. Okay, so let's look at some of the other ones in a sense. A 5-minute rejection under here could push us down. I might get a, let's see what the puts are. I might think about picking up an Apple put for 150. I think it's 150. Actually, I might just take a look at some of the other ones in a sense. But a 5-minute rejection under here is going to be pretty bad. If we, our 5-minute end under here could definitely look really bad. They can't let it end under the 5-minute, in my opinion. We'll see what happens though. Where do we have? 157.50 just about. So that's like a 8x, but it's only like 20 cents. I'm not sure. It's not a horrible idea if I get a put for 150 Apple, but man, stuff. If it does fail under here, we could be seeing some really bad stuff if we have this 5-minute end under. Because we'll see how far it pushes down. But like I said before, I mean, we could be facing this whole week. This is like a huge concern. So if they don't want it, they can't stabilize it here. We're the second day in the week, and we've already touched the top. We've almost touched it in normal hours, and we touched it in pre-market. So if it doesn't stabilize here, the next place this is all probably going down. This could be one of the worst days in a while. We might go down another % or two on all this stuff. Actually looks horrible. This one doesn't matter. I can adjust it because no one cares about the Dow. But the NASDAQ and the other ones. And the S&P, I believe, had its, yeah, all that stuff. So what the S&P, so maybe 398. So I'm interested to see what happens with the S&P at 398. Let's see what the percentage down to the day time frame is on this. 0.6. .78, so it's definitely way bigger for the NASDAQ even still. Are they trying to keep it up on the 5 over here? Wow, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping it above on the 5. What I want to do, I feel like I don't have the time, so I keep looking at this. Let's see what happens though. Oh, are they going to get it under? Oh man. This is such a fight right now. It's so close. It's literally so close. I'll take my creatine in a second. That looks, it's so close, it's hard to tell, but I mean, it's still, like, we can see what they're fighting for. Oh, I mean, it looks worse and better, but I'm not sure how to quantify this. Oh, that's pretty, this might be really ugly in a couple seconds, holy shit. Like I said, it's so close to the line, it's hard to tell, but this could be, oh my god. Oof. This might be horrible. Actually might be horrible. It's only a 5-minute here also. I don't know where anything else is around here. 156.23. Okay, so we have something here maybe on the 30, 1 hour. It's above us. Is this where we opened? No. Definitely not where we opened up here. Like I said with the AMD thing, a lot of times when I get out in the morning, it'll continue downwards. But that's fine. So no 4 hour, no 12. Level 12's day. Yeah, and that's what we just had here. Wow. put some more of these shorter time frame ones since we've come down so hard, and I'll label them again. I didn't care about these before, but now we've come down just to kind of get an idea of what's going on around us. But we do have this 30 undress, which will be pretty interesting to see what happens, but and there's always the reversal play, so we'll see. This is already still like a decent entry point for what it was so far. I think it's pretty clear to see, regardless of what happens. Or a decent exit point if someone's in a long. Someone said something the other day that made a lot of sense to me also. That like maybe you could have guessed for the CPI, and I really agreed with what this person said. It was some random comment, but he was like, and it's not really true, but it's kind of true. It's like the market will go where the most pain is a lot of the time. And when I was thinking about that stuff, and I saw that article last night, I was thinking about it, and I was like, most of the pain is over there. What the heck is Oracle doing? I was looking at it earlier. It didn't seem like it was dropping. Like, what the F, bro? Okay. Man, what the hell? Compared to everything last night? Oh, it dropped to 74 and then pushed back up in pre and then dropped and then started all the way down here. Okay. Interesting. I mean, but like I said, it got pushed in a decent place, so it kind of goes against it, but this is also kind of weird as hell. I don't think I would have assumed this would have happened. I wouldn't be surprised if it fails down, but I'm more surprised than anything that Oracle is even this high up. You would think it wouldn't be this high up. So, this is probably the delineating point for it, though, but this is a 4-hour. It's the only kind of issue. We'll see what happens. It looks like some stuff's getting strength, though. I've noticed the SPXU seems to be pulling back. It's pulled back at least around 30 basis points. I'm not sure what the SPY is doing, but I just noticed the SPXU and the SPXS has pulled back around 30 basis points, so we'll see what happens. They could be trying to build a reversal around this position. Might be what it is. This is what I would expect, but this day is just so crazy. Or like this, like the top buying yesterday and everything that led up to this is so crazy. So crazy. It's insane. Actually. What the heck even happened on this 5-minute? Oh my gosh. I mean, bulls have to retake this at this point, right? Maybe not. I'm just a spectator at this point. Like, even if I was in, like, I'm not even a commentator. I think it's more bullish and bearish because how much we dropped, but Jesus. Is there any real one direction this has to go? I just don't know. It's insane. Like, this is a real fight. Like, this is a no technical fight. This is like people lost a shit ton of money and they're trying to cover themselves, and the bots are fighting. This is like bots fighting people that just lost a lot of money. Or maybe it's people just getting out of shorts. I'm not really sure. But this is one hell of a fight. Let's check on the 1 minute. This is definitely insane. A couple basis point increase on the on SPXU and SPXS. Let's do this. Absolute animals. I mean, we did get a higher high here than some of these, but not here. I wonder what they'll do. And I don't know, this is such a hard place to be able to trade. Like, this is an incredibly difficult place to trade. We also do have the 30 here we haven't hit, so I do think it's also possible that we could just bounce here. So I actually think this would have been a little bit stronger if we actually just hit here when it came down. You know, but it kind of is what it is. So you can just clearly see the fight. It's pretty insane. I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of hope it wins a little bit, and not just come out of my position, but I just hope it. I just hope it wins. I hope the Bulls win. I would like to see it go back up. I would like to not see it like drop, 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 drop. I don't want to see just like straight drops because, in my opinion, that's just gonna mess up whatever we do later on. Um, you know. So we'll see. People just chase the market way too much. It's kind of crazy. Hmm. Dry chat? I mean, I think people are just doing what they're doing. I don't think chat's usually too active unless they have questions, so. And I think Tori watches from work a lot of the time. I know that. Not sure where Virix is. I don't think he stopped in today. My level of patience. I mean, it just kind of is what it is, so. Like, my thing is, like, the thing is like, you can always trade with bigger equity. You don't have to be a full-time trader. Just trade the extremes. Oh, Tori's on vacation, my bad. But just trade the extremes, right? That's what I look at it for. I don't trade a lot, but I just trade the extremes. Because it just seems easier. Oh, true. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I forgot. I actually have no idea really what you're talking about and like the totality of like how much you're sending me. But it sounds like it's definitely a lot. But I forgot you said you also had to convert it over to a PDF, and I don't. I've set Mac computers up. I have zero idea based off of a bunch of commands, a bunch of basic commands, and much about Macs. So kind of don't want to know more about Macs either. This is one hell of a fight, though. Like I said, this is so crazy because I really feel like technicals don't matter. Like this is technicals really versus like, or this is like bots versus I don't know. It's like I don't know. I don't know how to like explain it in a sense. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I need to take a look at that. Oh. 1-1 Thursday 1-4. Let me take a look. Waiter 4. Oh, I see. You changed your. Okay, you changed your in the chat. I see. Direct. Awesome. True. Nice. With comments? Okay, yeah. Calves, abdominals. Wait, training 1? Holy crap. I'm doing chest, dumbbells, triceps, calves, abdominals. Okay, damn. Okay. Dumbbell best branch. Okay, sweet. Incline best branch. I mean, bench press. Okay. So I can do this at home. I can do this at home. Because there's an incline with a bar here. can do seated overhead extension, I think. So I can do assisted dip machine is the only one I think I don't have, obviously. Well, it's not like in the house, it's in the backyard, but I don't have an assisted dip machine. But that's good. So I'll do this in a couple of days, I think, but I definitely can't do it now. No, that's interesting. Okay, so damn, 2 sets of 40? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait to, especially the calf ones. I'm gonna have to wait for those since I just worked those the other day. But I can feel a little bit my ankles. Not too much, but a little bit at least. Yeah, 1-1-1-2-1-3-1-4. Oh, 1-1 through 1-4. Okay, I see what you're saying. Ooh. I mean, I just want to be healthy at the end of the day. So, I mean, for me to be anything like impressive or like impressive, I'd have to bulk up. And I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I don't see myself bulking up. I don't think I can do it. I don't know if I will. We'll just have to see what happens. But I really don't see it. Don't try to do it all. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably like cut him in half or something. And I think I'll start with half because I'm still conditioning right now. You know, like I used to be fit, but drinking. You know, I think that was another big thing. Drinking definitely over time put a lot of damage on my joints. Oh, I like progressive failure to be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Like I could take up MMA or boxing or something, hitting people and getting hit. Like I like that stuff. So I have a twisted personality when it comes to some things. I just usually repress it because it's not a healthy thing. But or like a violent personality. But I just suppress that because violence is only supposed to be used when it's supposed to, unless it's in a controlled setting. Which is why I'm kind of interested, but I have to get healthier to be able to do that stuff. And it's not like hurting people or anything. It's just really being able to exert yourself and I don't know. There's something interesting about being able to like fight in a controlled setting where it's not like I don't know in a sense, but like progressive overload and things like that and pushing my body. I like things like that. I'm not saying I like punching people and stuff. I don't like that at all. But I like the idea of it. It seems pretty interesting. Oh yeah. No, I don't do 5 mile run stuff. I can't do that even if I really wanted to, straight up. So, interestingly enough, we'll see what happens. It looks like the SPXS and SPXU are back up about zero point 0.4 basis points. It does look like Apple is possibly getting some strength here. That was a pretty ugly 5 close, but we'll see what happens. That was pretty ugly. Any tip? What's up for Jella? Oh, Fraglera? Fraglera. What's up, Fraglera? Exactly. That's the best way to put it. The like stress your body. It feels so good. Like if you're annoyed or frustrated or just like a man, you have to take out your energy on something in a positive way. And I think anything in like a controlled situation, whether it's like training. I did some karate when I was younger, but I only got so far. But whatchamacallit. But like, yeah, that's exactly stressing your body. That's exactly pushing my body to the limits and stressing it is something that I just like feed off of. That's a really good way to put it. So this will be pretty interesting to see. I mean, this is pretty insane. It feels like I see what they're trying to build a little bit, even though we didn't hit down here, so it's kind of weird. I like singing too. Yeah, singing is awesome, man. I really like singing. S&D, Lick, Chalk, BOS. I'm gonna be honest, Fraglera, you're probably ahead of me. If you want to search for something, advice about trading, I look at the double holes for everything. So what I recommend is I can send you a video, and if you like what I look at, you can use that stuff. But beyond that, you're probably ahead of me. I don't know what the hell S&D is. I don't know what support and demand, I guess. liquidation. I don't know what CHOC is. I don't know what BOS is. I don't know what EQH is. I don't know what EQL is. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really care what they are because I don't need it. But so from that perspective, you could be ahead of me. You probably are. So, but I understand what you're saying. So I'll show you. You're essentially saying you understand those things, and do I have anything else that I use that could add any sort of value to what you're looking at? And I do think I could have a couple of things that could add some value to what you're looking at. But I also keep it very straightforward with what I look at. So let's see. I sent them yesterday. Here, let me do this. Let's try this. So this is what I use here. Okay, so these are some I recommend. This kind of shows you how I trade, and then this one also as well. So these ones, what you could do is, I recommend take a look at these, and then what you can kind of do after these is you can take a look at one of the ones I was looking at yesterday, or the thing, the thing, whatever. I'll just post it. I can't say it correctly. Oh my God! Shut up. There we go. Okay, I had one in the back, and then I clicked another one, so I could hear myself twice, and it was kind of bothering. I had to close this again. I wasn't telling you guys shit, I was just telling myself too. Let's see. Okay. I open every video the same way, so it's kind of annoying. Brian for Trendline Boys. Kings. Yeah, it's from that William Lee thing. That's the only, because we're kings. It's, I got it from, that's not spamming, dude. Oh my God. I can't post my other thing in here. Anyway, what I would say is if you like those two, what you can do is you can check out the most recent one I talked about. And it's just talking about, the thing with the VIX and essentially everything that happened. And I just kind of go through my explanation when I look at it. And then so that gives you more of an applicable way to kind of look at some of this stuff and to try to get it. Huh? No, I got you. I'm going to show you why I actually have kings up there. It's this one here. I'll show you. One sec. I think it's William Lee Kings. Here, look, this guy. There's a reason for it. That's the only reason I'm going this far into it. Let me see if I can find it. Kings. I don't know if they'll have one. Yeah, look. Kings, want to work these? Let me see. Okay, well, he usually says it in the beginning of these. Let me see. King. And then, oh, he didn't say it, but he usually says kings. Oh, he didn't say it here. But I've seen a lot of the ones he has, and it's kings. King. Kings. You see what I'm saying? This one? This is weird, dude. No way I'd ever want that. No, but anyway, I just want. Where is he? Say kings one more time. Whatever. Anyway, he starts a lot of them off with kings, kings. So I figured I'd just put that out there. This is what it's based on, though. I just thought it was kind of funny. But it's like an inside joke. It's just when you watch workout stuff on YouTube, this is what you get spammed with. You don't really have a choice. So I guess I could say I don't like it, but I don't mind his content. And I think it's kind of funny. Kings, want to work these? What the heck? Something's busted. Whatever. There we go. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Woo! We'll see what happens down here. They might invalidate this, though, at this point. What do we have on this longer time frame? Whoa! Very sketchy. Oh, man. Oh, man. We've ended the last 15 minutes under here. Does that mean... Oh, we ended the 1 hour under here now, too. Wait, we ended the 1 hour here under here 7 minutes ago. Wow. And it managed to push all the way back up. That's insane. Phew, this is wild. Well, we'll move this down a little bit. This is some wild stuff. Oh my God. This is definitely, yeah, good morning, deep divers. Jeez Louise. We might, I don't even know. I wonder if we'll blow through our day time frame here. This is actually wild. Like I said in the morning, I'm not super surprised because, you know, stuff usually drops even after. But, man, definitely wild. Yeah, he does. He does. Kings. I mean, he's an influencer, so why not? At least it's somewhat, not like completely annoying, I guess, in a sense. In small amounts, it's not annoying. Kings, want something? SPXU. So what's the sell? Man, I wonder if it actually does. We have anything here? That's crazy. Okay, so we do have this here, but this is a 2 hour. Doesn't look that bad. So maybe something like this. I don't know though. 2 hour, man, just rip through. See when this buy. So this is 30, but if we even stop, man, this is the one issue about stuff where it's like TA might just not matter on most of the stuff right now. Who knows? It's always hard to say when we just drop off a cliff. When people want to top buy, this is what happens. So it's not my fault. It's really not my problem either, to be honest. No matter how far down we go, I don't care. I already got what I wanted to get. So I could have gotten more, but oh well. Yeah, I only missed out on so much. So an extra, I think it was like an extra 30%, but it's kind of like whatever. But those 150s are still in a really attractive place. I don't know. The 150s are kind of hard to see, though. We'll have to have way too big of a drop for 150s, I think. I mean, Apple just looked good to get pushed up. I don't know. Was there an Apple event yesterday? I thought the Apple event was, pretty sure the Apple event was September 8th, last Thursday. But honestly, I don't think that had anything to do with this whatsoever, because we were watching the Apple event throughout the whole day, on stream. Oh, whoops, my bad. Let me go to Apple. Here, Apple right there. But, actually, where's the 4 hour? Yeah, so right here on this day, I believe. But whatchamacallit, we were watching it live, and it didn't seem to do anything specifically. Actually, was it on this day? I don't remember. But whichever day we were looking at it, I remember it didn't really seem to make a difference when they were releasing anything. And the whole last, like, I mean, because let's just keep this straight. Let's just keep this 100 for a second. No bullshit. We were waiting this whole last week for it to start here or above. It does. And it starts under the fib, which is the only thing that made this questionable. And then we just wanted to see this start at least slightly above 158, which has started up here. This is our range. It makes more sense. They're not going to push it into support, so we push up. And then they push it into the day. And then in extended hours in the morning, they push it up to the week and it gets pushed down. I mean, this was the most standard in a lot of senses, even though I guess the fundamentals of the CPI back this up. Maybe it could have gone the other way, but most of the stuff this week and last week was super technical. Like we saw almost every single one of these things. So I don't know what it caused it or what, but I mean, there was a technical reason for almost every single thing, pretty much. So, you know, So it kind of is what it is. I just think people just didn't see it. Like I've said time and time again, this has probably been just because I call this stuff consistently. Like this is one of the most difficult weeks. I think I'd say it time and time again. I think this has been some of the most difficult 2 weeks, 3 weeks for traders and especially hedge fund managers. It's been very difficult. And if someone's really not thinking about it and positioning safely or correctly, they're going to get wrecked. That's just how it is. Like this is not an easy trading time. It's not right now, and it hasn't been for the last couple of weeks. Um, like because you have to look at stuff. You have to start thinking like, wait, why are we not getting pushed down, and why is crappy support pushing us past stronger? Like the standard, I guess, like this. It's almost like a beyond technical thing in a sense because like the standard technicals say we're going to get pushed down, and it's only by seeing a deviation in those technicals and then kind of looking at the VIX that you can really see some of this other stuff going on. So it's just really tough, really tough. I mean, like I feel like it could be seen, but it was really tough. I doubt most people made money throughout these last 2 weeks. So, and it's not most people's fault that they didn't make money. It's just a really, 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 really difficult time. You know, anyone that like isn't like super like crazy at this, even here, I think buying here isn't a horrible spot. I really don't. But you have to take into consideration all the top buying, the possibility of the week. So it's just one of those things where it's like a mixture of technicals and ugly buying, and then not seeing what you want to see. That's what I kind of feel like it is anyway. So yeah, we'll see what happens with all this kind of stuff. So it's definitely wild. Yeah, I don't know how much anything matters, to be honest. I can't say for sure how much anything matters because for me, this was the only reasonable place. Though, it's just really tough because you have technicals and then you have people that are just way out of their position. And I think those people way out of their position are really making this difficult to be a technical move here. We might need some sort of stability before we have any sort of technicals actually come into play to the point where they really matter and make a huge difference in a essentially. Um, well, because I have my 200 smooth, there's no use to. Oh, I have a 200 smooth moving average. I don't like the EMA. My double holes are an exponential moving average. That's as this is about as exponential as I'm gonna get, right? I mean, the square root's of 1/2 exponential, right? So I do use a 375 and 500. I mean, it's not really an EMA, but still has an exponential function in it or component to it. But yeah, this stuff is wild. Mm-mm-mm. Hopefully, hopefully the bulls start to come back soon. I really hope so. I really hope the VIX doesn't push. Like, if the VIX pushes up here, okay, please just beat it. He's not angry. He's just messing around. Versifying's just messing around. He's not actually angry. He's just messing around. But yeah, Versifying definitely not angry. Well, if he's angry, he's not angry at me. I'm pretty sure he's just making that face to make the face. I wouldn't take it seriously. Honestly, I wouldn't take most things that Versifying says too seriously. Unless it has something to do with like a chart or something like that. But maybe you are right. Maybe this would make you feel better, Versifying. I still have my CCI over here. See, I still got the CCI. It's just hidden on the right side. I mean, he's just messing around. If you were in the Discord, you'd understand a little bit better. Or maybe you're in the Discord. I don't know. Didn't pay attention. Let me see. Who's V5? Who's this guy? That's pretty funny. Who did that? Oh, is that? No, it's not Darren. Oh, that's Persifine. That's pretty funny. I like that. I like that picture right there. That's pretty funny. Shit. Yeah. Good Lord. He's just a memer. That's the thing. Persifine likes to meme. That's all. That's what I said. Like in the Discord, you see, he's a bit of a memer, or he's quite a bit of a memer. Here, look. This is what he sent me. I'll pull it up real quick. Let me see. Let me pull this up. This is what he sent to me. uh, Good Lord. Good. It's pretty funny. Anyway, let's check the news real quick, see what they're going.
The Dow drops is the biggest drop since August 26, 1995.
That's what they're going to be saying. Oh yeah, and like talk about comments that didn't age well. Where is it? They might not even be the highest comments anymore. Let's see. I don't even see them anymore. Where are the Joe Biden comments? There's a couple comments in here where it's like, the election is only 2 months away. Of course it's going to be better than normal. Which, I mean, I think is still pretty reasonable to actually kind of make an assumption. But, like, I wouldn't trade off of that. That seems really stupid. But whatever. Yeah, oh my gosh. Because it's all the way pinned at the top. There's, like, way too many new comments now. Ooh, what's Twitter doing if that came out? That's not that bad. Twitter only down 2%. I wonder what everything's doing. Let me check the market real quick. What's Litecoin at? We have 50s again? No, we're in 60s. Wow, look at that, man. I mean, they hit all the way back up here, which is still pretty bad, but man, Litecoin did pretty well. Oh yeah, I have a Discord server. No, I have a Discord server. If you're not part of it, let me send you the Discord link. I didn't know you weren't in it. I didn't check a second ago. But yeah, let me send you the link for it. My bad. I thought you had it. Let me see. Oops. Let me give it to you. God, stupid chat. There we go. There you go. Just take that. That'll get you in. Yeah, that's my bad. I thought I didn't like never really paid attention, but yeah, hop on in when you get a chance. I do finally have a Discord server. It's not that amazing, but we do have a Discord server. It is bare bones, but we have a Discord server. It is something. I'm proud of it, and it is something. Let's see what's going on with stuff. Man, we must still be dropping. Man, that's insane, dude. It's up 9% now, under 157, while we actually might be going down, in fact, to... You guys think it's possible? I feel like the buying might want to come in sometime soon for Bills to try to keep it here, even if it's going to fail. Like, what I would like to preferably see here, which I almost think we might not, is really for the selling. Whatchamacallit? Yeah, I thought he's in there and just didn't say much. Like, when I think about it, I like, it makes sense. I haven't seen V-Slip say anything. But yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I thought you were in there. But whatchamacallit? You can just take the thing I sent to you. And then just change your name in Discord to VSlip so I know who you are, or I know who's who. But I mean, what I'd hope to happen really is that bulls would start to try to pick it up to get it to start above the day, and then bears just keep it in this spot, and then tomorrow we can push down more. That's what I would hope, but I mean, who knows with this whole top buying. It actually, like, I mean, this is one of the things I was thinking in the middle of the day, and nothing really would have changed because I wouldn't have put too much money in because I was thinking about 150 calls or 150 puts when I sold out, and those have only gone up. I mean, they've gone up like 50%, but I was never going to buy enough to make it actually like a big deal that it went up 50%, right? I was only going to maybe put like 100, 200 in, so it's not really like a big deal. But I would really hope that we just sit here so we can kind of get some technicals back and get some more confirmation of a drop down, and then maybe tomorrow we can push into this area and mess with, you know, the bottom part of these ranges, because I have a feeling we can just blow through this. So we'll see what happens. Where are these back yet? Okay, so the SPY is at its day. So the SPY is at its day. Oh no, it's not. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. It's close, but it's not there yet. 397.85 would be for the SPY. Man, that's insane. 9x. Or 9 down 9%. But I guess, man, dude, those must be printing. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how much you get with the price, but dang. Still 9% up is insane. 9% down is crazy too. And this is also wild too. Let's just keep in mind. Not only, I don't know if this is true. I think this is fake. Let's see here. Wow, that's actually true. This is actually true. They actually shot it up here, even though it didn't touch. They actually shot this up yesterday. Was this the pre-market pump? Wow, they actually shot it up. That is actually insane. Wow. That's wild. They actually shot it up. Oh, is my Twitch in the way? My bad, my bad, my bad. Look at this. My bad. They actually, look at Bitcoin here. They actually shot it up here. Good lord. I'll check Discord in like 2 seconds. Look at this. They actually shot this up. The only reason I'm checking this out here, check this out. This is actually like pretty wild. I was like, what the heck yesterday? Apparently, I got raided. So we go to, I think, like video producer. We go to like insights or something. Look, I got raided yesterday by Athene Live. That's the only reason I have it up checking these. So literally yesterday, he raids me and like 434 people come in. And then, like, people are like, I don't have my chat up, so people start memeing, and people are like, oh, your mom's hot, or your sister's hot in the background. But this is the only reason I check it. I was like, what the hell? Like, do you see this? Like, 1000. And then I get raided. So this is the only reason I check it. I just thought it was kind of funny. And I don't want to miss people if they're going to come in from the other platforms. It also just kind of feels rude and disrespectful. So I wanted to get my other monitor up, but for some reason I'm having a software issue with my GPU. So it's not allowing me to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's not even that it held well. Like, they literally pushed this thing right up into it. Like, how, like, this is so standard. Like, wow. Like, I can't, like, you couldn't admit, like, wow. Like, there was a chance, even if people weren't paying attention to anything, to see this. That's wild. I didn't think they'd actually, because if we see where the day ends, it's not horrible. So the day ends here. So in my opinion, we're still in this area. Not right now, but like, you know, when the day first ends, it's not as bad as starting and like under 2300. But it's still just crazy they pushed it up that much. I mean, it's just nice that you could see it here also as well, is essentially what I'm trying to say here. I do like that. And what's up, Alexander? It's good to see you. Yeah, I mean, at this point it makes sense. Once we turned around, definitely the gap down made sense. Well, I mean, technically it doesn't, on some things it doesn't even look like a gap down, does it? I guess on the indices it does. Yeah, on the indices it definitely is a huge gap down. On Apple, because of this ridiculous day, it doesn't really look like a, obviously there's a gap, but you don't really see it per se. In the way that we look at a gap here, or like a gap in a continued, I guess gaps generally in a continued direction, right? Like if we're going down, we're usually seeing it like that. I mean, I guess if we reverse, you're not gonna, there's still a gap. But I don't know if people, do people call that a gap? I know obviously what you're talking about. There's a gap on pretty much every single thing. I'm just wondering about this like specifically. Oh, I have to have my creatine. Shit. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I need my creatine. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of this stuff looks pretty bad. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. The target for the target for the bulls is ending above 158 pretty much, or like 157. I guess they could, with how much it's dropped today, 157.80 is probably fine. Uh, yeah, 157.80 should be fine. So as long as the bulls can get the price of this to end over 157.80, I mean, we should be fine. But bears only have to keep it under here, and the next place down is 150. And that can drag down the rest of the market. We got the SPY almost hitting right there, as we can see. Nasdaq still has some room to go though, so we'll kind of see what happens with this. It's something that's a little bit sketchy. Oh, Discord? My bad, 1 second. Oh, log versus unlog. Yeah. uh, hey man, I'm log for life. I'm log for life. Oh, technically that's interesting. So that 20,000. So yours also has that. I don't know. I think mine's gonna win. Obviously, only because mine's at the top and we just got pushed down and we didn't have support coming up. I might be wrong, but I feel like it. But it's like where yours hit is a great spot. Like I don't know. Like I really like where it hit on yours when I'm looking at it. Like it looks like a really great spot. Like this 20,000 whatever right here, 20,850 I think. I really like this spot. Well, I mean I already won, and technically you already won. So right? I mean, like technically, because I can just do this. Oh well, mine's down here. I think ours are slightly different. Or maybe it's because I'm on a different time frame. Let me see. Yeah, I'm just on a different time frame. I think that's what it is. Okay. But I mean, I think it's clear like mine's gonna win because like I don't mean like that, but it's if we're trying to assume what Bitcoin might want to do here, I still think the best spot for Bitcoin is here. So they really have to aim for this spot. And if we could turn around and do that, it's possible. The biggest issue is this is one of the most determinant places since we've come through here, and our support's down here. So if we come down here now, there's a high chance we'll actually just get rejected here. We'll push back under this, and then we'll head down. So we'll see what happens, but I think this is like incredibly likely something of this sort of manner, depending what happens. But this is overall what I expect. I mean, we just came from my trend line, so it's like, I don't know, it's just, you can't compare it yet. I feel like, one has to bounce and then push into the other. I feel like yours is tested right now, and then mine can only be tested when, because yours also showed it coming above and looking decent to push up, right? Like this is nice and start above and then it pushes up. So yours is already shown to do something good, and then mine showed to do something good. So now it's back on yours to prove itself to continue. But like to say, like which one will win, I feel like we almost can't in a sense, just because the structure of everything besides this, like even if this didn't hit up here, I still thought this was crazy. This was going to come down. I'm just surprised that it came up so close. So, you know. Well, I don't know if I know what I'm talking about. I only use trend lines so much, to be honest. I guess I do use trend lines quite a bit, but honestly, I feel like I don't use trend lines that often. Though I will give it to you, these moving average feels since they're so accurate and so close, they do feel like trend lines. Oh, I found this frickin' OG picture of me the other day. Let me see if I can find it. Check out this OG picture. Game capture image. Where did I put it? Desktop? I do use it really rarely. Uh, picture I just found long ago. Look at this. Look at this OG picture of me back in the day, man, with the squat. I got the squat going on. Look at that. It's so old. This was, I got attacked by their dog, which sucks one time. In second grade, it was crazy. Um, whatchamacallit, but it was good times. This guy was a really cool guy. But, yeah, I just want to show I just saw it recently, and I was like, this is like, look how huge this snowman is. Isn't that, like, super tight? Like, I helped him make it, but this was a long time ago. This was, I was probably, so I got attacked by that dog in second grade when I was 12, so that was at least 18 years ago, 19, so this would have been 19 to 20 years ago, something around then. This was Boris, I believe. He was a really cool guy, Russian family, so, but, yeah, I love him. He's probably got to be dead now, but maybe not, I don't know. I haven't talked to him forever. Hopefully they're doing well. Yeah, it was some crazy stuff. We don't have snow like that over here anymore, um, in Maryland, but we used to back in the 90s, the early 2000s. We used to have snowstorms. Now that stuff doesn't really happen anymore. So, kind of is what it is. Inappropriate. I'm just doing my squat. I just thought it was interesting doing the squat. I didn't know I was doing anything, so it's not an inappropriate pose. That's a squat of power. This is the snowman we built. It was so fun. Though I only did so much, I guess, because I was like 11, I guess, or 10. Yeah, they're just wrecking stuff down. Look at that, and then an ugly end on the 30 here. I mean climate change. I don't like the word global warming. I think climate change is just an easier way to put it. Because global warming insinuates that everything's gonna like heat up, but usually something heating up in one place usually means it gets colder in another, or something's going from one place or another one. Like when things heat up too much, right? Isn't it when things heat up too much and then we end up moving into like an ice age or whatever? That's when a lot of this stuff melts and then gets thrown on top of the land, right? So it's, I don't know. Kind of is what it is, but I'm pretty sure climate change is the more appropriate way to address it. And then we have like there's so much to it also. Obviously, there's a big impact. I'm not going to get into it too much because I don't want anyone to think that I'm like defending pollution and all this stuff. Isn't there a plastic island also? Let me see. Where is it? Like, look at this. This is insane. Where's YouTube? Let's do this. Look at that. Where they show the structures. Even when they say it in here, they say climate change. It's just easier to say it that way because you're saying the same thing, but you're not implying a specific thing happening. And like I said, usually there's some sort of homeostasis with everything, where there's like a certain balance, or one thing offsets another in another place. Maybe not homeostasis, not the right word, but some sort of equilibrium, I guess. Give and take. This isn't. I thought. Whatchamacallit? Here we go. Blah 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 blah. Bro, they just had a picture of it. Why is it so hard to find this? 1 second. Like, look at all that stuff. But anyway, it's pretty bad for a lot of it. Pretty crazy stuff. Mind checking out indicator strategy? It's really profitable on daily time frames. Yeah, no problem. What is it called? We have a 1 or 2 here. 2, we're under the 2. Yeah, we might have to end above 157.28 before this 2 hour comes up. Or we might be dropping more. Is it almost 11 something? 11. We have 17 minutes to turn around. Or this might push up a little bit and then turn around. Or keep pushing back down. Pretty crazy. That 165's got to be, yeah, 165 is worth 600. I sold 800. I sold for 600, so it's kind of crazy. Well, like 600 per option, but still. MACD strategy MTF with stop loss, LTP. Whoops. It's so annoying. I have to, every time I gotta, here we go. Every time I want to type, I have to close chat. MACD enhanced strategy MTF with stop loss. Okay. Fast, slow. Signal. Cross, buy, sell. Indicator direction score. I don't know any of these things. To be 100% honest with you. Because I don't mess with MACD. Let's see though. Oh, my bad. I thought I got rid of it. It doesn't matter anyway because I was just looking at the indicator. So I wasn't. All you missed was me looking at this and saying I have no idea what the heck this stuff means. I haven't even started looking at it yet. Let me see. You know what I need to do actually? Let me do this real quick. Let me bind this. I should be able to bind hide. I should be able to make some sort of binding. Do you know what actually I'll do? I'll make a new scene later, I think, in a little bit. That's what I'll do. And with the new scene, I'll have different scenes. That way I hit a button between it and I don't have to do this other crap and I won't forget. Check the strategy backtest. Let's see. Oh, my creatine ones. Let's see when it says it. Okay, so now we see a long. I mean, I might have said the same thing anyway. I like how this already goes off, though. I still like more so the confirmation when we come back down, just because that's where everything is. But I could definitely see an entry point on that next day starting up. I don't think this day was like the worst place for someone to enter. At this one spot, we have a lot of other stuff. I can't switch time frames. I'm too lazy to. But I've shown it before. I can show it later. doesn't say short yet. I like the fact it doesn't say short yet, to be honest. Well, I wish it would have said short by now, but this is also... so I kind of like the fact it doesn't say short here because, I mean, this was a lot of stuff that just happened. I actually do like... I like... This is a pretty good spot. It's a little early, but I really think it's a good, at least decent entry point. And then we have this here. There's other stuff that I saw here, but I like what that shows there. So far, I really do like this also as well. Even though we turned around here, I still think this is fine. Like, I don't expect indicators to be able to pick all this stuff up, because... but I like where this is, too, because I do believe that this was a short. I think this was like a 4-hour bounce on the NASDAQ SPY, and then we reversed again. And then I think this was that 4-hour time frame on Apple where we came down. And then we bounced back up. So I do think this was a good call, I think. I really like this for a short. We did have signs here anyway. Like we had the, excuse me, I think like over here or something, we had the 4-hour start above. So far, I like it so far. Even though like it turned around, still I think that's good. I think this is definitely spot on so far. MACD short. Wait, did it change? I thought it said a short down here. Did I miss something? Did this change on me? Okay. Right, it doesn't say, why does it say short here when it didn't say short here before? That's a little sketchy to me, but like I don't have an issue that this says short whatsoever at all. Like I think this was a good spot to think short. Like we reversed and we reversed. I think this was a great spot to call it short. Or at least, you know, like not be in a long position. The only thing I don't like about this is the second that this ends, this says like it's a short over here. That's one thing I don't like about this. Like I see what I'm saying. I don't know why it does this. I don't. This is one thing I just don't understand. Why is it telling me the short was here when we just did the replay and it was saying the short was here? So that's one thing I don't really get about it at all. Not that this is a really bad place either, because we start under. So like I think it's not horrible. Like I don't mind this, but it just didn't say it when we were going through. So it's just kind of weird that it's like almost like after the fact this is saying this was the short when it didn't say it here. I see. Regardless, I mean, this is something I think that's somewhat important to know, that this thing can lie. But this did line up, I'm pretty sure, and we saw it here. I'm not. It's kind of weird. I don't know what it did, but when we look through it here, I'll go through it again. But it called this spot over here pretty nicely. So I'm not really sure why, but you know, the first it's I don't know if it's in the other ones. This one I think was fine. Actually, I think this one is one candle off, but I actually prefer... Oh, no. Okay, so it paints when this is up. Okay, no, I like this. I don't know why the other one is off. This one is spot on, and I think the spot's decent, too. We don't see it until we actually have the next day form, but, I mean, that's what I would be looking for if we finally get an end above, and specifically a start above, which makes sense to me. So... I like it. I mean, this is really close. This is even ahead of me. This wasn't well, I mean, I was able to see this down here, but I like this so far. I think it's really good. To me, it was like really bad down here. This looks sketchy because we end in a position where, you know, we got to really like kind of push up pretty hard to get above a lot of this stuff. So it makes more sense. It would push under. But for me, it wasn't really super bad until then. But I like, so far I like it. I think it's pretty good. It's not, I don't like it more than my analysis, but like if I was to just hand someone something or just to say, hey, use this, or just, it's an easy thing to look at as a reference, and it's not like really wrong. And when it's like slightly off, it's not that off. So like here also, I don't see anything here forming, which is interesting. I'm not really sure why though. Okay, so it says along here, but you know what? I'm going to be honest, again, this is a long. This is exactly what I believe. Like this is it's almost literally like looking at how I trade specifically. We end above and specifically start above. I don't think this candle's a long, but the interesting thing we see is these form the day after, which specifically, if this is referring to this day, I agree with it 100%. I actually think this was a great place to long, which is why I think when we had trouble here and it pushed back under, why it came down so far and so hard, because this was a great place to long it. Um, so yeah, I mean, so far I think it's great. You know, not a bad, little bit of a sketchy short spot here, but not too bad. I somewhat a little bit disagree with the short spot, but it's not that bad. I guess with the big selling down, I could kind of see it. Um, but overall, it's still good. I don't think we even come up. I'm pretty sure we push up a little bit and then turn around right here. Yeah, and then we just fall through. I mean, so far it's pretty good. I like it. Wait, is my line off? My line's off. Something's wrong here, because this should be a little bit higher. This line is off. Why is my line off here? This line got moved. Did I move this line? I moved this line at one point. One second. Let me see if I can fix this line. I don't remember where it was. But this line is definitely not here, because I remember this day specifically, and I remember that this was 100% above, and this was something like here. Let me see. I think it was something like here. This looks more accurate, but I think it was even a little bit farther up. Because 156 or 146, I remember saying I want to see it there. So I remember entering in here. I think it might even be a little bit higher up. Something like this. It might even be higher up. I have to check. Let's see if the one on this side has it. But I know 100% that line moved, because I've looked at that line 20 million times. Let me see. Does this move it on the other side? It's whatever. I'll be able to find it one of these. It's not a huge deal. It just kind of annoys me that my line got moved. But it's more or less in the spot. I don't know if it was exactly here though. But I remember specifically that the line had to be above here, because I remember getting in on this day down here with the intention, okay, we started above the line and then we started under, and I remember getting out the next day after. So I was just like, wait, what the hell's going on? Something's off here. Man, it looks like this could be one of the ugliest days we've had in a little bit, a couple weeks. Have we not seen a signal? Okay, we haven't seen a long, and then we see the turnaround was a long. Okay, here in a second. I guess we fail, and then actually I should be able to adjust this also as well. We should see some. Gosh, it's so annoying. You know what I might be able to do? I don't remember when I changed this. Yeah, it actually might have been lower, because this connected, I think, somewhere around here. But it wasn't that low. Gosh, let me try to do this and see if I can. That's so obnoxious. Let me see if I can get my line back. Because I'm like 1,000,000% sure it was not here. Dude, that's so annoying. Let me do this actually. Hopefully I didn't save it since then. Like I said, it's not a huge deal. I don't like changing stuff when it's in one place. Like, I do not like stuff changing. I hate when stuff changes. Like, if I have something, I do not want it to be moved, like, ever. Because then you're just adjusting stuff. And if you're just adjusting stuff, then you're not, you know what I mean? It like, means nothing. Okay, so let's see. It's probably got moved. So if this was 1 point, if this, I thought I moved this earlier. I'm not like incredibly surprised about this. So maybe 1 point was here and there. No, 1 point wouldn't have been here. I might not have set it up properly. Usually when I set these up, I'll put it from point to point, so I know specifically where it was. I remember thinking I touched this earlier, and I didn't think anything of it. It's kind of obnoxious. One second, I'll open chat in a second. Here, let me do this actually. Uh, bu- 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 Hmm, mention Apple. Alright, one second. Like I'm actually like I'm gonna spend the next 5 to 10. Like let me check that real quick. But I'm actually gonna spec. Um, it was a bit below. I want to see if I can get it properly. I know I have it on one of these things. I just want to make sure it's at the right spot. Um, that I had. Like this actually looks pretty decent. What does it look like on the week time from here? This kind of lines up. Let me bring the fib back up too. Where's my fib? 150. This looks okay. This looks somewhat close. I think it might have even been. If I have to adjust it, I'll adjust it. I feel like it might have even been a little bit lower. I know I've gone over this plenty of times, so what I can just do at a later time, I'm not worried about it now. What I'll do at a later time is I'm just going to go to one of my streams and find it. Because I've mentioned this point a bunch. I probably even looked at this earlier today. This does look about right, though. Yeah, this looks about right. Yep, this looks about right. Okay, yep, because we had this around here, and then this had just about a bounce on it. I remember this is the entry point of this PayPal calls I lost a little bit on because it didn't want to move. And then this had just about a bounce here, then we started under. So yeah, this looks good. I think this is fine where it is right now, just about. I'm fine with this. So let's try to make sure this doesn't happen again. Let's lock this. So let's just do that. Fib, lock, trend lines, lock. So, okay. All right, but yeah, I mean, I like it. I think this thing's pretty decent. I definitely think it's pretty decent. I'd like to see it on the shorter time frames maybe too, but we can even see that. I wonder what it paints on like the 4 hours maybe. Um, I mean, it's arguably almost even better. It tells you to short here and then it tells you to long here. That's really not that bad. I don't mind something saying this is a short and this is a long. To be honest, I don't know what was happening here. Well, I mean, I guess everything depends. Let's see where this is. If this is, I think this is where we had a line like right through here, or like not there. I think we have like a hole coming through or something on the day. Yeah, I think, is it this? Let me see. If this is the spot, then this is a little sketch, but okay, yeah, this is a little bit sketch that it said short there. It's not. I mean, the structure's not the best, but it's still a little sketch that said short here. But I don't hate it because it says that, and I like that it does flip back to the long when it does start pushing up. This looks really strong. That's really wild over here. Oh, strategy tester, bottom on the daily time frame. Yeah, sure. There's a button for it that says strategy tester or something. Oh, strategy tester. I've never messed with this. Let's see what it does. Deep back testing. Generic report, I guess. Oh, this is to say like how much I'd be up. Uh, Net profit $10. Is this? But it's assuming. Isn't this assuming that total closed trades 26%, profitable 30. But what's the assumption of? I mean, I don't know what this means. It says 30% up. What's the? I thought it said 100,000 in the thing though. Let me see. It says initial capital 100,000, so I thought it would have been. Choose a longer date. I mean, to be honest, the replay button is how I would kind of like back test it. I don't really know what this back test means, or what it's doing. I guess it's literally just saying this is where a buy was, this is where a sell was, um, and that's kind of how we get to where we are. But I mean, it is kind of what it is. I don't really like this strategy tester thing. I think it's pretty trash. But I mean, I like it for what it is. So I think it's pretty decent. I like it for what it is. Now, I would never use it on my own. I mean, I might say someone could look at it and be pretty decent if they never messed with anything. I just think the way I don't know, the way I look at stuff is a little bit easier or more accurate. But it does apply a little bit of useful information, I think, which is pretty nice. As an auxiliary indicator with something else, I like it. It doesn't change a whole bunch. Um, well, something's off with it, right? Because we had a back test here, or we had a short here, and then we had a long here. So something's wrong with what it's saying, but it said it was up 30%. The fact it only said $10 was weird, but it kept saying the trades were like 10 in, 10 out. So if we assume it properly reflected what it should have said 30,000. You see what I'm saying? If it's treating 100,000 as the initial position. So, I mean, take that with a grain of salt. 30% is pretty high up. So, you know, I don't know why it said 10, but it did say 30% profit. So, and all the trades were like 10 to $20, which was kind of weird. So, I assume it said 30% or something similar for you is what I would imagine. But, I mean, it got nice calls, so. Why are we bouncing? It can't be a 15-minute thing in here anymore. Oh, well, it's up here now. Jeez, now it looks worse than the 15. We fell through the 1 already, right? 1, 2, where's the 2? Oh, we're at 2 hour. You back as a Discord? Let me check. Let me see. Yeah, yours says 30% too. Oh, no, yours says 78% profitable. Apple, NASDAQ, 1 day. Let me see. Max profit, 500. Well, yours is definitely. Oh, you know what yours is. You know what it is. I think what maybe possibly. I think what it could be is it could just be using the only visible range, maybe, because yours has a higher visible range. So let's do this. God damn it. I don't know what it's called. Oh yeah. Alright, so we do this, we actually might, I think we'll see similar stuff. I think it's ignoring these trades possibly, if I don't see it, maybe. I'm just assuming, but that's one difference I saw with yours than with mine, is I was like really zoomed in. So the January report. It keeps saying the same thing, which is kind of weird. I might need to change something, but like my list of trades is still, like you see what I'm saying? Like net profit's 10, but what are we starting with? What's the initial principal here? You see what I'm saying? Average trade 40 per, like 40 what? That's kind of weird. $2001 730 to 2000 date range. How do I change this trading range? You see what I'm saying? It's definitely taking different. Oh, okay, no wonder. Why is it taking June 22nd? Okay, let's take today. That's so weird. So this is what the issue was. Okay, so it was what I was talking about, but for different reasons. Okay. Yeah, which is way higher. This is now 6x above what it was before. And it said 30%, so this would almost imply a 180% increase. Let me see. Maybe, maybe not. 28 trades over this period of time, so only 42%. I don't know how we get different stuff, but it could have been the most recent movement also would be what it is. Let's see what it was before this movement. Oh, still haven't really didn't make a difference. Interesting. Most of this seems like it came as of recent. I don't know. We definitely have something different in our somewhere here. I don't know what. Maybe you have different values to your MACD or something. It says initial size. This doesn't make sense though. If the initial size is 100,000, order size one contract, pyramiding one order, verified price to limit orders. I don't know what that means. Order for long position. I don't know. I don't know. Something's off though. For it to say I'd only make 147 bucks as a net profit when it says on the overview it's like 51 per, oh, maybe that's just saying the trades that are profitable, but it just doesn't make sense with the initial capital. How is it only, you see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't, something's not adding up. I don't really care to be honest, but at this point it's kind of a lot of work. It's definitely a lot of work, a lot more work. But for me to backtest, I would always just use the replay button. I mean, I think that's the only real backtest. What would I be thinking and how would I interpret this at the time? Because I'm never just going to look at one thing and just short it. So, like, I didn't short this just because, well, I kind of did. Or, like, you get puts just because it came up here, but... I mean, I kind of did, to be honest, but still, that wasn't, like, the sole reason, anyway. 1981? Oh, you did it from 1981? Well, I'm not trading from... I'm not even that old, so... I'm not going to go back all the way back to 1981. That's pretty far back. That's definitely pretty far back. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense if you're saying it's from that long ago. I'm not going to put it back that long. I trust if you put it back that long, it's going to be way higher because stuff has just gone up and up and up and up and up since then. So that's not really too surprising whatsoever at all, to be honest. So, but, I mean, using any one indicator for a trade, I think is kind of stupid. But using it as an auxiliary, like an extra thing, I think a lot of this stuff is really good. It kind of either confirms what I was thinking. Well, actually, I want to see what this says. I really like this short. I think we actually saw this here. Like, I think this actually came up and told us. Like, this is actually before I even thought this was a short. Like, I wouldn't have considered this a short, so I think this was interesting. Okay, so no, it looks like it didn't show up. I don't know why it shows up post-hoc. So we get here. So we don't get up here, we get up here. I don't know why after it shows up here. I think it's kind of interesting. I don't think this is a short here, but this is definitely where I was definitely looking at this and not liking it. It reminded me, I think, of some price action in February on the 4-hour. I think we had some similar. It reminded me of some stuff like this on the 4-hour where we get some like weird movement and then it's just like we don't press above anything and it's just kind of weird, like really weird stuff. So this was so long ago. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. It's crazy. This is the first day I streamed this year. It was the 28th, I think. It's wild. Every time I look at this, it just takes me back. Oh no, the 27th, I think. Oh no, I think it was the 28th. Wow. Down memory lane. But yeah, I mean, I'd have to see this when this stuff's going through. But I mean, some of it looks pretty decent for. Some of it feels all over the place. Some of it's weird because it just feels like it adjusts. But it's not horrible. We're gonna see what's going on with stuff, I guess. I don't see how stuff really turns out any better. I'm really worried. We'll see what happens. I'd be pretty worried about Bitcoin. Not necessarily now, depending on where we end. The more we drop from here, I'm gonna be honest, I actually kind of think the more we drop from here, the better, within reason, as long as Apple doesn't drop like another percentage point. Just because the closer we stay to 158, the better I feel like. It looks like the drop. If we just start, like we just start here under this, I think this is pretty ugly. But we'll see. I feel like the lower we get closer to this, chance of like stopping right here, and then if we could start somewhere here tomorrow. Maybe we could push it up and try to beat this and turn around. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I like seeing stuff that lines up. So that's as like an extra thing. I think it's really cool, and I actually like how it looks in the middle of it. I don't like the fact it changes. It seems like it changes after the fact or something. I don't like that. I don't like that in certain days it'll change what it showed. I don't understand why. Um, but when I do hit the replay button and I do go back with it, like I like what it shows as we're going through. I wish it wouldn't adjust it to make it look like it's at a better spot, which is how I kind of think what it's doing. I just don't think that's necessary. I think it's more than enough where it's saying this or that was a short. Um, you know. Now what? Uh, with the back, well, what is it? What data is it going on? I mean, I'm not back testing this. I'm literally going like this is the available data that it has right now, right? Like I don't think this is like a strategy test or back test, right? Because like it only has the information that anything else would have at this point, unless something is really wrong with this. I mean, I'm more likely to believe that this is actually what it's showing instead of what it shows like after the fact. Or I don't have it up anymore, but like I'm gonna believe what it shows here, not what it shows after the fact. I don't feel comfortable with what it shows after the fact. I don't trust that stuff. I honestly don't. I don't at all. The ones that it has in between are just better. Like the fact that after, like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like maybe it is, but well, I also have like way more. I don't know what the candle stuff is. I have because I have if you have a basic account, could be what it is also. When you do the replay button, it only shows you day per day per day per day, and it doesn't give you intraday data when you hit the replay button. So that could be what it is. Like part of the ones you pay for augments the replay feature. So like you can only see the day to day, and it'll only paint a day, I believe, for you. I know like you can't go on the 4 hour. I'm almost positive and do this. I don't think it'll show you it like this, in a sense. I don't think it'll show you smaller movements. I might be wrong about that. From what I read, though, that's my assumption when I was reading the stuff on the plans the other week. Because one of the things that you get with the paid subscription is intraday replay bars. So it could be that I just have more information in between with mine when I hit the replay button. Therefore, it changes what it is. I don't know. I'm not really sure, to be honest. It still seems kind of weird in a sense. So I could say like, well, if it's just going from day to day, maybe I just don't see how it would be doing that. I don't know. I feel like it could be argued either way. So. If you put it to Heikinashi, well, that's a little sketch. What is it called? God, every time I gotta close it again. Whoops. I'm not typing in the right thing now. I think it still looks almost the same, right? I feel like it does. I like this. Like, I like the fact it says along here. Like, even though we turned around, like, this is the weird kind of stuff for me. I like the fact that it says long. I don't want this to say anything but long. Because I feel like this would just be wrong if it said this was anything but long. If it was going off MACD. I like this. Honestly, I like when things are delayed. I quite question things when they aren't delayed. Or not like delayed, when they're like way too accurate. For the current symbol, oh, I can't do replay on Heikinashi. That's interesting. I can't even do the replay feature on Heikinashi. I forgot about that. I tried that the other day. I never used Heikinashi, but I forgot. Tried the other day and I couldn't do it. Pro Plus. So it might be Pro Plus that needs it. Let's see, where are we on these? Have we got some of the targets yet? A little bit up. Are we pushing with the 2? Nice. Wow. Let me get rid of this. Kind of annoying. Alright, there we go. Close that. Okay. Make everything a little bit cleaner. Yeah, nice. Like that. I like that the 2 started above here. It should be the same over here also as well. Yeah. I mean, it seems pretty cool for what it is. It's not like gonna tell you everything that's gonna happen whatsoever at all, but at least it's decent enough and it doesn't clog up. I don't mind the CCI, but because you can click it on and off, and I guess you can do that with anything, but it feels like it doesn't clog stuff up as much, which is pretty nice. As long as you add context to it, I think it's great. And I think that's the best way to use an indicator, is an indicator with context. Because context is everything nowadays. Like, there's no such thing as just normal trading with fundamentals. Not in 2022. It just doesn't exist. I think there's something down here too. This might be the daytime frame. Did we push into this yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, we got pretty close to the daytime frame also over here. Now we got support on the 4 hour. We'll see what happens. I mean, this could always fail. Just because it's here, it doesn't really mean anything specifically, to be honest. So, looks a lot better though. And we're back. I guess technically we can ship these up if we're trying to say what we look for. That, and then we'd ship this to that. Assuming it did fall under, I'd imagine it would probably try to take something like that if we just assume from the, like, head and shoulders, right? And then, there we go. So that's a little updated. But it looks nice where it is. Wonder what the yen's doing. Ooh, Ethereum got raped, dude. What the hell? You guys see that? Oh, never mind. I thought Ethereum got wrecked more than Bitcoin. I just didn't. It's 1588. I just didn't check it, I guess, in the last, maybe since when I woke up or something. I remember seeing the 1600s. I was like, oh, okay. It was a really ugly start for the 2 hour anyway. It's pretty unfortunate. We'll see what happens, though. I don't see how anything pushes up, but we'll see. I mean, it's possible, but for Bitcoin anyway. We'll see. This stuff is just so sketchy. And this is why I said this is going to win up top over whatever down here at the bottom. Support's over here. It's not here. So, like, as nice as this line is or wherever the trend is on off the log, like, we'll see what happens. But the support's down here. So, still think we're going to see this. Technically, we could see two things. This would be the best case for Bitcoin and try to fight back up. But as always, if we end under here on the daytime frame, I mean, I think we're heading pretty hard, down pretty hard, to be honest. So we're also under a decent amount of the tops of this if we actually were to come under here, which is also kind of something to note, which is a little bit sketchy if we do make that kind of move. So okay. Now we just need a continued move in some direction and some more TA. Keep taking wins. Keep taking wins. Like I said, really am hoping for the rest of the day Apple holds in this area. I really do. I don't want to see Apple drop. I really hope Apple ends somewhere around here. I really just want to see Apple end under the day and start under the day. And so we can have another solidified push down. And I think if we start right around here, we should be able to push through most of this tomorrow, or at least push to the bottom of this area and then make our way to 150 on Wednesday. I'm sorry, on Thursday. So I would. Oh, Jesus Christ. So annoying. This annoys me so much when we do this. Because I've had the fib here for so long. I have a chat my chat's all the way in the bottom right. You guys can't see it for some reason. OBS doesn't like chat. I have to move my chat every time I want to hide the fib because it's all the way down there. Okay, can we get rid of these two? Oh well. Actually, I really should have grouped those trend lines and then locked them. It's not a big deal. But anyway, essentially, like, it would be nice to see it end somewhere around here, push up a little bit maybe the next day, and then come back down, and then somewhere down here, possibly with another day. The 4 should be somewhat up around here now. But I think with this being on the bottom side of this, we should be able to push into this area. The week time frame is right here at 150, so it's only a little bit lower, but that does put us back into whatever. Let me do this easier. Get rid of these brush marks. Okay, but that does put us back at that point into this. I need to group these lines. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Second. Okay, so this is what I need to do. I just need to move this out of that group. Whoops. Move this out of this group, move this group into... Crap, I can't do it, can I? We'll do this. Okay. There we go. That looks so much nicer. Thank God. Okay, but then it brings us back into this, so we'll see what happens. If we come back into this. So, I mean, we could assume the bounce down here, but this also gets pretty sketchy and also puts us under our initial bounce point here of 142. So we'll see. Like, I'm not incredibly even surprised about this rise up just because we've always come up and then come back down. So this seems par for the course. Honestly, it almost feels like the megaphone kind of thing because it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. But if we do come under, I wouldn't be too surprised. Even if there's 150s here, I think there might be some concern, especially with this right here. If we hit the 150 coming up and then maybe pushing all the way back down to 142, 140 or 141, 142 is that big bounce spot. If we do this real quick, you can see this is the 142 bounce spot with, Jesus, I gotta bring the fib back up. There we go. With the fib level right here. So that's kind of a concern in my mind right there. Is possibly, you know, if we do somehow come back into this area, the 150s here, but we'd have to get back up. And if we can't get back up, you know, maybe we hit some of these. But if we do follow this, whatever, I don't know what the heck you want to call it. And it's not wedging, so I don't know what you call it because it's definitely not wedging. But just these two trend lines, I think that's the safest thing to call it because that's all it really looks like. I mean, this is the spot that worries me right here. Right here is what worries me, is coming under this great bounce spot to push us up, and really the fib and these previous spots. So that's what concerns me more or less. And if we did fall, if we did follow something like this, that's what would definitely concern me. So, you know. I do like seeing the SPY around here also, and I would hope the SPY ends around here too. If Apple ends a little bit higher, I would like to see the SPY end around here as well, if possible. End around here, start the next day. Or if we end here and things look a little bad, I think we could see more selling off, and maybe we could just start percent down or something, and that could shoot us down with that. That would be pretty nice to see a correlation between that and Apple being really close and under the day time frame or opening there. So that would be pretty nice to see. Ooh, excuse me. You know, but at the end of the day, we have the VIX, and like I said before, it's more bullish. If the VIX gets up here and can't start a day, like the big the big short, in my opinion, is still when the VIX starts above here. That hasn't changed yet. Um, what should we call it? So in that same respect, there's a lot to gain from not letting it come up here. So hopefully we just sit the rest of the week in this area also. That would be really nice also if we did. But I mean, technically with what I was just talking about, this would almost imply that we come up here and then just kind of do something like that, which I think is possible. From another perspective, I wouldn't mind just sitting here for another week though. But that's literally only because of stability on top of the week time frame, which may or may not happen. We have so much more in this week to be able to maintain this. That kind of seems unlucky. I feel like the first thing I just said, or the thing I said before this, is a lot more likely to happen. But there's definitely another bearish possibility with just leaving the stuff in this area. I guess it's obvious if we don't push up, it's going to be really sketchy. All those calls that people got and everything, I mean, they need the price to go back up. They can't afford, they're going to get wrecked on the theta. Just having it, not even just like the theta, but like, I mean, they're already getting wrecked. Definitely got wrecked on the IV. That has to be so low now. Anyone that bought calls on like the SPY and stuff, but they have to be losing a decent amount of theta with it just sitting down here. I imagine it's sitting down here every day is not that good, just because of the overall. I imagine there's, even if we just sit there and you might expect something to sit there normally, just because of how bearish things could seem. I feel like you're gonna have a lot of people not wanting to hold their options or their calls. We'll see what happens all together, though. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The big short spot is also like up here, another super easy one to see. So, or this is like an easy one to see. As before, we weren't sure, but it seemed likely. So, the super trend indicator. Super trend. I feel like I've heard that before. Let me see. God, this is so ugly. Like every time I see this on the week time frame, this is just like the ugliest thing I've seen in a while. Like when I look at this on the week time frame, I feel like we're hitting 150 today. But we'll see what happens. Our like literally this, well, this is maybe this week, not this day. But when I look at it, it's just like, geez, this one candle looks like it could just blow through everything. Insane. Anyway, super trend. I don't even know what this thing does, to be honest. ATR, I don't even know what ATR is. Uptrend, downtrend. That's kind of cool. Reminds me of like a Bollinger Band kind of thing. So it's just whether we're above or below this base point. I mean, this is a sketchy thing because you start under and it shows red and then it just turns around on you. It's that week of March 16th or whatever. Looks like stuff's getting wrecked down anymore. This could be like a Dow. I don't know. Who knows how far? I'll check the Dow in a second. I wonder if the Dow's under its 4 hours again. That could be the case. Where's whatchamacallit? Virus's Oracle ever hit? Dude, talk about getting screwed. Virus had Oracle and whatchamacallit. Virus had a Foot Locker moment yesterday. He had a Foot Locker moment. He got those Oracle puts. And then Oracle didn't want to move with the market. Honestly, it probably could even be down. I'm not sure. I mean, it should be up as long as they're at the min money, I think. Where's the 4 hours here? Let me get rid of this super trend thing. It's so ugly. Yeah, this is literally like me with PayPal a couple months ago, where like you could see the rest of the market would look bad, and you just choose like a side one instead of one of the main ones, and kind of just kick yourself because it's like the market looked like it was going to go down, but it looked like it had a great chance to go down, but this just didn't get pulled down with it. That was my big concern with a lot of this crap. I'm even surprised it's holding here considering it started here. Definitely doesn't look amazing at all. Let me check the other chat. I don't think anyone ever comes in, but let me make sure. Alright, nobody. Okay. Whoops. Let me do this. Well, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna add some stuff to my Twitch in the meantime. I'm gonna check chat. If no one says anything, I'm just gonna. I like reviewing them every once in a while. It's pretty cool. I like checking stuff in the past is always really cool. Listen, I'm pretty chill with like everything I got. I'm fine with the double hull and the 200 smooth. So at the end of the day, I think that's the best thing for me. I don't feel pressured into caring, so I'm kind of agnostic, which is nice. And an interesting thing is Bitcoin's under that line now. It's 2,809. The line's at 2,850. So it'll be interesting if we see this continue move down. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Ugh. Oh, my neck. I need proper posture. But let's see. I need to rip stuff from my YouTube. Oh, I'm not logged in here. Whoops. Why does my last video look like that? My last video updated with a weird picture. Interesting. With that, let's take this over to here. Oh, I can't add more. Okay, let's go to that. Let me find my. Let me have Oracle too, no one cares. Okay. Got Oracle. Let's go here. Here. How many characters do I have? Okay. There's that, and then let's do. And then I guess I have a Twitter too. So. One sec, I don't have it up, but it's because I'm just changing stuff. I'm not doing anything important. I'm just literally putting links on my Twitch bio, so it's like, you know, I have stuff there. Um, dude, this is so bad. Okay, there we go. Switch to something else. What notification do I have? Oh, it's Cecilia. I don't know who you are. Hello. Okay, let me check chat real quick. I'm gonna go back to it. Okay. Looks like we're pushing up a little bit on some of this stuff. Would make more sense than not, but you know, anything can happen nowadays. From a technical perspective, anything can happen. It makes sense, but anything can happen. For a big sell down, this is what we want to see, though. We want to see it rise back up a bit, but not too much. So, and once again, we have seen looking at Apple is arguably the easiest way to just tell what's going to happen with most of the market or the main part of the market. Once again, we don't trade market. We look at Apple. Well, actually, that's not even correct because technically it's not the best way to do it. That's why I got Apple puts. I didn't trust it. I'm going to be honest. I didn't trust it at the end of the day after that PayPal burn. After that PayPal burn last time, I honestly I just didn't trust it. I didn't trust other, I mean, the indices I kind of figured, but I didn't trust random stuff to like come down. I didn't want to get the Apple or Foot Locker effect again, or the PayPal or Foot Locker effect again. That was really frustrating. It was really frustrating. What am I doing? Oh yeah, one sec. I need to fix this up a little more. What the hell? How is F yes trending? Apparently the F word yes is trending on Twitter. That's kind of weird. How Vanessa Hudgens stayed an it girl for decades. What? IT girl? It girl? What the heck? I'm not even clicking on this, but I'm pretty sure Vanessa Hudgens is like 38 or 39 or something. What does it mean decades? That's like 20 years. Oh, I know what they're talking about. I'm not clicking on it because I'm not giving them views and I'm not messing up my Twitter, but I think I know what they're talking about. Let me see real quick. I just need to do a couple more things. Like I said, if anyone has a question, just ask me the question so I can take a look at it. Let's see, Trendline boys. So I have Twitter, my chart, TradingView account page. That's it. I don't really want to put my Discord out, to be honest. I don't know. I feel weird about a whole bunch of people coming into Discord. I like it how it feels now, where it's like only kind of you guys and maybe people that come into the chat and spend a little bit of time. Somehow I'm kind of scared about wasting time having to like ban people or whatever. People that might be causing an issue or whatever. Awesome. I actually have a profile picture on my Twitch. It's a personal brand on my Twitch. Oh, true. I see what it's saying. It's a nice color. I think I like the red, but it kind of hurts my eyes. Yeah. Okay. Next 10 bags. Let's try this. Let me check chat real quick. You guys didn't say anything. I'm just going back to it. What's a good indicator I could use? Oh yeah, my bad. What's up, Richies? Oh yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, what's up, noob? It's good to see you in here. I think the first time I've seen you in here. Maybe unless you're lurking, and this is the first time you said something. It's good to see you in here. It's good to see you in here, Richies. I think it's the first time I've seen you talking here too, so it's pretty good. I just use the smooth and the double hole. I try not to make it more complicated first time, but I mean anything helps on it in addition to that, I suppose. But whatchamacallit, Litecoin, yeah. Let me save what I'm doing real quick. Give me like give me 1 minute at most, and we'll be good. I just need to upload something, and I should be fine. Small, where's the bigger one? I'll find it later, I guess. Okay, if I don't find it, then okay, we'll try this. Okay, well, let me just check my channel, and let's see. Oh, I like it. Nice. Okay, about. We got an about. Okay, nice. Schedule. Okay, sweet. Okay, let me look at Litecoin for you. I think actually Litecoin was pretty interesting for what was going on. I'm pretty sure most of this stuff looks pretty bad. We'll just take a look at Bitcoin first, just to kind of get a little the groundwork for what we're looking for, and just kind of some of the stuff we can expect. So let's do this real quick. Object tree. Let's get rid of everything group 1, and let's get rid of the pitchfork for a second. All right, so one of the big things for me is this. I'm on logs, so it's whatever, but I really like the downward trend line that V-Slip mentioned a while ago. Thanks, V-Slip. It's pretty cool. I really like it. I definitely really like it. And I definitely thank you, V-Slip, because you can see I don't add a lot of stuff often in my charts. So I actually thought it was really cool. Now, we didn't need to see this to kind of figure it was going to go down, or the idea was going to go down, but this actually adds a lot to what's going on. It does give us a decent idea of kind of time. So if we see Bitcoin come up here, I think this is a really good spot. It's pretty far away from where it is now. You know, these are some pretty good lines for what they are. I think we're going to fail here more or less. I think we're just going to kind of fall through. What we need to do is kind of hold somewhere around here, do this, and push up. So kind of what this is going to get to, and we'll see with Litecoin and Bitcoin, it's going to seem pretty standard and pretty straightforward in a second, of where I need to see it to actually expect it to get some room, and especially to try to beat whatever Bitcoin might lose or anything like that, is this one line, one spot. But what I just want to show here real quick, one thing I didn't like about this is we don't have a lot of legs or foundation on this. This isn't really like a gap up, but because you almost kind of can't. Well, you can sometimes Bitcoin, but very rarely it is. Maybe an alt every once in a blue moon. But we didn't really come back down here to test, so not doing this I'm not really a big fan of. Just to kind of show this also as well. Where's the other one? I don't even remember. Was it on the 7th or was it the 8th? Might have been here. Let's get through this. So it can't be this one. Maybe it's here. I don't remember what day it was. So we talk about this kind of on this day, one of the things that we want to see with it. And this is obviously, it looked nice to come up, so there's no surprise. But what I don't like is you see how I wanted to come down while the line that we're fighting at, and it's finding support on. Let's zoom in. You see this line? When they were both relatively close, so this seemed like a pretty nice spot for it to try to come back down. And so my issue with where it is now is that there's a much greater space in between here. So for me, it's like it's not a horrible spot necessarily to buy here. I don't think it looks great. It's not horrible from this perspective, coming down through here and trying to find support. But I don't like that it gives us this ceiling right here. So coming down here is a lot more likely we'll use this, get above, and then we'll have people buying here, and then people buying here. Now it seems more likely without legs, we'll have this, and then we'll probably fail. I would be very careful if Bitcoin ends under here, because I think if Bitcoin ends under, it's most likely going to fall through. Something like this that we see right here. And like I said, I'll get to Litecoin in a second. I just think this is kind of paramount to a lot of this, because Litecoin is pretty straightforward with some of the stuff. And then we can kind of see with the relevant time frame what had occurred over here. So When there's nothing else here, we usually don't like to see this kind of thing and usually expect direction, a continuation or movement in whatever direction. So that's kind of that, and then we'll go to Litecoin in a second. We can kind of take a look at that. We'll go to Litecoin and Bitcoin first because I think that's a little bit easier to address. So for Litecoin and Bitcoin, we've been fighting around the same place. So I think anyone in Litecoin has been fairly fortunate with everything that's been going on. So it looks like we might have hit some things around here also as well. A little bit sketchy with what it's been doing. This is definitely a little bit sketchy. I wouldn't have expected it to necessarily do this. I think it's definitely been outperforming. So, but what we can see on the day time frame anyway, this has kind of been one of the biggest things. On the 12-hour, we have this down here. We can just see this as a nice average, and then we can see this nice wedge pushing up. So it makes sense that we go from here to up here. But where do we get there? We have our day 200 smooth up here. And then so what we can see is this looks like a pretty decent entry. Whoops. This looks like a pretty decent entry position on the day here. Part of the issue is that we don't maintain above this, so we really needed to push here and maintain above this, and then maybe we could have pushed up farther. I think that would have been likely. And so we open in a pretty sketchy place, and then we can kind of see what it's doing here. So in the simplest terms, I would like to see Litecoin end above here on the day, and I think that would be a pretty decent position to expect it to go up. I would be somewhat concerned what Bitcoin's doing, though. Litecoin to Bitcoin's done really well, but Litecoin to US dollar seemed to have shot up at one point. Let's see. Okay, what happened then? Yeah, so it looks like Litecoin to Bitcoin shot up. Interesting. So Litecoin to, okay, so this makes a lot more sense. Litecoin to Bitcoin shot up. I'm not specifically sure why in that area. It's kind of weird, but it looks like it shot up before the market opened and then got dragged down with Bitcoin and everything else. So it's not going against Bitcoin. It's just holding the gains. It made the push, and it looks like it's holding the gains that happened here. But from a technical perspective on Litecoin to Bitcoin, we would like to see a day end above here, which we had here, and I think this was pretty decent. Got wrecked. It's just unfortunate when this stuff happens, but to me, it just seems like a great average and a great spot right now. So long story short, for Litecoin, I'd really like to Bitcoin. We kind of went over the things I want to see. I don't want to see. I expect it to push down, which is why I don't like a lot of this stuff. If I was interested in Litecoin, I'd want to take a look at Litecoin during the day time frame change, and I think that's also going to be pretty interesting for Bitcoin, what happens on the day time frame change. I think it would be better if Bitcoin pushed down personally and actually hit this. Actually, it's kind of dangerous to say what might be better, what might be worse. So we're going to run into a couple of issues here. So what I was initially saying is I'd like to see, and this isn't true, I'd like to see us push down here somewhat before the day. It would be nice before the market closes, or before like at least before 3 hours prior to the day change. My concern here is that there's a great short opportunity, considering this is the bounce spot, but being under it's really bad if we end the day, and this is a great entry great place to try to short it and push it under all of this. So the closer we are to this, it gives more bears, it makes it a greater opportunity that bears can actually fight and try to get this. Now, if we push down here, they'd have to keep it in this area to even have a chance. So if we could get a nice bounce and then come back up and then end the day here, that would look nice. But overall, we just don't have a lot of strong legs on Bitcoin for a nice movement up. So Bitcoin just looks horrible, which is the reason why I don't like a lot of this stuff. Litecoin was really fortunate with what it did to Bitcoin, and that's the only saving grace to it. But we still need to see it start above that one position on the day time frame of whoops, this is chain link, my bad. 3021. So I'd like to see it start anywhere between 3022 to 3040. I think is pretty reasonable. That would be nice. So we're not too high. We don't have to really come down to test, and then that way, we start close enough for a decent entry point. So I really do kind of like that in a sense. That's what I'm feeling here for a lot of this stuff. This was somewhat surprising. I'd be interested to see so let's see what happened yesterday. So this is what, 2749? This is what, 2749? So let's see on the shorter term if we had anything here on this. So this is where this was for that 12-hour time frame period. and it would have moved up at 8 o'clock. So this is where it would have shifted right here at 8 o'clock. But everything before this shoot up was off of this. So we can kind of look at it on a smaller time frame and see what it might have been doing around here. I mean, this is pretty nice. This is a little bit sketchy with the reversal and pushes back up over it. But we can at least see it fighting here on this 12-hour. But it should have opened under it, right? So I'm interested to see the day before this. It did really well here, but the day before this should have been, I think, the sketchy day when we first entered. Let me see. Let me actually go and make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Because this would have been, this would have been the last 12 hour. Yeah, because this was from 8 to 8. And then we started under those. So we started, from 8 a.m. to here, I'm interested. So let's, okay. So where it shifted, we could see something nice over it. Let's check. I mean, this is how we'd still do it, though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not saying something incorrect. Because we wouldn't want to hear, because that's just seeing what happens here. I mean, inherently, this is pretty sketchy when it starts under stuff, and I don't like it. What it did here, just because something starts above or under doesn't mean it's going to go somewhere. I just think that's usually a decent place to take a position. But I always like to see what happens on the smaller time frames. I don't think this was a horrible. I'm going to say also though, this could be part of why it also did shoot up. It looking like it's really sketchy into something pretty decent. That also could have been why. It could have been like a short squeeze or something on it. A lot of down though. I mean, when we look at the smaller time frames, we can see clearly it's bouncing. So it was an ugly start to it. As we can see, it starts under right here. Yeah, it's huge. It's really huge. I mean, the fact that Litecoin is up 1% right now, and in a sea of red, 10% down, 3% down, 8% down, 3% down, 6% down, 6% down. It's crazy, right? It's only up 1%, but it's crazy. So it was a bad start. We can see right here. So this is a little easy way to quantify it. So we start here and we start under it. And then once it pushes up through, there's just not really a lot that can be done. It just has a reversal right back into it. Great buy points there, and it pushes up. So I really like this. It's really, really nice. This is a pretty jamoky one here too, to come down here and squeeze a couple people out, then push right back up. But it's really beautiful. It's really nice with what it was. So I really like it what it's done. But I don't really care anymore. Now that it's all the way up here, it's to take profit in my position and wait to see what happens up top. So that's how I feel about Litecoin anyway. I went a little bit longer into it, but I really like what it did and how it's been one of the few to maintain. I saw it in the morning when I checked my phone real quick. And if it does push up a little bit more, I do believe we have nothing on the week. What is that, at 8,000? Yeah, so 8,000 all the way up there. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if it'll go to 8,000, but if we were just going to take the averages, I think it's pretty reasonable to try to come back at least to this cutoff point up here. So let me do this because this hurts my eyes really bad. So that hurts my eyes even more. Is it the colors? Maybe I use different colors. I don't know. For some reason, this just hurts my eyes looking at it. Anyway, if we do get good support, I would look for something around 35. So a 15% increase for something around here. Is that a little bit more? I feel like what's 35? What's 8? 3 8s, 1 8? I feel like it's 17%, right? 18%. Okay. So it's around 18%. A little bit higher, I guess, if I go up. But around, I don't know, 35. What is it? 35 versus 35? Yeah, 35 is 15, almost 16% fat. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'd be looking for. But I'd need to see this come in and engage here. So otherwise, the story is Litecoin's pretty much the 12 come down. We see pretty nice price action. Ugly start, really nice price action on the 4 hour, and everything the 4 hour under, beautiful. Just pushes it up. But now we need to see the day perform to be able to get into here. Otherwise, we could be moving down. Maybe the 4 hour, 5. These are pretty high up. I mean, it looks decent. Everything on it looks decent. But yeah, I just ended with this because this has no bearing on what's doing right now, or if it ends above here. So I think an end above in this area looks pretty decent for another spot, as long as we don't see Bitcoin in a horrible, horrible spot. So Bitcoin's down to 70 cents or $70. It should be heading down to this area. I think this is a decent thing for it to do, like I said before. The quicker it does it, the better possibly. Like, it's not in a good position at all. It's like if you see like spots on your skin or something, or you have a little pain and you think you have cancer, like you got to go in and get it checked out, right? We got to test at this level. Um, the sooner the better, because the longer we wait to that 8 o'clock or that 8 o'clock my time, but that day time frame change, and it is around here, the higher percentage there will be of bulls to push this under and have this just keep going down. So that's definitely a really big concern. So, you know, so Litecoin to Bitcoin looks good, and that's where it's going to get most of its strength. Litecoin to itself, Litecoin to the dollar doesn't look that amazing, and nor does Bitcoin. So Litecoin's going to have to keep going up, and it's mainly right now just fighting off what Bitcoin's doing. So, but we'll have to see what happens. If we don't fall under that, I could definitely see it getting pushed back up a little bit. So I think a lot of it depends on what happens around there, in that kind of sense. So, but yeah, I mean that's pretty much it for that. I think that kind of sums up most of it pretty much. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Those 155 puts, if I pick those up, they were 20 to 28 cents. Those 155 puts are now $1.50. I don't care that much, but I should have gotten a couple of them at least. But it's not a big deal. Pretty wild way. So here we are. No matter how much people want stuff to happen, it seems like only so much happens. So kind of get bored after a while. But I mean, things like this are nice. When we at least have like nice movement, and we have these things going on. At least it's like interesting, as opposed to what we had last week, which was just like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, no problem, man. I appreciate that. I'm glad I've been able to help you out with a lot of this stuff. You know, I feel like I've improved a lot. So, you know, I think the streams are also really good to come into and look at too, because you get like a more current perspective on stuff. But not a lot's changed since the beginning of the year. So I'm definitely glad I've been able to help you out there. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. So I like to know I've been helping out. So, I mean, I got to do my own thing, right? But it's nice I'm able to do my own thing with this and also help other people out as well. Especially right now, because it's definitely a crazy market. Whatchamacallit, if you want one thing too, another thing to note, I don't always do it, but for some of these I will. If you're ever interested, you can check out my YouTube. What I do for some of these is I'll link it. So if like I don't have it here, but for some of these I'll link it. And if you ever see a link in one of these, this is for all of you guys. If you ever check it out, some of them I have a link in here. I don't know where it is, but not this. But every once in a while, if I'm not too tired, I'll put a link. And if I do have a YouTube link, I usually recommend checking the YouTube link if I put it in, because if I do put the YouTube link in the TradingView comments, that means it's chaptered. So if, for example, I don't remember which one it was. It's one of these. I don't know. I can't find it, but there's one that I have at like some point. I think it's for like the crypto weekend updates, like these, for example. You know, what is this? Luna? Oh, this is the whole Luna thing. Anyway, but so it's not this one, but for some of these other ones, I don't remember where it is. Like here. Oh no, whatever. Anyway, so I'll do this actually. You don't have to check the YouTube one. But what I've been doing is I'll chapter the YouTube one so you can kind of see where each is. But I'm also pseudo chaptering it in here also as well. It's not on every one of them. I try to do it on the ones that I talk about crypto. That way, if we want to check out Litecoin, we got like 558. We can just go to like, I actually really like this for my own sense too, right? So nothing's really changed here from what I've been looking for. So I guess we just fell down 12, something like that. So yeah, there's like the 12 down here. So, but yeah, that's always something to check. When I think about it now, I forget, because when I did it the last time, I just chaptered both places. So YouTube one's a little bit better, but doesn't really matter too much. So I just wanted to let you guys know about that. The more energy I have, the easier it is to do. I'll be right back. I need to get more water. and I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Once I have to finish it quick before it congeals, and it's difficult to drink. I don't know why I keep putting the glass down before I pick it up, but it's weird. Oh, whoops, I was muted. Oh well, whatever I was saying wasn't important. I was just saying it was interesting the whey protein thing. How like it's like this big, but you're only supposed to fill it up to like there. Why make it this big if you're only supposed to put that much in? It's kind of weird. Um, I feel like you're just incredibly super chilling, Tori. I feel like you're super incredibly chilling right now today. Or this last week too, also today. I didn't know you got those SPXU calls. That was really cool. Okay, man, I'm kind of tired. I'm not about to get off, but I'm definitely tired. I don't always get the best sleep, and I wake up multiple times. It's not as bad as before, though. I think because I'm doing what I need to do, like not even just trading other stuff. Yeah, I bet you're hardcore chilling with those calls. I bet you're hardcore chilling with those calls. Uh, Definitely. Seeing that 9%er up there is pretty wild. Shit, what was I gonna say? I don't even remember what I was gonna say. I was tired because of something. Today Tuesday? So I don't have a meeting today. Tomorrow. Wednesday, Thursday, okay. At 2, so hour and 30. True. That was pretty cool. Oh yeah, you got kids too, don't you, nowadays, or something like that? Didn't you, I think you said? Or was it just a wife? I can't remember. I feel like you said you had a kid or two. I don't know why. I feel like I was like, oh dang, I didn't know that the other day. I don't feel like I would have said that over you having a wife. I feel like you said you had a kid or something. Because the kid's definitely like, I mean, it's like obviously congratulations. That's definitely like a wow. I'd like kids at one point, but obviously, I gotta get in a relationship. I gotta get myself stable, then get in a relationship, and do that stuff. So one step at a time. Oh, dogs. Okay, dogs. Okay, okay. Oh, maybe I thought it over dogs then. I know you're not one of those people. These are my babies. Shows picture of dog. I know they exist, which I guess isn't wrong, but it's still weird though. I think a little bit. I always find it weird when people call dogs their kids. It's kind of weird, to be honest. A little bit. Endearing for an animal, I don't think it is, but putting on the same level as a kid, I think, is a little bit different. Soon, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, I hope you do. That's a big thing. Wow, you got 4 of them. Dang, that's a lot. Okay, maybe that's what it was. Maybe you're saying you had 4 dogs. Okay, that's probably what it was, because that's definitely like a wow, holy crap, there's a lot of dogs. Oh, only one of them? Dang, she had 3? Okay, wow, that's pretty wild. Is she like, not like that, but is she like not like, is she like kind of a little muscular or something like that, or anything? Like, does like sports or athletics, or are they kind of like smaller dogs? Smaller dogs would make a lot of sense. I was just wondering, some like for one woman to manage 3 dogs on her own sounds like quite a bit. If they're bigger dogs, anyway. Specifically, if they're bigger dogs. Oh, we're into the 4 for Dow. Let's look at some of these. Watch like a YouTube video or something real quick. Only so much is going on. I'm a little tired. We'll have something at the 130 change. Maybe. That'll be pretty interesting to see. I don't know why I'm so tired. Well, that's pretty cool. I like rescues to a decent extent. They definitely can cause issues. I used to do carpet cleaning back in the day, so used to get urine out of carpets. So hands and knees. Yeah, I was so dedicated to my job, I would actually get down and sniff the floor to make sure. I mean, I took care of my grandpa, so I never really gave a crap that much, you know what I mean? When you gotta clean up people poop and they can't get up and move themselves, everything else seems pretty minuscule in comparison. But I used to get down and smell carpets, be like, because we had peroxide, so it's like you pretty much we could get everything out of it besides, I think, the phosphate that stayed behind, the thing that's detectable by black lights or whatever. So we could sanitize it all. But because of that specifically, there's a lot of jobs for dogs and stuff. A lot of jobs for dogs. Or a lot of jobs with people that have dogs. Oh, 3 chihuahuas and a poodle. Jesus. Okay, that sounds a little bit more appropriate. Okay. I didn't want to like judge, but honestly, I would have judged. I would have judged your wife a little bit. Not in a horrible way, but like if she was one of those people that has those big dogs and they're just like a smaller person, and they walk around with them. I really don't like those people, to be honest. When I meet somebody, I change my mind, but like just at the face value, I don't like people that are not big and have big dogs. Or if they have big dogs and they don't properly train and discipline them. I never liked that. So I had a dog for a little bit. My stepbrother got it as a because someone was giving it away and he didn't properly take care of it. I ended up taking care and feeding it, or Bo was his name, for like a couple months, and he ended up attacking another dog. Sweet dog, but he would, if he saw your dogs, he would rip them to shreds in a second. Like it was really sad. Pitbull something mix, and for some reason, whatchamacallit, my stepbrother, I don't know, it's whatever. I'm not gonna get too much into it. He's just dumbass. He just wants to like walk around with a dog, not on a leash, act like, oh, everything's cool, I'm a big dog, and then the dog ends up attacking another dog, and the only choice we have is to give the dog up so he gets put down, or we get sued. So it's just really stupid. And then he had to get put down because of that. And he was a really good dog. It was a long time ago, probably like 5 years ago, I think. So I still miss him. But I understand what it means, and I understand at any time. Like the thing is when I would like, it's yeah, I think Bo was actually the same thing, a Pitbull Lab mix. But the thing is like Bo is a pretty big dog, but he knew, and I'm be serious, he knew like I had to, I would kill him. But like I loved him. Like if he acted out or whatever, attacked somebody, I would just have to, because you know what I mean. Um, Firex here. Firex with a complete 180. I dude, Firex, I understand what you're saying completely, man. I looked at Oracle and I'm like, what the F? This was my concern, kind of. And literally, the best way I could explain what happened to you, Firex, is it's literally it's a Foot Locker combined with a PayPal. It's literally, for me, what happened to me before. He got Oracle, man. He got dicked. So you remember, like I mentioned before, when I got into PayPal here and lost a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, because I thought it was going to move up, but Apple moved up, PayPal didn't. And you remember when I said here, when I was in Foot Locker, and Foot Locker went up 3%. Meanwhile, everything else, like I could have made like thousands. This was like at least a five, six, seven, $10,000 move on Apple. Super easy to see, and I was stuck in Foot Locker, thinking that would go up. So, in his respect, he was with Oracle. So I don't even know if Oracle's gone down anything. It looks like it hasn't even really gone down. It's pushing back up. So not only that, but just the volatility of yesterday, whatever, I don't know if they're in the money puts, but if they're not in the money, it's going to be a hard hit, which is really unfortunate for what it is. I mean, it's just sad. This is the reason why I wasn't a huge fan, because it's like we have to have the two assumptions. It gets pushed into a decent spot. This is ugly. I'll say this for sure. I don't know why this pushes up. I don't get this at all. I don't know. Like, this is so unlucky. This is why it feels like Foot Locker. This feels like literally March Foot Locker. Just a context for you guys. That one thing I was showing where Apple went up, that March 16th when Apple went up like $20, which is an easy 2,000 on any call minimum. This was March 16th. So that same period Apple did that big move. This is what Foot Locker did. And this is March like 16th to the 30th. Here's Apple. Here's March 16th. Here's the 30th. You see what I'm saying? So it's just really unfortunate. I mean, it looked great last night too. It's incredibly unlucky. Like, what the hell is Oracle doing? The whole market's crumbling. Like, why is Oracle still up there? I mean, the only thing I can think of, honestly, is, and it's still weird to say, is it's just like a squeeze. It seems weird to try to squeeze everybody, though. but maybe because it had earnings yesterday, they're just squeezing the hell out of the people that bought calls or puts or whatever, from any direction. People that expected stuff. That's the only excuse I could think of this. But besides that, it's incredibly unlucky, and it's a little unfair. Yeah, exactly. Every single thing you're saying, Virex, it's literally the Foot Locker play for me. Literally the Foot Locker play. You literally sit there with your thumb up your butt when you have an idea what's going to happen, and you just go off with something else because you know the whole market's going to looks bad, and everything goes in the way that you think, but the one thing you're in. It's stupid. It's so stupid. It really is. Like, I'm not laughing, I'm not smirking anything, because every time I talk about it, I remember this, and like thinking that this is one of the easiest buys of my life at 155, and an easy sell out here. 27, freaking, or my bad, 1700, easy entry. Well, technically you could try to exit here actually, so that it would have been right here. But easy entry, easy exit, and that's on one call. It's on one call, so. But it happens, so. That's why I don't mess with PayPal or Foot Locker or any of the auxiliary ones. That's why I just got the Apple puts yesterday. I don't want to mess with. Honestly, I didn't trust the rest of the market either. That's why I didn't want to do it on other stuff. I didn't trust other stuff might have dropped as much or anything. I just didn't know. So. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. Like I said, the same thing with Foot Locker. Like I said, with Foot Locker, I had plenty of time to get out of Foot Locker and just get into something else. Plenty of time. I mean, for me, it was actually like even a longer time frame. Um, so it's almost even like a little worse, but still, technically, it did go in my direction, so I didn't lose anything. Just 3%, and I got out. Or Foot Locker itself went up 3%. So, but yeah, I mean, just day after day, just copium waiting. That's what I was doing, just waiting for Foot Locker. So I know what you mean, man. But I wouldn't worry about it too much because there are still big moves to expect, so it's not really that big of an issue. This was the first one I think that we really needed to get. But the real fight here is for the rest of the week. We don't want to go up too far. We really want to fight and end the week up here. But the big short is that when we get a day that starts above here on the VIX, hopefully we can just kind of range here for the rest of the week. From a VIX perspective, I'd like to range here for about the rest of the week, and then end here on Friday, and then start somewhere around here. And then if we can just start above, we'll have for the first time a candle starting above that can push us above the days. And this is a huge short, much higher than what we have now. What we're seeing today is paltry. It's nothing. It's zero compared to what we should expect, considering what might happen, which I think will form out, but we'll have to see. But I think it's a high possibility it will happen, um, you know. And then, technically, we also have some other stuff here as well, just with Apple in a sense. If we hold here, we could find rejection here and push down. We have this big area that can easily, with our 150, and if we fail, come down here and fail, we keep moving. I think most of it, honestly, for me personally, I think most of it wasn't I think the CPI had a big effect on it, but a bunch of idiots also got a lot of calls, on the last day at the top. I was reading about it. One guy, apparently two entities themselves, one guy got $80 million worth of SPY calls for 4,300 just yesterday. And then another person got 15 to 20 million dollars worth of calls. So it's just I think a lot of the extra push down here is just so much top buying and just the lack of structure on what we're pushing up. So we could keep pushing down, but I would like to see some things here. So it just kind of is what it is. I missed out on something. I kind of bit myself in the butt with it, but I'm not really worried about it. I sold out in the beginning. I don't mind that, but I was talking about buying a couple 155 puts, and the 155 puts went up 7x already. They were 20 cents when I first saw them and 30 cents when I was looking at them again a little bit ago, and now they're about $1.50. So that could have been an extra like easy $500-600. I'm not really concerned though, so we'll see what happens with all of it. I'm not really. I feel like a lot of these leverage traders and these options traders just kind of need to balance themselves out, and we should just return to technicals. I mean, we had a technical kind of thing here yesterday. Ooh, another interesting thing, Virex. Check the so like you remember we have the week time frame up here. This is one of the most interesting things. So we have our week time frame up here at 164.85. And then when we go to our, it was interesting in extended hours. Where the hell is it? Where's my line? Oh, whoops, 1 second. Yeah, so this is like super interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, they got to figure, well, first of all, Persifying, you didn't just put $80 million of calls, right? So, like, the person that just got $80 million of calls yesterday needs to figure out what they're going to do, right? Like, they need to figure out how they're going to balance this out. How are they going to start hedging their positions? Where are they moving? I'm talking about, like, big players. I'm not talking about any of you guys or me in here. I thought, well, I could show you Foot Locker in a second, but let me show you this. So this was the morning right here. But I'm not talking about you Persifying. I'm talking about people, like, no offense, like, I'm talking about people with actual money. I'm talking about people that threw millions of dollars in just yesterday. I'm talking about these specific people right here. I'm not talking about people that bought here or bought here or bought here or here. I'm talking about these people specifically that just bought yesterday. They need to figure out what they're doing, and they need to balance their stuff out. But I can show you the Foot Locker thing. The issue with the Foot Locker is it had a huge drop. The reason why is like so this was Foot Locker. So keep in mind, let's do this. This is the easiest way to show you. Okay. So we see this right here. I don't know if it'll stay if we change charts. It won't. Okay, so we'll just go back real quick. Let me go back to Foot Locker. The heck? Like, why can't I go back to Foot Locker? So let's do this here. Let's go to the 16th. And I mean, it's pretty obvious the second I show you. Like, you'll be like, oh yeah, I see it right away. So obviously I had my fib here and other stuff that I don't have on the right side, so we can't see that. But pretty much, like, imagine that there's a fib line here also as well that we've just come above and just hit on. And this is what I'm looking at. You see what I'm saying? And this is Foot Locker on that day. It just dropped all the way from 41. And it looks pretty nice. You see what I'm saying? And then that's what this looks like. And then the next day, that's what this looks like. And that's what this looks like. You see what I'm saying? And it literally just gets pooped on right here. And it's like, bro, what are we doing? Why is the whole market, this is what, the 30th almost? And now Apple's like all the way up here. And you see what I'm saying? So it was because of this specific thing. I looked at it. Or you mentioned it, or someone mentioned it. I don't regret doing it. I think it was decent. It was a good learning experience. But it was just annoying. Because normally I would have just messed with Apple and it would have been clear as it was clear as day. It's just it didn't translate over to Foot Locker. You see what I'm saying? So and then Apple starts getting hit down some of these places or whatever. And then well, it's actually held pretty well considering everything else. But I don't really care about any of this other stuff. I got out around here. But it was just, as you can see, this is the reason I would have gotten out around at the latest time when we're pushing up into here and then to here, 2 exit spots. So, you know, when I didn't really see much, I just said screw it. Anyway, that's that with Foot Locker, but that's how I ran into that and I ran into trouble with Foot Locker there. You can see it's completely reasonable, but it just happened. So, I mean, like I said, I think what happened with your trade on Oracle, I don't think it's the same. Because it's very close though. The only big thing, like the weird thing about Oracle, the one difference is it got bought to a good spot, but it started in a bad spot today, and got pushed up anyway. That was the weirdest thing to me, more than anything. The fact that it started under on, like the fact it started under. I mean, this is like, right? This is a pretty obvious to see line. Like it's here, it exists. So why are we starting under and completely pushing up? So this was the one thing, that really got me today. This gave me some concern, but when this started here, if you asked me if I thought where this was gonna go, I would have said probably wait for under here for like a hard short, but I would not have said it's gonna go all the way up here. I would never have guessed that. So, especially when the market's dropping. So it's just a lot of weird stuff, going on with all that. So it's just tragic. It's definitely tragic. I'll have you know I lead a $1 billion hedge fund. $1 billion hedge fund. Boy. But yeah, Foot Locker was a multiple day. I was in that for like 3 or 4 days while the market was going up. So it was similar to what you're going through, but over like a couple days. But it did go in the direction for those couple of days. It just didn't move much in that direction. So that was the kind of like thing. So, but yeah. Holding. Well, this is down there. Let's see. Hopefully this breaks through. I really hope this breaks through. We'll see what happens. 100% I'm hoping oil breaks through so quickly. If we can get a drop down to this area, this should be an easy oil play. It might take a little bit, but this should be an easy continued oil play. So hopefully we can see something from here and get a nice easy win. I really hope it does drop through this. It should, since we just had this nice bounce here, it should today drop through this if we can come back down. And hopefully we can get an end under this on the day and then push down here pretty hard. The quicker the better, right? Because we want people to sell right into support as hard as possible. Or as quick as possible and as hard as possible. It makes it more likely to buy it. Instead of like, oh, and then doing this, and you know what I mean? No. Let's just drop. Go to the good spot. Everyone's waiting. Everyone's waiting. Let's just do it. Do it. Do it. So, and it gives us a nice, decent space here too. Like we need to not be so close. This gives us a really great, bottom area, and then a nice target to boom push up. I don't know if it'll shoot up like that. We could have depression and stuff, but I think just the way oil trades and the way it looks really nice. And if we see something fall under, just expect it to the opposite side. But I still think it's fine. And I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, you do what you do, and you trade how you trade, man. So everybody each to their own. So I'm not I'm not stressing. So kind of what it is. I think it's an acceptable loss, to be honest. I think you have to learn from it. Like if you're not learning, like you say, progress all the time, right? Like as long as you learn from it, if we think we're gonna have a big drop. Like, this is what I learned from Apple, which I'm pretty sure you know. You just have to take a step back and rethink, because it's a fine loss because you learned something from it. It is acceptable, at least. Is if you think there's going to be a hard movement in some main indice or some, main thing, like Apple, just trade Apple or just trade the main indice. It's much safer than something that's like a side thing that people might be able to manipulate or might have its own thing going on. So I actually think there's something important, very important for you to take from that trade. Incredibly important. Because that's why I messed with Apple. This is why I wasn't messing with anything else this time. So, I mean, I just think it's something standard. Like I said, pretty much the same exact thing happened to me that happened to you. So, you just got to be careful. My issue with the market now is that we've dropped so much, and everyone's trying to even out and trying to balance out and figure out what they're going to do for that next move. So many are trying to figure out what might we do next. I don't know what we're going to do next. things look really bad, and I could see a lot of bearish plays coming about. But like there's that market fundamental perspective about. I mean, I guess you could say it's a technical in some sense, but the market fundamental perspective of people just top buying so much. So I'm not sure where those top buyers are good. But if those top buyers certainly aren't good until we push down into here, then, well, this shouldn't be here. This should be at like 1.5, I think. It's supposed to be here. Right there, I think. But, yeah, I mean, they have to be good before we come down here. So there's a lot of other things we have, too. We also have the fib here so that we could fall back into. Like, there's a lot of stuff that could happen that's pretty bad. Falling back into here, I think, is pretty sketch. We have the week time frame right here, but I still think it's pretty likely that we'll fall through this stuff. Here's another really big place, too. If we drop down here, we should have dropped down to 120 a long time ago. And this puts us under all of this stuff if we do drop and hit into this area, so that's also another issue. There's definitely a lot of stuff. I mean, everything seems super bearish, but we'll just have to see if we can stabilize above the fib and maybe later in the day. Not really sure. We'll have our 4-hour change soon, so maybe we'll have a change in direction around there. We are also somewhat coming back to the 4-hour. I'm not really sure how to quantify this or value this in a sense. The 4-hour, I'm not sure how to kind of quantify this. I mean, it's a decent base, so we're coming down here again on the 4-hour. We never came back up for the 2-hour, or a little bit actually. We did try a little bit on the 2-hour. But we do have this possibly in play, which is a little bit lined up with this as well. Since it's now shifted above, we can see it's 155.57. So they're actually both at the same place right now, the fib and the 4-hour, as opposed to when we had it a couple days ago. And we did have a little discrepancy with it being right here. So it started under and above. So we had that quick move. So this might give a little bit more credibility to it, pushing up and being able to maintain some other things throughout the day. So if it falls under, it's probably a little bad, but I still think the worst place is under here. We could have a reversal around here. All this ugly buying into just overselling with people trying to go too bearish on the stuff, and then just too many puts and too many people leverage to the other side. Still a chance to stop it. So we'll see. We'll have to see what happens. But this is why I don't like bad buying. So bad buying begets, just that this is what happens. So, a lot of the time. Or I guess the best way to say it is like, it just creates this sense where you need to keep it going in one direction. And God forbid if it turns around, because stuff like this happens. Pretty insane. I should have gotten some of those puts, even like 2 or 3. That would have been pretty nice. I wonder what they're worth now. I bet they're almost 200. No, they're still around 155, 156. Okay, that's pretty good. Not bad. So let's see what happens. So, like I said, let's keep it big chillin'. So we'll see with this 4 hours soon. Kind of what happens there. We got 18 minutes till the next 4-hour. Twitter shareholders approve Musk 44 billion takeover bid. What does that even mean? There's Zero Hedge tweeted this, so they should have an article, but I don't even know what that means. Let me see if I can pull it up, because I don't think Elon Musk even wants to buy it for 44 billion, or even thinks it's worth. Or I'm sorry, I think 44 billion is under the assumption of like $45 per share or something like that, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want it for that price. So let's see. Okay, maybe it's not here yet. Anyway, they had it up here, but I don't know what this means because, yeah, like this is what I'm saying. What this guy said. Oh, I see. Must back out of the deal, but Twitter shareholders still want the money agreed to. It'll go to a judge to decide if he's obligated. Good lord. Okay. I didn't know what that was. VIX rising and stocks rise. You know what that means? I don't know what he means. That means. Huh, 30%. That's pretty crazy. 100 basis points? That would definitely knock us down. That's pretty big. Holy crap. That would be pretty nice though. And oh, okay. Oh, I thought he was gonna eat the goldfish. That's cool. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild. Holy crap. Oh yeah. Oh man, let's check whatchamacallit. 9.6 basis points. Wow, the 530. I wonder what the lower ones are. Let me see. Let me get rid of this real quick. Nice. There we go. Nice job, Arx. Is it 4 hours yet? No, we still have number 15. Let me see. I mean, considering you said you're 1% profit and you only need to get 4%, that was a pretty decent. You missed stuff, but that was a pretty decent recovery, I think, on Oracle. If you were only down 4% from it, considering everything that it did. Let's see. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah, blue list. What are we at? I don't care. 2-year. Wow, 3.7, baby. Here we go. It never lies. Month. Week. Day. Wing, wing, wing. Where will we go now? Jesus Christ, crazy. Whoops. Let's just delete everything on this page. There we go. Where's the 1 year though? Wow, they're talking about the 5. Like, what is the 5? But this is the crazy thing. They talk about the 5 with the invert on the 5 and the 30. But when we look at the 2 and the 3, the 1 year is 3.896. It's like 3.9. So whatever they're comparing the 5, what is it? US 5? Or the US 05 yield. There we go. So we'll do this. Oh! This is actually pretty crazy, though, from the perspective that we actually have an average up here. So I don't really know what this means in the sense of, I don't know what this means in the sense of, so usually when I look at this, it looks like we'll push up. But in a sense, the 1 year is still beating all these. Maybe the 5 is going to be seen as something that holds up a lot better. This average being all the way up here makes me feel a lot better about that, because this is we have a pretty much right now for the 5 year, it's a really nice start. And whatchamacallit, on the month time frame especially, so this is going to be the highest and strongest one we have. So this is pretty decent. This has like a 3.3 basis, where the 2 year is around 2.7 for more of a base where it's been forming on its month it's month average. So we can just see this nice resistance, boom, boom, and then we make our move upwards. So that's really nice there too. So maybe this means that the 5 holds out a little bit better eventually in the future if we do come down on these averages. Um, Possibly. Maybe we see a huge increase in the 5 soon. I'm not really sure though. I feel like with the huge increase in rates, the 1 year is probably going to dominate a lot of this stuff. But yeah, it's pretty wild to see that the 1 month has almost 2.5% on it. That's pretty wild. And we're looking at a 20 year. Do I even have the 20s up here? Yeah, 20 years 3.7. So you literally get more on a 1 year than you're getting on a 20 year right now. I mean, I guess this is like the big boys and the banks and all that, but they're getting more off of a 1 year than they're getting in all of 20 years. It's pretty insane. Yeah, everything's so screwed, man. It's definitely pretty bad. Well, a lot of stuff is probably really bad. I mean, I think the biggest issue is the lack of social cohesion when stuff gets really bad, but we'll have to see what happens. So I'm gonna try to enjoy my time. That's why I always think it's funny. I haven't watched them recently, but I like kind of like with the Fresh and Fit, they bring like some of these stupid thoughts on, or like some of these women. But like when I watch these people talk about red pill and creating a family and all this other stuff, I'm like, you guys don't know anything about history. You guys don't know anything about the economy. You don't know anything about anything. Like, I'm not saying stuff's gonna go to crap, but stuff looks bad. Like, these people are like expecting that society is gonna exist in the way it currently is for like the next 5 years, you know? And it's like we'd be lucky if it does. And then there's all the resource crises that could come up. The lack of drinking water, unless technology really makes that stuff or fixes it. And resources are what most people fight over. So, you know, so it's just one of those things. But at the end of the day, I mean, I still think, maybe it never was going to turn out this way with the CPI. All I know is that we didn't need to be this far down if we didn't have horrible buying. I feel like that's at least safe to say that we wouldn't be in this situation if we just came back for support. If we just like we wouldn't have had so much top buying and so much FOMO buying. I don't know why. I don't understand. But I really don't care at the end of the day. If the world's gonna burn, the world's gonna burn. I can only live my life to the best that I can. So, or try to, you know, and try to make a difference in what ways that I want to see the world change or my world around me. But it's wild. So we'll see. But I mean, I think the market has a chance if we could just bounce out. At the end of the day, I don't really think anybody wants the market to drop. I really only think a couple select bears. People with actual money, I think there's only a couple select bears that want to see stuff drop. But I think for most people, everybody wants it to go up. Even if it's like a 60-40 kind of like hedge in a sense. That's how I feel. Like more people on average want to see the market at least go up. Not from here per se, but just in general. We want to like keep moving up. We don't ever want to come back down. I don't think anybody wants anything to be like a bear or turn to stagflation. So someone got moderated. Moderated. No. I'm gonna take this Persifine. It's pretty funny. I don't know if I can. Okay, copy link. Let's do this. Play capture. What am I looking for? There we go. This is Biden to the market today. Oh my God. I just saw this in Discord, so I'm taking. Good Lord. Let me hide this. Let me keep this in my back pocket. Yeah, with his face. Yo, what's up, Thompson? I don't know what's going on, but it's good to see you in here. I don't know what Euro sign. Figure shape it out at E394 averages. I'm not sure what that means, but it's good to see you in here. We'll keep it up here, and I will hide it. Actually, wait, can I crop this actually? I think, right? We can crop these, I think. Oh, wait, I think filter. If I go filter, I think I can crop. Crop pad. Okay. So, what's right? If we do right, what's 150? Oops. Okay, we want 250. 300. Top is what? 300? No, 200. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Here we go. This looks good. Okay, check this out. There we go. Look at that. There we go. I like that. This is a lot better, honestly, than I did that. It just looks so dumb. I love it. I don't think I ever seen that. I've seen that Saturday Night Live skit. Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't even see that you said that first. Fine. That is a great idea. Like that's a. If I didn't think of it, I definitely when I saw you said it, I would have done it. Yeah, it looks so much better. Actually, I'm just gonna whatchamacallit, I'm just gonna take this off. Well, I think for today it's fine. What I'll do is I'm gonna hide this. Actually, let me do this. What is this? Let me see what this is called. I gotta move this. Okay, what is this? Image 2. Okay, so we'll just hide that. I think it's at least appropriate to leave this down here, even if it's just for the day. Oh man, I go to the bathroom again in a second. Whew. Oh, too much water. Well, too much water can't be a bad thing. I've never had clear piss in my life. It is actually insane. Like, I think it might even be drinkable. It's crazy. I've never drank this much water in my life. I'm having about, so I filled up to 20 ounces every time I take creatine, so I'm drinking at least 80 ounces, and then I'm usually having at least another 40 ounces with my protein, if I do that twice a day to try to mix that in. So that's like 120 ounces, and then on top of that, I'll have like another one or two throughout the day. So I'm having like 160 I'm having like 140 to 160 ounces a day. I think I'm drinking like a gallon a day, and I'm only 150 something pounds. I'm 156 pounds right now, so that's pretty wild. I'll be right back though. I really have to go to the bathroom. Holy crap. Alright, let's check out this 4-hour change. My back was hurting a little bit, so I just stretch real quick also. It's such a big difference. If you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, Vax probably does, because he mentioned it a bunch. I'd barely get up to get water. I'd be sitting down for hours without drinking or eating anything. And now I'm just like, you know, I get up now I get up at least once or twice an hour, I feel like. One second. So usually on the 4-hour we'll see some kind of reversal. So there's kind of a couple of different things. We do have farther targets down for the 4-hour and just where the fib level is in general, which is down here at 155.77 or 155.57. Nasdaq itself, so we can kind of see with the SPY here why we might have bounced, but I still think we have a little bit more room to go down on some of these other ones. So on the SPY, we can kind of see why we might have bounced on the SPY. We have our day time frame right here. Nasdaq's still a little bit lower for it. So Nasdaq still puts us all the way down at 12,092 for the day time frame. But with a lot of these indices, like I see, they will get support from the other ones. So I like to look at Apple a lot. My kind of issue with Apple expecting an upwards movement is I'd like to see it down here. I like how SPY has bounced a little bit, so I would be a little bit interested in we could see something move up here. I would be more inclined to expect an upwards movement from here, and then this would be able to push us back up. Where we are now seems like a fairly unreasonable place to try to fight for the price, even though it is a nice 4-hour change. I just don't like where a lot of it is. We can probably just move this up here for now. It doesn't matter, out of the way. So I would like to see around 155.55. I think if the SPY is around 391.71. Yeah, I think 71. Oh, I think if the SPY is around 397.85, by the time Apple hits like 155, I think we'll be good to try to push back up. That's what I'd like to see. And maybe we can see something like this, and then it pushing back up. It has a lot to do. I don't know how much something like this would even be able to push up, but I just feel a lot better about it down at this area since we do have both of these right at the same spot. And this is one of the big things that gave us this initial push up. I think because this is so close and this is a little bit higher, especially than the average we had here, I do kind of like a bounce here. I like the idea of it. We could just turn around here. It is possible on the 4-hour change. I'm just not a huge fan of it. I think it's really hard to tell with a lot of this stuff because, like I said, there's a lot of balancing out. I feel like that needs to happen. And that's kind of hard to tell, I think, for some of this. So, like, if people bought a lot of options at the top, like people, one entity bought $80 million of options just the other day. So it might just still take a little bit more time. I'm not sure. I don't know what they want to do. I don't know if they want to. I don't know what they want to do, to be honest. So I'd like to see it come down. To me, it needs to push. I think it's better if it comes down here. And I think it's more likely to try to push up if it comes down. The longer it stays here, I think the worse it is. It really has to try to push up. At the end of the day, what I want to see is tomorrow. So I want to see, are we going to start under or are we going to start over somewhere around this tomorrow? That's what I would really like to see. And I think this is kind of the main fighting place around this day time frame, the 375. So Apple at 157.85. And I think if the bulls want to make something nice, they need to get it somewhat close to this. Then in pre-market, after hours in pre-market, they can try to do what they need to do to get it to start above. But it does bring bears also back in a position where they can just keep it under it and it makes it look bad. I mean, if we start, it doesn't matter if we push back up. We start under here, I think there's a decent chance we move down too. Now, like I said, I think it has a pretty good chance of pushing up if we come down on Apple to 155, The hell is it? 155.57. That's how I feel about it personally. Um, with the other ones too as well. There's been a lot of selling, so it makes sense that we kind of eased up on selling, but I still don't like where some of this stuff is. So we'll just kind of have to see what happens with all of it. I mean, Nasdaq's still just like in the open. I don't really know how much is even here. There's just really not a lot. You know, like if I was trading Nasdaq and I wasn't looking at Apple, I'm gonna be honest. If I was trading Nasdaq and wasn't looking at Apple, I would be saying, hey, we're probably going to go up to here, or the 2 hour looks like pretty decent support, or the 1 hour looks like support. But that's not how I trade and look at things. I don't really look at the Nasdaq and figure out what's going to go on the Nasdaq a lot of the time. So I just stick with Apple. So I'd like to see some similarities between the two, and I think with the industry wise, we can also see here on the 1 hour what SPY's been doing here, and Apple's fairly close to that spot. So I would like to see this still above this line, and I'd like to see this come down to 155.57. And I'd have the slightly better thing to do would be wait for it to come back above this after pushing down, and then I think the rest of the fight will be brought back into this area up here for a little bit more assured direction at the end of the day. This could be something that would look pretty nice. So either like expect a reversal here or wait to see if there is something that pushes us back up above this area, and then the day should be where we fight. And so long story short, like when Apple comes back here, I think the other things would start like fading out. So, but we'll see. I mean, anything could happen. Everything could keep crashing down. You know, I think that's a 100% possibility. So, but if we go to TA, which is somewhat hard to guess at this point, then I think it's most likely that it'll bounce at 155.57. When Apple's 155.57, we'll see a kind of a market bounce and even off there. Like if we can clearly see why the hell are we here right now for the last 3 hours? Why are we here? Like why? Why are we not just dropping? You kind of see what I'm saying? So that's kind of a concern there. The quicker it gets there, the better. It's wasting a lot of time. I don't know why people are buying it right here. They don't know what they're looking at is what it is. But this is just what you have all the time. You have a lot of people in the market that just don't know what good buying is, and they just ruin things. It's whatever to me. I literally don't care at this point. I just work around it, but it is what it is. Like I think we'd be pushing up already if we just dropped. So I wouldn't be saying we have a possibility of dropping through this if at 11:30 or whatever anywhere down here we just came down. I already got out of my Apple puts. Yeah, I 2x'd on them right away. I sold out of them all the way up here. If I did what I wanted to, so I made like 1,200 is what it is. But if I wanted to, like 1,200 profit. So if I wanted to, what I was talking about that I should have done, and the Apple puts, you think those were banking? Oh man, if I did what I said in the beginning of the market, and this is why some people can make crazy money if they just trade off some of the things I'm talking about. I was actually talking about here, one of the things I was thinking of was, whatchamacallit. So I got out like pretty much in the beginning. And one of the things I was thinking about is 155s, and those 155s, when I was looking at them for this week, were 20 cents. And when I looked at them about, I think, when I looked at them like an hour later, they were 28 cents. And when I looked at them not too long ago, they were $1.55. So that was like a 7x. That was crazy. 7 to 5x if I just got those afterwards. So, yeah, I'm just big chilling. I don't really care. I don't really care about most of the stuff. So, like I said, at the end of the day, all I can do is my trades and do what I do, and the market does what the market does. So I just want some consistency. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Yeah, profit's profit. I'm not going to get greedy. I mean, at the end of the day, like, there was no way to tell this was going to get wrecked down. All I knew is that this was a good spot, right? Otherwise, I would have put way more money into it and made way more money, right? So it's just one of those things about just risk management. That's why I don't really mind betting. Well, even if I got in here, I probably only would have gotten 5 of them. So at most, I would have made $400, right? It's not like I was going to put a whole bunch of money in here. And it's the same thing here. It's not like I was going to put a whole bunch of money in here. You know, we still don't have a complete obvious direction, which is still one of my biggest issues. And it's still mixing. I mean, when I woke up in the morning at 4, and so this is, I woke up at 4 because I just wake up at random times. So I wake up at 4 and I see this and I'm like, oh wow, that looks pretty good. I think there might be a decent chance. And then I wake up at Apple in the morning. I see the extended hours at like 7 and I'm like, huh, we're right. I see the price on my phone. I'm like, I know where we are. We're right in the range. I think, I can't remember where it was, but we're like at, I think we're here at 60 something. The double hole is here. Just type double hole moving average by Van Galsbid. It's the most popular one. And then you can just go here to the settings when you have it. This one's blue. I change it to this color. I would recommend, if you're going to analyze the same way I do, just use the same color so it's not confusing. And I look at charts all day, so that's kind of an indicator of what you should do. If you look at it from this perspective, my eyes don't hurt. So all of my colors are kind of designed in the way to make it more appealing and easier for me to look at it for longer and kind of protect my eyes. So I choose like a certain color and other things for a lot of this stuff. And then we do the inputs. It's a 500 for the red, and the short is 375. So, but when I saw this, I had a really good feeling we were going to come down. But at the end of the day, you still don't know, right? So it's not like I woke up today going, well, technically when I woke up, when I actually got up, it was like 8:45. So when I got up, it was right here. And I looked at my phone, because my alarm goes off at 8:45. But this whole time, it's not like I was sitting in this going, oh, we're going to drop tomorrow. You know what I mean? I didn't know what we were going to do. Just got to play the odds. I don't think a bunch of people buying freaking over $100 million of calls on the last day exactly helped, though. Maybe it's a CPI. Maybe this is just FOMO, and they just reverse it on people. I don't know. I mean, if we look at this stuff from this perspective, like maybe we don't drop at all. If the fib holds, you know, if we bounce here or something and they come back up and the fib holds, I mean, it looks really unlikely. But like if the fib was to hold somehow, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just keep going up, right? I mean, I don't know if there's anything to say that we specifically are going to go down any farther just because we had a horrible day today. You know, I don't know if we're at that point yet. It looked bad. Everything was really bad, and I think we could be at that point, but, you know, we're not there yet, so it just is what it is, you know. What I want at the end of the day, like I said before, is I don't always trade often, but I like throwing money in. So like, if there's going to be something, I would prefer that we just have a clear set trend. Like this, you literally don't do anything. You don't think here, right? We have a 4-hour here. Sorry, we have a rejection. First of all, we have all this fighting here. We have a day here. We have the fib level here. We have this downward trend line. Even on the week time frame, we can see that it looks pretty nice. We have a week that starts over this trend line also as well, so we can expect any bounce with upward movement here. If we do come under, it's going to be very strong. Vice versa too. Usually if something starts under, it can push up, but it'll have a lot of extra pressure when it goes down. My smooth is, I don't know, let me see. It's this first bottom left one, I think. I don't know if it exists for other people, but it's this kind of like nice pink. It's like a light, it's like more of a pink than a red. So, but I find that these help me look like, because I used to have to wear these a lot, but I think a lot of it's when I change my colors, even though my eyes kind of are starting to hurt now that I mentioned that, so I'm just going to put these on anyway. Just in case, it can never be too bad. Oh, the other thing also is I actually might have my night light on for my computer, let me see, to be honest. No, it's not on actually. Okay, never mind. It turns on at night, but it's not on right now. Yeah, I don't want my night light on. That hurts my eyes. Windows has a night light setting that'll cut out some of the blue light for it itself. The levels? Do you mean like the fib level itself, or are you talking about the 500, 375, and the 200? I'm gonna put these on anyway for a little bit. If you're talking about the fib, I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the fib is, well, let me make sure first it's locked. Okay, good. The fib is 4 cents to 33.72. So the bottom one's 4 cents, and this is 33.72. So it's all the way from back here. I might have to adjust it. It might have gotten messed up on it. Let me see. It got messed up when they adjusted it. I just haven't changed it since they had their last split. But this is what it was. So it got messed up when they had their split or whatever. But I'm not changing it for what it is. So you can use it however you want if you want it. Honestly, I almost think it's worth it to adjust it. But I'm not changing stuff that's been working for me. So I mean, this is definitely something that's messed up. But I'm almost positive this is because they had a split. And it initially lined up with it. So technically, I don't really care too much, and it's just a level. Like it lines up all these other places, so I'm not really like too concerned. So, I mean, like the way I trade at the end of the day, nothing is a end all be all. Like I really should adjust this. If I haven't been using it like this for a long time, I wouldn't really care. But it just kind of is what it is. So, you know, they had this in August, and it kind of messed everything up, I suppose. But I would recommend probably, well, I wouldn't recommend anything. Kind of do what you want. I think it should be adjusted. I just like the level, and I'm not gonna change it. And I haven't changed it in a long time, so I don't plan on changing it. So, but yeah, I mean, if you want it, you could put it at the start. But I think 33 whatever is a decent spot. You might want to raise it up from 4 cents though. Most likely it'll show the same thing. We could even test it right now. 33.72. If we adjust it up. Let's see what we get. I really don't want to, but I can always just go back. So let's see what do we got here that's decent. Day. Oh no, maybe it was somewhere around the low here. It could still be brought up from 4 cents. I think 6 cents looks reasonable, so we'll move it up to 6 cents. Let's see what we get with 6 cents. We'll see what we get with 6 cents, and then we'll see what happens with this. And this is still more or less the same. So 155.50. Ooh. I still like the other one. It only changes this by 5 cents. I still like the 55, but let's see. So it doesn't change it too much. It's only from 4 cents to 6 cents. I wouldn't adjust it anywhere else, honestly. This does make this look a lot crazier. No, we still are slightly under. Okay, no. Okay, I can deal with this. I can deal with this a little bit. I think this is okay. So we still have this at least where we have it. We have that in between. The other one just lined up so well. I don't know. That's why I'm a little hesitant to change. But it's still okay. It's still fine, I think. I think it's still fine. I'll leave it at 6. It's okay. It doesn't change things too much anyway. So let's see what we do. I mean, this is a lot of buying up top. We might actually just drop through those. Oh my god, if I got those. Like I said, I would only... Actually, it doesn't matter anymore, because even if I got those 155s, I would have sold them already somewhere in this area. So I literally wouldn't have them anymore. So mentioning the 155s literally means nothing right now, because there wouldn't be a what if, because I wouldn't have held it. horizontal raise with a week 375, etc., I'm pretty sure you can just go to, I think if you go to my chart thing, I think you can copy my chart, I think, maybe, I don't know. But this one's from here. Where is it? Where's the other one? I don't know where the second point is. So this one's just cutting through. I feel like it's slightly off. I feel like this should be here. Not like it matters though. But anyway, so when I do trend lines a lot of the times, the raise, fib levels, I think, these horizontal raise 375. Oh, so all of these, these, what I like to do with trend lines is I like to not take the tips and I like to take the averages. I'll take tops, but I'd rather take the averages. And then what I'll do is I'll just say, okay, these are our averages. What do we see above? What do we see under? Because like if we have it only at the tops of stuff or whatever, we can't. I feel like we can't analyze some of the stuff in between as well. But if we can get an average between it, that gives us a better ability to guess what this is going to do and what this is going to do. Just because it only has so much of a deviation from both sides. So a lot of the times I like to do that, and you can see like this goes through from here, it'll cut through from this one. These were actually pretty nice, and it felt well. I wouldn't adjust this though, just because it did this or this. So I don't adjust things after I initially do it. That's kind of another thing. But these are all just, well, where's the week? I just want to see where my average is. So you could probably do this on an EMA too as well. So the week 375 is here, so now I know every time, no matter what time frame I switch to, I know where this average is. So this way, it doesn't run into a situation where I'm like looking at the day and it's like, oh, this is going to be great support, and then there's like a week time frame that just wrecks us down. Because if we look at this in another sense of what happened in pre-market, with extended hours, I mean, essentially that's kind of what happened. They got pushed up and then it got wrecked the hell down. Right at the week 375. So I'm not saying the week 375s will push down, but you could also kind of see that there's an extra barrier there, and this is kind of one of the things I was talking about yesterday. And I think I even mentioned it on like the video I was talking about yesterday. I don't remember. I thought I said it in one of. I mean, I know I say it in here somewhere, obviously, because it's just like it's just like a standard thing. I don't know where. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, but I mentioned it somewhere in here. But you can even see it in here. And I think I mentioned like the idea about it. Doesn't really matter, so I really don't care. But so that's kind of that. But any more like guessing, I feel like that I can do, I feel it's a lot stronger. That's why I'm not always big when something just tells me what to do, like buy or sell or things like that. That's why I always look at it as like, okay, this is telling me this might be a buy. Okay, let's see what else is, everything else is going around. And everything just kind of adds up, and nothing is just one thing, but just kind of a grouping of things in a sense. I like weighting a whole bunch of things together. So we'll see what happens. I mean, this is the best place it's going to have the bounce 40 cents down. It's not really going to have any other chance. Oh, excuse me. So we pretty much want to see the SPY above this at 39.66, and we want to see this 40 cents down, 45 cents. 45 cents are both fine. I think the 55.55 is fine, even if it doesn't hit here on the fib. I still do fine. How do I read the holes? So with the holes, honestly, so if you scroll all the way up in chat, you'll see two videos. I'll show you, but I'm just saying if you want to check later, those two videos I posted. One is this one. Oh, well, I can't. Let me do it here. So like this one is open a new tab. So like this here. Boys, hope you're doing well. This kind of shows how I look at these. I mean, how to trade without needing a subscription, right? Because you don't need it for any of these. And this kind of goes through it, and the other one will as well. This one, here real quick. How I analyze the market in 20 minutes, and this kind of goes over, the things I look at in that sense. Nothing's really changed too much. I guess I use the VIX now, and I'll look at the other indices. That's definitely something that I've started doing in the last month that I haven't been doing before. But with the holes themselves, so you know like what a golden cross is, you know what a dead cross is? Those don't matter. Those don't exist. This doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything. None of that stuff means anything, really. There are some nuances, like where I don't like some of these places. I point them out every once in a while. It's. I think we might have one like the day before. I think. Let me see if I could just point it out like this. So there's certain spots I don't like. Like I don't like these spots here, where the 200. There's usually like one of the holes coming and the 200s just going like this. And you kind of have this. Like I don't know. I always look at it like you have like a mouth or whatever. It's like two birds' mouths are coming together or something. I don't know. It's weird, but I don't like these places. So that's one thing for me, kind of specifically. But really, they're just really strong. So what you'll see with a lot of them is above all three of these averages is a really good spot. But if we turn around from there, you have to understand that something really good turning to something really bad isn't, oh, I'm wrong. That's, oh, something is happening. Something big is happening. You know, and so like if we look at Apple here, and that's why I say I think this is a great spot. I think when I was talking about the thing earlier, I thought this was a great spot to get in. Obviously, here's good. This was a great spot to get in here. This was definitely sketchy, but this was a great spot, and this was okay. But when we turn around and when we see it on the day and the 4 hour and the same stuff, you know, the 4 hours literally right here, you don't usually see them coming together, and the day is right there as well. That's we need to be really careful, and usually it's just wait for it to come back above. But we'll see general similarities between a lot of these. And what we'll see with a lot of them is this might be a little bit weirder, but this is one of the best ones. So I like to see other things come into this, and I like to see other action too. But this is really nice because boom, boom, boom. We have a nice kind of cut forming with a nice low and a nice base, kind of like I guess maybe it's an Adam and Eve or whatever. But this just looks really nice, and you see how we break into it, very beautiful. Now we might want to be careful up here, and it's really strongest above all three. Now we do see some sketchy things here. And so there's always other timelines. I don't know what else is going on, and then there's also this as well, right? So like there's a shift pitchfork. You can throw whatever else in there you want as well, if you want to fib and some other things. But we can see this is arguably one of the most important areas. Regardless of, oh, if it comes up, it's going to do this, or if it's going to go under, it's going to do this. We recognize that this is one of the most important areas, and that's the main part about it, is saying it's taking a lot of the work out for us by saying this is important. This area is important. Now, of course, what it might do around it is important as well, which is why I say for the one thing I don't like about oil, even though it looks like it pushed back up a little bit, but the one thing, oh my God. Okay, there it is. But the one thing I don't like about oil, in a sense, is that's crazy that they just bought it up so hard right here. I'm actually a little bit surprised because of this. I'm actually pretty surprised. I'm definitely pretty surprised that they bought this back up so hard like this. I mean, this is like a big spot, but usually I don't expect something like this. But what I would have liked to have seen is the day under. We'll see how the day ends, but I would like to see the day end under here, for more of an idea. Because then I just value these averages. And the biggest thing to also do, especially with like the 200, go back and check them. See if stuff, see how it works against those lines. Is it actually an important level? Is there something that you can actually tell from it? And if not, then just kind of ignore it and get away with it, or just don't really pay attention to it. So when I look at something, I always go from the largest time frame back, but I like to know how did we actually go through these. Not everything will follow the double holes, and when stuff doesn't follow the double holes, I'm a little sketched out about it, and I don't like it. But it's nice because you'll see these similarities with these things again and again and again and again and again. If you really want, I think you can go to hull.com or type it out in the home Google, and they talk about it a little bit. But what we can see from here also, just some similarities, right? So with the 200, boom, boom, right? So we have this here and this here, so we can kind of assume maybe we'll see something here. If we want to look at like let's say the Hang Seng, we can see on the month. We also have on the largest time frame, we have this would have hit if this existed. We have this here. We have this here. This hit here also. Now we're not under it, but we can kind of imagine, okay, with something like this will hit. The 200 works out for me, so I just use it a lot. I used to use the 500, and I switched to 200 this year, and it's made everything a lot easier. So You know, like there's other things to it, but it just gives you a really good idea of what we need to look for. And one thing I like to do is, so this is what I do all the time. So on the month right now, just because this fell through, it doesn't mean this didn't matter. It's important to always see, because if I was looking at this on this month last year, this 28231, 28, oh man, I can't do it, whatever, 1 second. Or close enough. And then pretty much from here, what we're going to do is we're going to go in, and then what we're going to do is see on this month time frame. So we can see the month started right here because we put the month here. So on the month, you could not see this. On the week, we can see there's also a line here. So right, we can also see that this ends the week here and starts the week here, which is why I always say it's kind of important. Just because something ends above doesn't mean it doesn't start above, right? So this could have been the exchange close, or my bad. This is Hang Seng. But so never mind. But for Bitcoin, this rarely happens. This rarely happens, but you do see it for altcoins sometimes. But for every stock and stuff like that, this is why I always say it. I care where it starts, not where it ends, because you have your opens and your closes, and I don't think most people look at extended hours. And I'm not sure if everybody has the ability to. I know on TradingView, I don't have the ability to. If I'm looking at a day or above time frame, I don't have the ability. So we know the weeks, the month starts here. So month 1, month 2, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. So for these 4 candles, this is where the key level is. And even if we kind of take it out, we can already see we just started under, right? So we don't want to be in this right now. This is really sketchy. And then we can kind of see from this example, also we have the week time frame averages lining up also as well. So I'd label that one, then, for this week, we'll see what happens. But, we could have here and say week time frame. We'd see there too. We can check it on the day and see what the day was doing. And we can see the day is also struggling. We're coming under, just gets pushed down. And really, there's a lot of different time frames that go into this. And a lot of it is multiple time frame analysis, really, but this kind of gives you an idea of how we at least could have seen on the month time frame for the Hang Seng Index this huge drop. Now, we could have seen it on the week too. The reason the month and the week being there is kind of even bigger, but this kind of gives you an idea of how I'll look at it like in depth, kind of to see what's going on. And actually, I think I might have had it off by 1, because this should have been here, I guess. Let me see. Oh, no, this is a week time frame. I'm getting confused by them now. I thought I might have said something wrong, so I want to make sure I adjusted, but no. Because this was the initial one we had. I just forgot I put one for the previous week, because we were looking at the week time frame earlier. So that just kind of gives you an idea of how this on multiple time frame analysis with these holes, how we can kind of get a more in-depth look without having to constantly go back and forth. That's why whenever anyone asks me about something, I go month, week, day, 12, 4, month. I'll just quickly go through to see what's there, assess the levels, see what we've been doing at some of these, and try to get an idea of what direction we might take from there. There's no such thing as a signal from it. It's just an important area. That's the thing. It doesn't tell you anything other than it's an important area. It doesn't the thing is, let's say we're shooting down to this, and then we start under, well, now we're under. But that doesn't mean we're going to bounce here. But depending on what we do coming down to it, I'm then more likely to think we will or we won't. So a lot of this is just like intuition, it's candles, it's really multiple prices, it's a multiple time frame analysis with candlestick analysis. How are we kind of forming into it? What trends are we doing? Are we finding support right above it? So there is no signal to it. There's no such thing as a direct signal, in my opinion, from the holes per se. It just depends what you're doing. I will say, like, things for here are pretty good when you see stuff like up here. And we can see, like, with the day more specifically. I guess another thing is the higher time frame takes precedent. But there's no like mixed signals. There's only like something is good, and if something is good is sketchy, then it means something else. That's how I always look at it. Instead of thinking this needs to do this or that, I look at like what looks decent, what usually happens, and what do we kind of want to see here. So like for this, what we just came to, my big thinking is like, well, we're all the way up here. I want to take my position as close as possible, and just to try to limit losses in case something like that's going to happen. And then on top of that, we just have ugly buying up to this. So to me, it wasn't like this wasn't a, oh, we're just here. It was a, well, this looks really bad, and or it just looks like there's a huge amount of room to push this down. Because what we need to have happen here is we have a weak time frame above us, which I've put here. So if we push here on Monday, if we want a good signal, I guess if you want to look at it this way as a signal that might be decent, we want to see some, if we want to see confirmation, I guess I'll look at it like that. So there are signals in a sense that I look at that as confirmation. But I don't think that's a surefire thing. But I do look to see how close we start above or under something. So like if I wanted to see something nice here from a week time frame, I'd have to see this end, preferably, but mainly start. But I would like to see it end and not have a gap and start up here. But the issue is this is Monday. So if as a bull we want a continuation here, we need to either have it start the next day here, and then stay above here for the rest of the week to start above here. Because we have to remember, we have horrible buying here. We have huge gaps, and on everything else too, it looks super bad. So there's a lot more of a chance that we're going to come down. And if we come down from here by the end of the week, what's the chance that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday that we're going to push all the way back up and end? It's very unlikely. So we push all the way to, this is kind of what I was talking about when I was talking about a lot of it down here is where do we want it to hit? So we want a week to end above here. We hit here on Monday. It's way too early. And so the day could do something and the day could push it up. But week time frame people, it still looks like, if you want to wait for confirmation and if this is your level, these are all just, okay, we'll just kind of take a little bit of profit here and there. And we don't want to start too high, because if we start too high, then we have to come back down to test, and there's more likely of a chance we'll follow through, which is kind of what we saw in some of these areas, which we had a reversal here. But we kind of started too high. I wanted to start somewhere in this area. And just like I said here, if you look at my other stream name, Apple started at 158 or slightly above, please, thank you. And we started all the way up here. Of course, we could tell this is our thing, and it makes more sense for people to want to push it up and down, because at this point we're pushing down for confirmation to push up, so you're not really making a lot, and there's a lot more to gain from it going to the upside and just hitting the target up there. But we deal with stuff like this too. This is just too high. So the issue with this really was we had a 1 hour here that we were hitting instead of this more than anything. It wasn't that this was too high, but you run into issues like this when it's a little too high, where you have people, you give more opportunities for bad buying. If something is right above the spot, it can't be bad buying because you're buying right above support. There's no such thing as bad buying right above support. You see what I'm saying? So we had a 1 hour here, and then we boom, 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 and then we just turn it back down. So there's certain things that I look for, like in between all these things, that I think are pretty important for this stuff. So, but we'll see what happens. For this stuff, I can't guess. Like if you wanted a long-term guess on the week time frames for these, this is our base. We bounced here without touching the bottom of the week. So there's a high chance we hit here, and there's a high chance that even if we come back up, we won't come back up above the midway point here. And there's a high chance, which just happens to also be where the fib is. And there's a high chance if we get stuck down here, we'll just fall right through this. Because we have to realize we started under this from here. We started under. So take profit, take profit, take profit as it gets out if you can, right? Wait for it to come back up. And then it drops. We stop at the halfway point, turn around here. We've already used this. We could see on the extended hours in the pre-market, we've already hit this. So we've already touched the top. So the next place it might reasonably go, if we pass through this halfway point, is all the way down to 150. You see what I'm saying? Which makes sense without even looking at the hull. Let's just look what's over at 150, right? If we just look at the line where it is, I mean, this is a great level here. So we don't even have to go, oh, the hull's just here, we'll bounce. I mean, it just looks like a good spot. So that's always something that's important that I'll do sometimes too, is just say, where is this in regards to everything else? And more than not, the hull will end up being at a good spot that lines up just with what you would have used if you were just to use your own two eyes. So it doesn't really show you necessarily something that you wouldn't be able to see yourself. I just think it makes it a lot easier for me. And it's really good at finding some of these good spots. So, but there's a lot of other thinking that goes into it. And the fix was also something in a sense. So, like, I'm looking at like 3 to 4 different things and kind of looking at it in this manner, and how I'm weighing things out. But like, as we can see, it's a halfway point with this all the way down here. And as we can see, the fib lines up with what this halfway point just happens to be. Looks like it's a decent place already. We can see the downwards line here. We can see we have our extensions up, so we should be careful coming down here also as well. So it's not just like, oh, we'll come down to the line, we're going to bounce. There's a lot more to it, but it gives a pretty good idea, and it makes it a lot easier to go through multiple things and kind of get an idea of what's going on in a sense. So, and if it doesn't do what I don't like, I just don't like it, and I kind of try to keep it simple like that, in a sense. So, I mean, it's not that bad. When you look at it from here, it's a little aids, but we don't need all, like, I don't know why I have this 15 here anymore. I don't need that there. I don't even know what this was. I don't think this is anything. But yeah. So it just makes it a little bit easier, and this is just kind of how I trade and analyze stuff. And obviously for Bitcoin, I have the shift pitchfork, which makes everything pretty easy. I mean, I really like this stuff because it just lines up, but also, I mean, this is, like, considering I put this here, right? Easy, easy, easy. Week time frame, February 24th, week time frame bounce. This was also on the week time frame. If we switch to it, this is literally the top of the channel. So, I mean, it's been pretty easy mode for me, to be honest, on a lot of this stuff to be able to see what's going on. So I don't know if I'm just on the juice this year or something, or specifically as time goes on. But like I said, I'm like 85 to 90% right in most stuff. So we'll see what happens. So, but everything like lasts for so long. But sometimes I just don't like to take positions, or I'll take smaller positions. I guess I'm not 85 to 90. But, like, more, like, considering position size-wise, like, yeah, it's that high. So, but, there's a lot of things that go into it, but it's the same stuff, right? And I'm only looking at the same 4 things, not like I'm looking at my averages. I'm looking at multiple multiple time frames. And then it's how likely is something to do it by then? Because I think positioning of it is so important. It could be something in the water. We got good water over here. But like when we see these and you trust them after a while, it makes sense, right? Like if we only believe a hard short is the same as this, then just in general, you don't really want to be in it here. Like, it doesn't help being in pushing under a line, So it makes sense we'll trend back up. We didn't push under and start under here to start under here. So it makes sense we'd push up, even if not a lot. And the same thing, it also makes sense here because we keep hitting the edge. And as we keep hitting the edge, they keep pushing, you have less people that want to push it off the edge, which to me it just makes sense in general. I don't think anyone wants to push something off the edge. I think most of the time people push stuff off the edge. I don't think, I think people that are in people selling their positions are what pushes people off the edge a lot of times. I don't think people shorting get stuff pushed off the edge. That's my thing. I don't have any evidence for it whatsoever at all. That's just the basis of my mindset. Because why would you short here? This is the place to short. If we just look at this as a channel, right? There's a couple, so we can look at this in a couple ways. Let's look at this as a channel. So a couple issues I'm not a huge fan of is, one, we didn't actually come back down and touch this. This is one reason I didn't like this. Even if we ignore the shift pitchfork, I don't like the fact this didn't come down and touch this whatsoever at all. We didn't touch it here, here, here. So in general, this is a lot weaker to me because we didn't touch this line. And then we push into it and start here, and then we're riding it down. So I would generally expect we push up from here. Is this a bad buy spot now that we've come over and first touched it? No, because if we look at this level for the next 2 days, you had a chance to sell out for that same price or higher, you see? And so we can be scared around here. So even at worst, the nice thing about this is you're losing like 2%, which really isn't bad because it mitigates almost like another 10% drop. But we can see we should be expecting this to get some sort of movement upwards if we want this to look nice. Now, there was a lot of things I didn't like, and this is just looking at this in here, and it makes a lot more sense when we see it in perspective with the shift pitchfork. But even without the shift pitchfork, we can see like, whoa, 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 why are we under this? You know, like, what are we doing? So we struggle, boom, bam, right? So I just want to see that same thing. I see it a lot. You know, I just like to keep seeing it. It would be preferable. And the same thing here. You know, this is why I'm complaining about it the other day. Why don't we just come down and test? But this is what I'm saying is you see more and more, and you see what I'm saying more and more. You'll understand what I'm saying exactly when I talk about bad buying and what bad buying causes stuff to happen. Because when you have no legs, you got to keep pushing. Because when there's no foundation and things start to crumble, everything starts tumbling down. And this kind of gets to the point where I'm concerned because these are all. Well, I'm not gonna get into these lines. Let's stick with the holes. But just using like another. So I really like these support levels. These are ones I had ever since we came into here. I have like videos and everything that like confirm. I've been looking at these all started literally all the way back from June 13th. That's where all three of these are. So these haven't changed since. I don't remember this one. I think I might have just put this one when it fell. Probably I just put it because this is where we bottomed out right here. I always try to put every line where I initially had it. That way it's easier for me to go back and try to understand why I put it there. But these are all pretty important levels to me. I don't always feel that way about lines, but right here, these are all important levels. These three specifically because they reflect this channel, the shift pitchfork itself, in a horizontal perspective. But my issue here is we have this, and I'd like to see it come here, but will we get pushed back above this? We have bad buying. We should have hit this before. It doesn't really look good. So this isn't something I would buy where it comes down to it. So it might come down to this, and it might get a little bit of buying. I would have to see something form here. Like, what the hell is this? Like, what do we do here to get this to form nice? We have to, like, start here and then end here. And then at this point, for me, there's no point in messing with any of this because it's proven to be strong. We had weak legs pushing up into this, but what do we have here? A great spot. We have on top of both of these channel bottoms that we had starting here when we first came down. Technically, we're above this too, and we're above the trend line. So the big trend line. So for me, that's why I really value this spot by this specific time. And that's why when you look at certain other things, I'll look at like this. And that's why maybe you've seen in here before, I'll say, I've said either here, Bitcoin by here looks really good, or October, I think right here, late October, if Bitcoin's at 30K, then yeah, sure. I think we can shoot the F up. I think it'll look great. But you see, that's kind of how I look at these things, and I use some of these different things to kind of get an idea over what period of time where I'd want to see certain things to be nice in that kind of sense. But, you know, you can also see why I'd be more afraid here, and even just because it's here, we didn't bounce, so I don't trust it coming down. I think if we come down here, I really do, no matter how ugly this is, I think it's much more likely that we do this, turn under, and actually just push down. And it could be, I have to take my creatine in a second, but it could be even possible that we even push all the way down. I don't know, because this is just a lot. This is a big bull trap. So, but if I'm going to super hard short this, if I got in a short here, I'm not getting, well, technically, I'm going to be honest, I think it's fine to sit in a short here all the way down. I think it's very likely that this could come all the way down too, I'm going to be honest, if we did see something like this. But we can understand why not just take profit, and as long as you have an alert here and you know what's going on, or if you're looking at the relevant day time frame, you just wait, right? You know, if I'm looking for something to change on the day time frame, then I only need to look at this for 15 to 30 minutes every day. Yeah, well, for your loading phase, you're supposed to take about 20 grams every day. And so you're supposed to take about 5 grams at a time. So I'm doing it at about 10:15, 2:15, about 6:15, and then 10:15 at night. So I can spread it out over 4 hours probably. I just want to make sure I do it right. So, and then after that, after Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, after Thursday, I just take it whenever, once a day. So it's not an issue really whatsoever at all. That's why I'm also drinking so much water, just because it's the first time I've ever done it. I just want to make sure I do it correctly, and you know what I mean. I'm a little bit worried about side effects or something bad. That's why I'm drinking a lot more water. So, and yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens here. It looks like they're just going to rack it right under. So we'll see. I mean, this looks really bad though. Now we could really be on a cliff. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's what they recommend. They recommend 20 grams a day for 5 days, and then it's just between 3 to 5 a day. It's not really a big deal because I'll just piss most of it out, and I'm going to the bathroom like 5 times a day. So I actually kind of like it, to be honest, so far. Yeah, this could be really bad. I don't know where they're going to buy this up. If they're not going to buy it here, I don't really know where they plan to buy this up, really. What is that? 155.55? It's 1 cent down. Yeah, let's see. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty yikes. Oh, we might be heading down even more. That's pretty crazy. Wild. I don't like drops this big, I'm going to be honest. They are kind of what they are. But like I said, I like when stuff sticks with TA. This is why I don't like bad buying, because you get stuff like this. And to be honest, like the way that Bitcoin looks and how I think Bitcoin in the next 2 weeks could be around 10 to 11K, I wouldn't be surprised if this stuff also gets pulled all the way down with it just as much. I use the market to evaluate Bitcoin, but if we want to look at Bitcoin kind of also being like a mirror in a sense, or a possible indicator of what the market might do as well, we should be able to expect a decent drop if Bitcoin's going to drop 50%. So we'll see, but this is one of the worst things. This is how I would have looked at this in the short term. Is we have this here, and we can see we're trying to get this here. So we have a lot of sketchy things. We start in a nice place, we end under, and this would be like a short-term short. We could see something reverse here as well because we're at a very short time frame. So that's always possible, but we can still see just from this perspective, right, how we come under, a little bit hesitant though on this first drop down, but we can see from here this is pretty decent. But we'll see what happens. Everything's pretty extended. Even with things like this, because things aren't completely technical, some bulk could try to just push this back up and re-engage this, and then it would be good to go. But it is very, 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 very bad in the bad place. Now, what would be much worse, we'll see, is if we end a 5, depending on how far down, we usually expect to come back to test. So we have something under this, but we don't have anything under the fib. Technically, with where I had the fib before, both lines are at the same spot, so this technically never really existed. This only exists from the adjustment, but I think the adjustment's fine, to be honest. I like the adjustment. But I think the worst thing for this would be, maybe it just drops, but I think it would be even worse if it does come back up to test and then comes back down. And then it should really, really, really drop. But most of the stuff is sketch at this point. It's really hard for me to tell. So I'm not the wizard of everything, but this is why we take the ranges, right? As long as we take the tops and bottoms of ranges, it opens you up into this position where you can stay into a position or do any of these other things. Because at the end of the day, like I said, we also have that day range, but we also have the week range. So, you know, from here also as well, which is kind of like the issue that might really just bring us down pretty hard. So, but yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to take another one real quick. actually insane. So I don't care. It's whatever. I didn't grab any of the other stuff. Like I said, I'm already kind of just chilling anyway. But those 1500, those 1550 apple puts are, or 155 apple puts are now they're up from the morning. They're up 10x. Anybody that is, and that's fine. Not to say like, oh, I missed out on stuff. Let's look at it the other way. People, I mean, because it is what it is. You just get what you get. I don't care. But the people that sold those for 20 cents, oh my God. Oh my God. Those 165s, I sold it for 600, like per option. Whatchamacallit, they're now 1,000, which actually makes sense. It actually is holding. It's almost kind of ignoring the theta in a sense. I'm surprised it doesn't have a little bit more value on there, because technically you'd think it would be more than 1,000. No theta there. Huh. If you want, I mean, I always say stuff all the time. Like I said, I bring up the ideas here and there. I just can't trade on everything or do everything, and sometimes I just don't feel like it. But that was something, like I said, I would have been out, like I said before, though. Everybody trades their own way, but I would have been out anyway. Technically, we could have seen another possibility to re-enter. I would have gotten out of them here when they were around 150 instead of, and I wouldn't have gotten, even if I was in, I would have gotten out around here. Or probably around here or something like that. But I like from what I was saying earlier and what I believed earlier, I would have gone out around here. So they're only 155, which was still a 7x, but still. But think of all the people that have sold puts. Like, oh my God, there's got to be a lot of broke people today. Like a lot of broke people today. Like it's crazy. So. But it's nice. I mean, when you look at it from this perspective, and you're just right most of the time, it's nice because like it's not even about the money or anything. It makes it interesting seeing these things and just I don't know. It like puts everything in a different perspective, I think. But if we look at this here, see it says so for my loading phase. Come on, damn it! I don't know if it'll come up. Whatever. Let me see. Where is this? It's not going to come up. Let's see. Body tech. They had a bigger one, but I didn't want the bigger one. I got two of them also. It was a buy one, get one for 50, so I was pretty happy about that. But, dude. Alright, can I paste it here? Try this. Whoops, that's not it. This was that other thing. Let me see if I can do this. No. If I can do this, maybe. Whoops. 1 second. Gosh dang it. So annoying. But it says take 1 through 5. I don't really care. There's no need to show it. It's just the direction on the specific one I have, and it literally just says take days 1 to 5. Mix 1 rounded teaspoon, 5 grams, but they give you a thing for it. And 8 to 12 ounces of water and juice, take 4 times a day daily. I mix it in 20 ounces, or yeah, I mix it in about 20 ounces instead of 8 to 12. Obviously, if I'm taking as much as I'm taking for the loading phase, I am, you know what I mean? I'm going to drink more water. So 8 to 12 doesn't seem like a lot of water, to be honest. And like I said, I'm drinking 140 to 160 ounces a day. So I'm drinking over a gallon of water a day. And I'm not drinking literally anything else. I haven't drank anything but water in almost 3 weeks. I mean, maybe. I'm just not that good at working out. I have a pretty good body, but it's just genetics. It's not because I'm like a good workout person. So maybe when I'm better at working out, I mean, strong mind, strong body, you know? Because before I could never do a whole day of streaming, but now I can stream all day, you know? I'm tired as hell. Like, I will tell you guys, oh my God, I am so tired after I'm done streaming. I really am. Like, mentally and even kind of like energy-wise, I'm pretty tired. Um, but still, I couldn't do it before, and now I can stream all day. So, oof, man. I mean, they come in here, you know that, right? They were in here yesterday. Uh, like I have a couple of them. Like they stop in. Are people that work from TradingView? I don't know if they're like. I mean, they have moderator abilities. Um, you shouldn't lose the motivation to work out. Working out's great. Just like I mean, if you want to know anything, because I'm genetically superior to a lot of people, I didn't work out properly. I also haven't done a lot of other things, and I've hurt my body because of that. So I actually think people, it's like if you're, because I'm just like smarter than other people genetically too. Especially in school, a lot of things I did put a lot of work into stuff, but some things were just easier for me to pick up. But when things get really tough, you need the work ethic. You need like it's the same thing for working out too. You need good work ethic. It's not like the genetics are important, but for being healthy and pushing yourself, like you need the good work ethic, and that's like, and I think a good, like a too good of a foundation. Sometimes you skip stuff, like oh, well, I'm able to do this or that this way, so I don't have the proper form, and then you figure out you don't have the proper form when you hurt yourself. So it's like kind of a give and take for some of these things. I don't think it's just one way or the other, really, personally. But if we go to like followers, let me see. I should have a couple in here. It was a while ago. I don't know where they are. Where is he? I don't remember where he is, but there's a couple. Yeah, like here's Sheplik. So Sheplik follows me, and he was in here the other day. I think there's another one. I can't remember. It's been a while since they've been in here. But some of them will come in on their lunch breaks, and they'll just watch me stream. I mean, I'm the only one streaming, so you know why not? I don't know if there should be down here somewhere, to be honest. I don't remember. Oh, there's Virex. I don't know if the other ones actually follow me, to be honest. I might have passed them also, but they come in every once in a while, and they'll just like send a donation, even if it's like a small one, just to say what's up. So, I mean, I don't really care. The worst thing they'll hear me say is like there's some bug with there's some sort of bug with the website. Otherwise, I'm usually like, yeah, TradingView is probably one of the best websites ever. So, well, there's Steve. Yeah, I don't know if any of the other ones are, but some of the other people come in. Oh, B Money, man, this is so long ago. Holy crap! I might have another mod following me. Like I said, it doesn't matter though. I think they only come in because it's one of the only ones on here. Oh wow, this is old, man. Wow, we're getting into like these are people that started following me. I think in like 2018 or 2019. I think maybe not. Maybe not actually. Maybe it's still 2020. Oh well, I don't think I'm gonna find any of them down there. So it's like whatever. But they'll come in like yesterday. I think I'm pretty sure it was last stream. Sheplik came in. I think. Oops. Let me think. Where is he? There he is. See, Sheplik was in here yesterday. They just whoops. They just whatchamacallit. They whatchamacallit. I think they lurk more than anything. So. What's going on? Oh, is this a, okay, nice. I thought it was gonna be a TikTok or something for a second. The way you had it, the way you built that up. Oh, I see. My bad. I didn't see what you were saying. You quoted yourself. Okay, red one was Oracle. I wanted to. Nice. That's really good. I'm glad you were able to break even. Firex is a trading view mod. No way. Trading view mods always seem like. Oh, you're talking about mods. My bad. So like the people, yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a mod in here, but I've seen people that have moderator powers. They're actually part of the community team. Like if we look, yo, what's up? That I feel like the name's Brycino. Is your name Bryce? Maybe it's Brycino. Anyway, what's up, Brycino? It's good to see you in here, man. I appreciate you for speaking up. It's good to see you in. Hope you're doing well. It's been a pretty crazy day. You know, everybody's welcome, man. So like I said, it's always good to see a new face. So, like I said, I think a lot of people come in and lurk because, like, when I look at the, whoops, not this, but when I look at the, come on, man, there we go. Like, oh, okay, there we go. Because when I look at the streams, it's like 402 views, 327 views, 400, 650, 200, so like 900 views. So, like, I think a lot of people, like, hop in and then just, like, take a look and don't say anything. So I always appreciate when people come in and say hi. Gives more to do and stuff like that. It's always interesting. But like, I've never seen a mod in here. The people that come in are like, these are like community members. These are like people that work for, like, yeah, like TradingView employee. So I've never seen just like a chat moderator, because I think Nico is just a chat moderator, right? I don't think Nico's actually, I don't think he's like a TradingView employee. I think he's just a moderator. But I've never seen like a mod in here. So I don't think they have, I don't think, I don't know if moderators, they must actually. Knowing the way that TradingView works, actually it could be one of two ways. Either you're a moderator for the chat, and I feel like all of the chat is linked. So no matter what channel you go to, you have mod. It has to be that way. Why else would they do it? I feel like. I don't think they just make people mod, because the other way they would possibly do it maybe is you're just mod over specific channels. But that seems kind of weird. If you're going to give someone mod powers, you might as well give it to them for all the channels. That's what I believe they probably have it as. I've seen Nico before. I've seen him in the crypto chat. That's the only time I've ever seen him before. Oh, what's this? Let me see. Does it list all the moderators? Oh, it says it. Oh, I've run into, oh, Wolney, there we go. Or Walney. So Walney, I don't know, I don't think Angus has ever been in here. I've talked to him once. He seems really cool. He's one of the only people I follow. He's one of the only people I feel like, so, like, I don't watch a lot of people, and I don't really want to. And I actually don't look at a lot of his stuff, but I do like checking his stuff out every once in a while. He's one of the only few people that I actually follow. I don't remember why I followed Big Bang Theory. I followed him a long time ago. I just didn't want to unfollow because it seems kind of weird. I just felt like, But he doesn't put stuff out, nor does he, so it's fine. And she's not here anymore, so it's fine. It's kind of bothersome every once in a while to see new ideas, but I do, like I said, I actually like seeing Angus's ideas, so. But I don't like trade off anyone else's ideas. I never do. So, but yeah. So Wolney, let me bring it up. Let me see. Oh, did I lose it? Hey, what is this then? Okay, that's weird. Okay, I see it now. Huh? Wait, what? What's going on? Interesting. Oh, whoops. I'm doing the... Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong. Whoopsies. Whoops, is it not this one? Is it this one? Jesus Christ, there we go. Okay. I like Euromotive stuff. I never trade off it, but I actually like Euromotive stuff. I like his gold gold. Yeah, his golden ratio. I like his golden ratio. I've never seen Gold Cartel before. Um, that's kind of cool. Oh, yeah, his new live streams. Check it out. I like that. I've never run into Nico. I feel like a lot of people say he's a dick, but I haven't had any issues. Like, I don't argue with people. That's the thing. Like, if people don't agree with me, I don't argue with them. So I'm not in chat too much, but I personally have never had an issue with him or run in with him. I don't know if I've ever even seen him being what people would say a dick, from what I can remember. But like, I think there's two different things also. Like, if you're right most of the time, I don't think you really should be a dick, but I think you at least have somewhat more of a right to be a dick if someone's saying something against you and you are right a lot and off of the same consistent things. And if their thing doesn't have a lot of basis to it, I could kind of see that. But I still don't think people should really be dicks. But yeah, there's Shep, and then there's Wolney, or Walney's coming here a couple times. I know Walney, he says he'll come in lunchtime every once in a while. And there was another one in here I should be able to remember. Zoinky, everybody knows Zoinky, obviously. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone that's been in the crypto chat knows Zoinky. Or in the crypto chat for at least a couple months, since he does come and go from time to time. Which is nice to see Zoinky being a mod. That's something I was happy about. I don't know the other person. I don't see the other person. I don't remember. Someone else. There was someone else that came in the chat one time with Wolney. I don't remember. Maybe it was probably Sheplik. It must have been Sheplik and Wolney that came in. I think these are the only two mods that I've ever seen in here that have talked anyway. But it's not like Twitch where I can see who's in my thing or who's in here or any of that stuff. Make sure. Okay, good. No one's talking. I just need to make sure because I got raided the last time and that was well. I wonder if is he on? Dude, you gotta whatchamacallit, man. Freaking thank him. That was pretty crazy, man. I'll whatchamacallit. Let's subscribe to him real quick. Oh, whoops. Let me not do this because it's gonna show like information. Let me do this. I'll do that afterwards. Do it now. You can do this. Excuse me. Do a quick follow. Not do that. What's above and beyond? Sucks. I want to do a tier 3, but like 20 bucks feels like a lot of money. I don't want to spend 20 bucks to just do the normal stream. Give him a normal sub. I'm not that thirsty. Just wanted to say thanks, but I don't even know how to normal sub. I'm clicking this button trying to normal sub, but I don't even see it. Sub button brings us up. Oh, it's right here. That's why it's so cheap, because they have this thing going on. I was like, what the heck? Actually, let's do this. I'll do this. Uh, Alright, I'll go back to my own channel now. I figured I could either get I could either pay 20 bucks for a whatchamacallit. Oh my god, this is gonna be such an ugly day. I could either pay 20 bucks or I could just give people 5 subs. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. That's what I was thinking a little bit with the 150 when it was like up here or something, the 155. I was like, man, 20 bucks. I don't know if I want to keep throwing all that stuff out, but it's worth it sometimes. It's nice. You never know. But then again, you know, I mean, it kind of is what it is. I mean, I think it's just positioning. It depends. So it's definitely a lot riskier depending what you're doing. And this is actually ugly because what we're running into is this is actually going to go all the way down and hit. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much like, this is like the end of the world candle almost, to be honest. I swear, if we end under here, shit, you want easy money, man. Oh, you want easy money. I'm not going to say anything like that. It's kind of sketch, but I mean, we're almost back under. We should be under on the week now. Yeah, so we bounced on the week here. So depending where Mara is, we'll see, because this is pretty big, the week and the day. The weeks here and the days here, so we might actually get more pressure down on the day. It might push us down maybe to like an 1163. We'll see what happens. It could push down farther than this if we start under here on one of these coming days. You know, just the market being sketched with Bitcoin, but we also have that week 375 that's formed here, so we're going to be under that. So that's not going to switch over until next Monday. So there is a possibility of someone seeing this on the week and saying, okay, we won't drop under these levels and we might want to keep it here. But at best, it probably comes back up, tests, and maybe gets knocked back down. You know, obviously it's not going to be something as fortunate as like this coming into here, what we can also see on the week time frame. You know, with this stuff failing under here. Like, this is pretty fortunate, you know. Like, this is pretty fortunate. You don't usually see stuff like this happen that often, where we get like a pretty clean break. I don't remember what the drop percentage is here, where you get, I think it's like 5 to 7 was the play, so like a 70% drop. But I mean, it's starting out. It's the 500, my bad, not the 375. But you know, but it could be shaping up for a reversal like that and heading back down. So that is also another possibility that we could run into with Mara. So that's something if you're interested in it. Whoa! Look at fun! Holy crap! Oh my god! Dude, good thing you didn't get into fun. It's a good thing you messed with Oracle instead of fun. What the heck? Let's move this because this is a bad representation. Wow, I wonder what's DWAC doing. I wonder maybe DWAC got something good news for it? Yeah, wow, look at that. DWAC is up 1.3% today. And like, of course, it sounds like I'm being facetious or like sarcastic, but I mean, that's in a sea of 4 to 8%. That's actually pretty insane. That's actually pretty wild that this is up 1.3%. They must have had good news. That's the only way that makes sense. What am I doing? I'm like phasing out. Okay. I was thinking about something else while looking at stuff. Oh, I don't want ideas versus news. I don't see anything. It might just not be up here yet. Something must have come out because Fun Token is linked directly to DWAC. I don't remember how or what, but that's pretty wild. I mean, it definitely invalidated this a long time ago. That's crazy that it did this. I don't think I ever would have guessed that this was going to do this. I mean, it looks really nice with how quick it came back down. I will say that. Though, it is a pretty big far place to test. It is like, So it's not a wick. This is the one thing like I will usually make a differentiation on, but still I would be a little bit sketched here. I do like this though. But the fact that the market is, like, this is something I'd never trade. I like, and keep in mind, even though I'm looking at this, there's no way I'd ever look at this today and say, oh yeah, this is something I'm about to trade. No way. Man, it's crazy. That creatine gives me energy. I'm pumped again. I wish my muscles didn't hurt. Like I can feel like the, like right here and like under here hurts like hell when I push, and then my bicep kind of feels fine. Yeah, my biceps kind of feel fine, but my tris are like on fire or like hurt anyway. But I just want to work out. That's something I had an issue with before. I have to be good about it now, which is why I'm better now, and this is why, like I said, I have an addictive personality. I gotta stay away from everything because, what was I saying? Because I used to, like, work out too much and stuff, right? So, yeah, and then we finally ran into this, so this did fall through too. We'll see what happens with everything though, but I don't like the fact that we have the week time frame and we start right under. I think the day was right above us, yeah, and we have the day right above us as a target. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I've been on point with a lot of these things. It's pretty crazy. Though I guess technically, if we didn't go down at the top, I probably would have been off on quite a bit. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Only losing 4%, considering that happened, I think is also a win. So, you know. But yeah, I do think a lot of stuff this is all people that lost 30-40% trading with people that lost 30-40%. Like, who's really trading right now still at this point? I mean, obviously the stuff could still go down, and it looks so scary, 146 to 150, but, like, gosh, you know. Like, we could drop, who knows, but man, you start to hit a point where it's like, this might be a little bit too much, and we're almost at 27 on the VIX. We might really drop. We'll see what happens. But here's like what to look for technically in the next coming days. We aren't there yet, so a couple things I don't like and what we might see a turnaround soon is, so like kind of looking for Apple. We do have this area right here, so we can kind of keep a higher low. But I'd be interested to see if around that time we are possibly entering some big sell spots for the VIX, or like turning points for it that knocked it down every other time. I don't see how this is inherently, well, this kind of is stronger than here because we did come up, bounce, bounce, bounce. But if this, long story short, if somehow we're able to come up and capture this, we might actually have, if we end, I don't think we will, but technically if we end up here today and start here, we might drop another like 1,000 points on the Dow tomorrow. We might start going for like the big drop. Now we aren't there yet, so we got to see what happens. But in really, I don't think this is going to get past these two areas. But it is still something I think that's important to watch out for, because it is arguably the easiest position to take. Now this was a pretty easy position to capture because it looked decent, and then we were able to invalidate this by also just hitting the target here, which gave us another chance to try to push up from the VIX perspective. You know, but here we're going to see a lot, but if somehow I can get through all this and end above this, I mean, everything going on right now is so paltry, I think, compared to all of this. I could see the NASDAQ down 10% easily in like a day or two if we get access to this potential move. But we have to get above all this stuff. So it's super far away. I just saying it just because it's closed, just to kind of like something to keep in mind. So there are some other things that could be pretty crazy coming up. You know, we don't want to forget that. We did just get bought from the bottom, and we're almost there, but we're not there yet. So in that same sense, really, there's so much to gain down here, and if anything happens lower or whatever, so, you know, we'll have to see what happens with stuff, but there's still a lot of opportunities. So I don't think today was like the defining point for sure. I think we'll kind of see how things turn out and see whether these things turn out to be like the defining point or not. Oh, my bad. Uh, I'll check chat more. I'm on. What's that? Here. Let me give a link real quick. I need to put this on. Let me do this. Here we go. This is what I'm on mainly, and this is where my chat is. The issue is that my chat doesn't show up for it. But if you go to tradingview.com, or I can show it real quick. I need to put something up here that says for TradingView or that I'm on it. But you see up here, where is it? Up here, I'm on TradingView streams. This is me. So I'm on this one, but you can see this is who I'm talking to. There's like a whole chat on here, pretty much. But it's just my bad. I forgot to open up the chat for the other ones because I was just kind of going on a rant. So you can hop on TradingView if you want. I do check chat on Twitch. I just don't have as many people on there, so I forget to check it as often. Essentially with that. So that's my bad on not seeing what you said. I don't know if you're still in here, Tangdil, but yeah. I think it's even down here though, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I should have my link. So I need to adjust my thing. Let me see. Yeah, I need to work on my Twitch a little bit later. Let me do this. My about is like really bad. Video producer. I guess like the biggest thing that's confusing to people is like I said, so like this is what I see. I'll show you guys real quick. I actually don't see what you guys see. I actually see, so if I do a display capture, you guys will see really quick. But this is what I see. My chat is all the way down here. You see what I'm saying? So like nobody, when I'm streaming like on here or other sites, people are just like, I can't target this though. Like this is the chat I'm talking about. So anytime, like look at this. If I'm hitting my keys right now, it does nothing. And every time I have to close this and then I can type. This is what I've been saying forever. Like this is why I'm like, ugh, it's so annoying. I have to close my chat every time I want to type something. Otherwise, everything I type, or if I hit Control Z, it just brings something back up in chat. It's so obnoxious. Yeah, let me get this out real quick. I mean, I guess I could just leave it here for now. I guess it's not that bad. But from your guys' perspective, now you can't see the bottom right. So I don't know if it's worse or better. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I guess if I'm streaming to other places, it's better. But I don't want to use display capture. That's kind of like the issue. If I can get my other monitor working for some reason, my graphics card doesn't want it to work, or my software doesn't want it to work. My AMD software doesn't want it to work for some reason. But I think I might have to change the resolution on this TV, and then it'll allow me to do it. I'm not exactly sure. But let me get rid of this. Okay, let me get rid of that real quick. Let me do this, actually. Let me switch this. Oh, I think that's a little bit better. I'm back to my channel. If I had my other monitor up, I'd have this stuff up. It'd be a little bit easier, but still. But yeah, I definitely need to change this. I should just put, honestly, I don't know if I can put, I'm not sure what the rules are on Twitch. It feels kind of weird. We'll see. I'll have to figure it out. Oh, well, I don't really care. What are we down? 1,000 points today, blah, blah, blah. Damn! Wow! Holy shit! We're there. already dropped. Oh, actually, you know what? I can have my chat up here. All I have to do is... That's really annoying. Actually, I don't think I can have my chat up. I was thinking about targeting something wider. I could have done like a display capture and targeted the bottom right, but that doesn't sound like it's going to work, because then when I'm not displaying that in my bottom right, it's just going to show, and it's going to be kind of weird. I'll mess with it later, I think. I don't want it to like bug out, or actually, here, one sec. Let me do this real quick. We'll do this, and then we'll do that. One second. Let me do this. And then I think I might be able to... $3,300, 200. Not bad. Do 150. Yep, do that 150. Top we'll do 2,000. Nope. I'm not an expert. I'm really not good at a lot of this in between stuff. A good position for a Bitcoin long at this point. I'd probably wait to 10 to 11K, to be honest. At this point, most likely we're just going to cascade down from here and just crash through. Which is why I felt a little bit bad earlier today. My brother texted me because it's like, bro, don't tell me you're happy about Doge hitting a certain spot. It's like a surfer trying to catch a wave, but not realizing there might be a tsunami coming. We could be fine though, but I'll look at it in a second. I just need to adjust this one thing. 1,250, 300, 350. Nice. Okay, let's try this. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is going to cover the bottom right, but whatever, guys, just suck it. You're going to have to deal with it. Let me see. Whoops, what did I adjust? I don't even know. For now, anyway. Now I think you guys should be able to see, because this is what I see, so now you guys can see what I see. It doesn't make as much sense, though, because now you can't see the bottom right. I don't know. You guys want me to have the chat up so you guys can see the chat too? You guys probably don't. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do about it, because this is what I see. I never see the bottom right of my screen. The only time I see the price is over here and here and here. Man, what's Doge at right now? Jesus Christ. Ugh. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. Whatever. Anyway, so we can look at Bitcoin real quick. Yeah, so we got this here. Most likely we'll end under here, and if we do start under here, we'll push. Most likely we'll push down here under all this stuff. The issue here is kind of expecting a bounce a little bit sketch. We could get somewhat of like a double bottom. It's really copium though, but we could get something like a double bottom. I think at the end of the day, it's the same thing that we've seen up here, but I think we're going to find something that ends up pushing us under and then pushes us down. And from that perspective, I still think it's going to be maybe 11,000, 10,800. I mean, we could have something. The issue is we could have something under here, you know. Oh, it's up to you guys. I like it and I prefer it as long as you guys don't matter or don't care. Not matter. As long as you guys don't care, because for me, I can't see it anyway. I never see the bottom right of my screen. It's literally impossible because I need to see my chat. But yeah, for you guys, you can't see the bottom right, so I didn't know. But at least when I'm on TradingView, people can see that, or when I'm streaming to the other sites now, like YouTube and the other one, people can see I not just have a chat open, but like they can see, oh, he's on TradingView, and that might make it a little bit easier to keep people in and like have them understand like what's going on. Or if they want to make a TradingView account, honestly. I don't know why anyone would mess with crypto without a TradingView account, to be honest. It's kind of weird to think about it. It's kind of weird to think about anyone trading without it. I don't know. I guess TD Ameritrade has some okay stuff. I just never really liked it. So, God, this is insane. What are those 155s worth now? Holy crap. These people are so many people went broke today. These people are so broke. Those 155s, it's only up 10% from before, but those 155s are up 11x. Wow. Those 165s are 400. It would have been a 3. So what? They were 300 apiece. I sold them for 600 and are now worth 1050. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Oh, true. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. That makes sense. So you'll see the chat at the same time I see the chat. That does make sense. Actually, this might mean now that, let me see. Actually, I'm interested because if you guys go, let me see. So we'll just look at it together. Let's see. So if we do like this and we go to, I think this is it. What does it look like for you guys? Okay. But if you guys do this, oh, this is the way to do it, actually, I think. Now, okay, I don't want to see the chat the same. Okay, there we go. I don't need to shit them up. But, yeah, okay, so now you guys can full screen too and see the chat. Okay, this actually might be the move, the way to go. It sucks we can't see the bottom right, but we can still see everything on the right side. This actually might be the move. I think this is the play right here. Looks pretty good. Alright, let's get rid of this. Yeah, this looks horrible. Don't look good. Don't look good. Don't look good. Don't look good. I mean, we could just literally keep dropping. I think Bitcoin's an indicator, possibly. The Bitcoin doesn't have to drop a lot more. Like, for the next short spot, all they have to do is just end it under here. And this looks pretty good to try to push down. Because if we end there, we have this pretty much right above us. The mean of most of this. And it's going to be pretty tough to get back above. I mean, it could try to push all the way up here. It's just got to end up here and do something and push up. So it's got to do something on more than just one day. I don't know how much it's going to hold. Hopefully the VIX doesn't keep pushing up. I really don't want the VIX to hit this spot. We can clearly see it's never been good for the VIX going up when it hits this spot. So, I mean, this is the only bullish move I can possibly see is this hitting up here and then turning around right now for anything. I mean, we're even lower now. We're $100 down from where we were just like a minute ago. Like, this is crazy. It's not surprising though, but honestly, it's like whatever. It's not surprising. It's not crazy. It is what it is. So, like I said, I don't really care. There's nothing you can do. I've watched people lose plenty. I've seen these things plenty million times, too many times. Oh, I gotta put my creatine away. I gotta go to the bathroom too. I'll be back in a minute. Wait. Okay, there we go. No, I got out of Apple at the beginning of the day. So I said I sold it for like six. I think it was like 6 or 610, something like that. I got them for like 280. I think they ended at like 300, or I got them 280, 290. They did at 300 today or yesterday, I believe. Sounds about right. Or I got them at 300, but I sold them for like 600, 610. They're 1050 right now, I think, at the current price. They're probably a little bit more than that though. They could almost be 1100 a piece right now. So, but it's whatever, it happens. So, I still think like the better play, like I was saying before, would have been what I was saying. Like if we go back to the initial thing I said was selling these and getting 155s, but it's not it really doesn't matter. So I don't really care. As long as I'm not wrong, I'm fine not being completely right. Ugh. My neck. Oh wait, what the heck? Oh, that's why. Because it's showing the right side of my screen when I pull it up over there. Okay, that's what that. Yeah, you see, that I'm a sick person. My taskbar is actually on the right side of my, or it's on the right side of my screen instead of on the bottom of my screen. That's just what I do. I'm a sick freak. I don't know where they. I mean, where to short from? Bitcoin would look pretty decent. I think so. Like the safest spots, I don't know. I can't believe this came up here. The safest spot was here. I think the next safest place is if we actually end under here. So, I mean, I think you have it, but with the 500 hull on the day time frame, what we can do here, um, yeah, man, work out. You feel better. I'll tell you that. I feel a lot better after working out. Um, you know, I feel a lot better when I get to work out. Everybody should work out. You think better and you're smarter too when you work out. Another big thing about working out is you have lower blood pressure, better blood circulation, and people don't think about it, but when you think about your mind, you know, blood flow is very important, especially going to the brain and other parts of the body, but specifically the brain when you need to think, right? So a lot of it helps you think. So it's really important, personally. It's not just like getting buff or getting strong. It's about being mentally and physically fit. But yeah, so what I like to do for these kind of things, Richie, so if I'm looking for where I want to see this, obviously we could draw a line, but the best way is we can take the last couple changes. So this is actually going to be pretty tough for this. We'll be able to see on the day, because what we want to see it essentially is under, I mean, this is probably going to come down pretty hard. That's the thing. So this won't be like super accurate, but we can kind of take it like this. So because most likely this thing is going to go like, it's going to go, this is like a big change, and the weighted moving averages move a lot. This is a 500, but they tend to move a lot when we have something like this. So we could have something go like that. So we want to see something start under probably about 2,000, somewhere around like 2,000 here. Honestly, it's easier to just look. I'll stream to the rest of the day, till the market's over, till 4 o'clock, and then I'll probably rest or do something else. So I've been streaming the whole market day, so I think I'm just going to continue streaming the whole market day. I don't see why I shouldn't. So, you know. I figure just keep up the consistency. So, like I said, I mean, I can make money trading, but geez, how much money do you think I can? Like, if I can get a course and all this other stuff and all this other stuff set up trading, I mean, geez, I'm literally, like I say, I'm right most of the time. So there's got to be people willing to pay for this stuff too. I'd like to make more money doing the exact same thing I'm doing without having to necessarily take more risk doing what I'm doing, right? So that's the plan anyway. You know, that's definitely like the plan. So I like that. But Yeah, till 4 o'clock, maybe 4:15, probably 4:15, I think. But literally, I think the best way, Richie, is to just look at it and wait. Like I said, I'm waiting for something like this, possibly. I'd like to see this, and then, it could technically sometimes these things don't hit, and sometimes they'll just push down, and we might have something like that today. I'd like to see something end. You see how it's relatively close? We could have things just push down, but I don't like that. I like seeing rejection at the top. So essentially, we're just looking to get back in this channel, start a day in this channel, and then we're just treating this as the top of the channel. So generally, we want to position towards the top of the channel. Sometimes these things can push slightly up. It depends if there's anything else there. But as long as you're not doing some crazy leverage on a short, like some 50x or freaking like pretty much 50x. I mean, this is quite a bit. As long as it's not like freaking 20x or something, this should be tolerable. So, and it should come, because some things can come up to test, and then when they come back down, they drop hard. So we could sit here, we could bounce here maybe, and come back up a little bit. But most likely, I'd expect something to find resistance here and come down. That's what I'd expect anyway. So. But the big short, like the reason I like this spot is that it gives us, the reason I like this spot is because I didn't think of it here. It's actually kind of crazy. I was saying yesterday, I highly doubt it'll hit there. That's actually insane. Like, because things didn't look, it's whatever. I understand why I got pushed up. I'm not going to go over it. I'm just surprised, even though it did. But the big short would be under here. So we'd want to see like something, I don't know, it doesn't matter what, but essentially starting a day under here would be a big short. But the nice thing about here is it gives us the possibility, it gives us a really decent place to be in this without a huge amount of risk per se, I think. I think this is a fairly safe spot, and because a lot of stuff looks pretty bad. And the one big thing now is that like Bitcoin tries to find its own way in a sense, but we have a lot of bearishness on this. So if we start in a bearish place for Bitcoin, it's not really going to recover much. It usually doesn't when this stuff happens. Like one of the last times we came down here was June 10th. But we ended under June 10th. It's whatever. I had a trend line here, or like a level support. It doesn't really matter though. But we ended under this. Or I'm sorry, we actually ended like here, I think, the trading day, not the actual like candle day, and then it just trended down, and we had that, so because it ended under stuff or like in resistance. So as long as we don't stop above, this should continue down and after hours. I mean, the biggest thing that we're looking for is the day change. I don't want to see something end here. It could just fall all the way down, maybe, but if we end here, I would expect this to come all the way back up. And then with that much room coming back up, it's a little bit sketchy. It could try to push up because we have a lot more room. Anyone that might have been shorting at these levels is going to get knocked out, and that could push us up. So I don't like seeing stuff too far away. I like seeing it close when we end and we turn over, essentially. So. Oh, yeah. Well, it's a big short looking for around the 375, but if you just kind of keep in mind this, or like what we can see on the 4 hour, as long as you keep in mind this kind of structure or like movement. Alright, we start relatively close to it. See how it pops up just a little bit. When it pushes back down, boom, boom, boom. So the reason I put this out as the highest relevant time frame, I think we have 12 hours here. I don't know how much that matters though, because we have days above us. I can check that stuff though to see if it matters. I don't think it does though. Let's see the week time frame. It's at 18. I mean, we could bounce somewhere here. This to me gives more reason though to. There's a couple things I don't like about this, so we'll really have to see. I think this will probably just fail through, but we could bounce here at 1850 also as well. But that's why I do like this spot up here, because this feels really safe in case we have to do anything here, or whatever. And it's just a really safe spot to enter. But the strongest one is, I still think, the day down here. We have 12 hours, but I don't think it matters care about this 12 hour. This could come into consideration actually now that it's pretty far above. So let me see where this is real quick. It's the week time frame. So we could expect to see something bounce down around here, depending on how quick it comes down. The big issue though we have to remember is about this is at the end of the day. Am I on the right side or the left? I'm on the left. Okay. The biggest thing we have to remember about this is at the end of the day, we pretty much rode the top of the channel. So like talking about channels, like we're at the top of the channel. Bounce, bounce, like right. Boing, boing. So if we fail this area, I mean, there's a high chance we don't ever come back above 19.3, and then we just push all the way back down. So in the same sense that stuff today just kept pushing down because it looked bearish, we could see something similar with Bitcoin where it doesn't give an F about anything. And some of this stuff is just like maybe a day switch over and boom, 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 you know? So it just depends. It's really hard to say. I don't try to play the middle of stuff. Like this is the top, and we could see like this here and some other nice things we could have seen, but a lot of this came from the market. But I prefer to stick to the ranges, the ends of the ranges, right, as opposed to the middle. So if this is our range in this area, we want to stick to something here or here. But there is a decent drop-off point that we can see with the day time frame. I can't remember where it is. I'd have to mark it, but we can see like a decent drop-off on the day time frame right here. This is like a decent midway point, and we would kind of expect almost anyway just not to bounce if we came here because we have the week 200 smooth, and we have this also as well. So I'd still like to see it under it, but you can kind of see how it progresses as we progressively move farther and farther down, how it just gets kind of sketchier and sketchier and sketchier. You know, and when we get to some of this, it's kind of reasonable to sell. So I look at it kind of like this, and like if this is our range, like if this really is our range here, from here to here, then someone's not really wrong per se. And we can also kind of just show this real quick too, so it just makes it look obvious. We can just do that. But if this is our range in the channel, it actually kind of still makes sense for anyone to just sell out here. Obviously, there's other things going on too, so I'm not financial advisor. I wouldn't tell anyone to just sell anyway. I think that's just dumb to just do something like that ever without caring where everything is. But we can see how we failed this trend. We're almost at the halfway point from here. We look at a further possible drop to a decent buy spot. We're looking at another 45% possibly. So, or 45 to 50 in case we push down a little bit more. And that's assuming we bounce here. It's important to remember that we had the same thing happen around here. Hard to see on the month, but we had the same thing happen around here. We didn't stop at the bottom of the channel. Everything we've been doing recently is under the bottom of where we just were. You see what I'm saying? Like we're under, like this whole time, everyone's been thinking maybe this was good or going to do something. To me, we've literally just been under everything. That's just pretty much been how it is. We've just been under everything. So for me, it looks pretty bad. But the point is like, wouldn't blame anyone for just immediately selling anywhere around here, even if there was a bounce or whatever, because you risk another possible like 30, 40, 50% drop. Well, I guess 50 from up here, or 40 from up here, but like 30 from here. So, you know, but we have to see. I'd like to see it fall into these steps, of course, you know. I'd like to see it. I don't like to see it deviate. Otherwise, I think maybe we get some bullishness from somewhere, but I mean, I don't know how it just comes out of nowhere. So, I mean, everything's still getting drained. We're almost 1,200 points down on the Dow today, and this is actually one of the worst things ever. And hopefully, we don't keep dropping. I should have just got more puts. We'll see what happens. At the end of the day, I really don't give a crap. Like, it sucks a little bit, but I really don't care. I'll be right again next time, and I'll be right again the time after that, and I'll be right again after that. So, like, it's not going to be a huge deal. But it does feel like we might almost be missing something big, but we'll see what happens. Luckily, the Nasdaq isn't under. The biggest issue with the Dow is actually in a super danger zone because with the Dow, we're practically obviously we have this with this here. We can see a little bit sketch there and all that crap. But for the Dow, well, actually, we could maybe see a little bit of up tomorrow. We'll see. It depends what happens with stuff. Everything's so bad. And this is exactly what I was saying. So, and this is why it becomes difficult to trade this stuff from a TA perspective, is that this is what I expect to be the range, and with a possible bottom at 2,400. And we can kind of see this here, but if we see with this line here what we did last time, is we actually came down all the way to the 0.25, I believe, yeah, the 0.25. We just bursted through it. Now, the nice thing is, on the week time frame, we could actually see it come back up, and we could actually still take a position here if we didn't want to do something maybe based off of where these fib levels were. So there was a signal here to get back in, which was nice. But if we assume we might see something similar, maybe we might expect it to, if it does drop, maybe we might expect it to come all the way down to like 24, and then we'll get a bounce, and then we'll get something on the fib there. If we were going to expect something somewhat similar to the last drop. So what I'm saying is that we could actually, I don't think it's going to happen, but when you see stuff like this, if they don't hold it somewhere in this area sometime soon and things really look bad, I mean, we could just have another 16 to 23% down on the Dow in the next couple of weeks. So we'll see. But, you know, it kind of is what it is. I mean, honestly, this was like a sudden drop, but we could see a couple things here. We start under, our end under, start under, we push up, rejection, right? We push down, pretty obvious. This is actually still pretty bad, though, for like different reasons, but this into this is still pretty bad. So we'll have to see kind of what goes on. We also have these like 27s here, and this is the other one around 25, so we can see something like that. But even here, you know, we still get these drop throughs every now and then, so it might not hold the initial push down on this. So, you know, so in that sense, it might just be good to get something on the longer term per se, or it really just depends. This is why I don't like bad buying, because it turns us into the stuff where we don't have like great breaks, and we just have a bunch of idiots selling on idiots, and people ruin everything. Well, they don't ruin everything, but they make it difficult for people like me that kind of actually have no idea what's going on, because it's like, and I mean the people that are like super hedged in this, super hedged. There's no retail person is pushing this down. There's no way retail is pushing this down. I just can't believe it. Like when I was talking about the article the other day, one entity bought 80 million calls just yesterday. There's no way one retail person does that. It just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. And you're not even retail if you're throwing 80 million on calls. Like you're just not, you know. So I don't think this has anything to do with retail. I'm not upset at any retail traders. I'm just annoyed with like hedge fund managers and financial institutions. Anyone with like severe amount of capital that's trading this improperly, they just deserve to be smacked upside the back of the head because they just don't know anything. So I mean, it is what it is. I really don't care, but you know, whatever. So I'm just being brutally honest. So, like when you see this stuff again and again, it's just annoying. So really annoying. Boy. I think my 1200 would have been, whatchamacallit. I don't even really care. More than anything, I would have just kind of like just hold it. But at this position, it almost makes me think that what I should be doing, I really don't like this because it's kind of like a gamble and a waste of money, and I don't like these positions. But what this really makes me feel like is that I should just get even farther out of the money calls. So anything under 150 seems really stupid though. But honestly, 147.50s on Apple don't sound bad. They're probably pretty cheap. Most likely we're coming down to at least 150. I personally don't see a reason to necessarily change anything I'm looking at, or like the way I look at stuff, so let me analyze this real quick. Like, was this 2020 crash? Mm, okay, what do we get? Boom, boom, end under. Yes, we end under. Start all the way down here. More than enough room to push up, push, fail, fail, fail. Okay, here, start under. Okay, so I think we can get a decent idea from Apple anyway. It doesn't look the best from the 20 crash. We'll have the other things also as well to kind of take a look at. But yeah, this is just like, we're still pushing down. God, so many idiots, I swear to God. It's whatever. I could have just held my position, but even that's kind of just like whatever. Or I could have just done the other thing, but it's still kind of whatever. I didn't think it would be this bad, this quick, to be honest. I thought we might have had because we have a decent chance, a decent fight here. A decent chance to fight here. Obviously, they've just been all horrible fights. But I thought maybe they might want to try to fight for these and then lose and then push down. I didn't think the full weight of the week would be engaged within, the first whatever, on Tuesday. But oh well. Like, I haven't been doing anything for a while, just watching everything go down. Kind of boring. I think the SPY's everything's in a really sketchy place. This should be under the day now. I'd like to see an up day. I'm really hoping tomorrow's an up day. Like, I really, really do. That way it's a lot easier to expect if we're going to go down more or not. It's a lot harder for me to tell if we're going to keep pushing down or not if we don't have any up. Well, we had up, but we had up. So, if we can come back here up, and we fail, I'll believe we'll just drop through all this. But I don't want to see it just drop, because then, to me, we could run into the position of like, well, we just bounce all the way down here, even if there's nothing here, and just go up, because then we have the whole, we're just too far on the put side. I don't want random buying. I don't want bad buying either, but I don't want random buying either. Sorry, I don't want reasonable buying because of certain things in random places. It's kind of the more appropriate way to put it. Wow. Honestly, we might actually drop this week. This might be one of the bloodiest weeks we see. This is actually insane. Every frickin' put probably has such high IV on it. It's so annoying. I don't want to mess with anything with this high IV because if we turn around, you get wrecked. But we pushed up through all this. I swear, people are so dumb. I can't believe it's accelerated this fast. It's actually insane. I mean, we'll see what happens, but based on the VIX, if we can end up here and start up here, we still have the weeks down here, but the week doesn't really matter because, like, we've already pushed through it, so it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. We have the days up here, so this day can give us a continuation. If it does fail down somewhere up here, I think it's reasonable to expect it would probably fall through the day and go back to the week, because that would be like the next reasonable target for the week time traders, somewhere around here at 25, 50. But, yeah, I mean, this has a lot of fuel left if they really want to try to push it up, if it can start up here the next day. I hate this because, like I said, the IV is going to be so ridiculously high. It's going to be insane. Can't believe people did this. Well, I can. I mean, we saw it happening before this, but honestly, I really hope the VIX doesn't push and end up here. I don't want to see a super extension, so Yeah, that's crazy. They're up almost 14x. Almost 14x on those Apple puts. Actually insane. Mm. The ones I bought yesterday are up 3.5x. That's insane. They're almost 300 bucks and now they're 11.25. Crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. There's a reason for, I think, to turn around from the VIX perspective, but there's also a reason to try to keep it here. So we'll see what happens. I think we could see a pretty hard turnaround here, though, if the VIX does start right under here. So this is what I'd like to see, because this way it makes it a lot easier to play the calls tomorrow. So I'm really hoping that what the VIX does is it actually ends under here. I hope that we start around here, and then we should have a lot down from here. And then the bears on the VIX can fight for the week, either of these week levels, week time frame levels, which would be great. So we don't just shoot up, because I don't want to see it just shoot up. I really, honestly, I just really don't. Not all in one move. Like, that's just, no. Things usually don't happen like that anyway, but you never know. I'm not God, I can't tell. Oh, hopefully, pop the bless. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully, we can end under. I really do. Well, technically, I don't care where we end. Hopefully, we start under. Let's be honest. Like, I don't care if we end under. Hopefully, we start under. Because these puts are... I mean, technically, if it starts up here, it's going to look so bad. So maybe this pushes it. But if we're taking it from an Apple perspective, we only have like 2.3% more down to go. And then, or 2.5% down to go before our hard resistance there. You know, and there's more conflicting things. So hopefully, it ends under tomorrow. Usually, that's what it does. When I remember like the COVID crash and the other things, a lot of times it'll drop, get bought the heck up. But actually, technically, usually it drops. Well, yeah, sometimes it'll get bought the heck back up. Usually it's either, a lot of times I'll see more so like this with a base here as opposed to like this with like a base close by. But it's possible. But whatever, they're going to drop it. They can drop it. I'd much rather play calls all the way at the bottom, but like I said, it's whatever to me. I'm a little rat. I'll take my gains wherever I can. Not really super. Not really. I'm not trying to be a perfectionist on this stuff. I just don't want to get a wrong trade. We under the day on this? Yep. We're under everything on. We're under the day on everything. So we'll see. They got to do a lot though. So now you guys can see a little bit easier how I told you, like with my one friend, I was able to help him 10x in like 2-3 weeks. So, but that was all Mara stuff back in the day. But now you kind of get a little bit of a better idea. You see what I'm saying? Some of these things it feels like God for. But then again, you just have dumb buying and you get lucky, I guess. Everything's down to luck, I suppose. I'll be back in a minute. I need to get more water. And the main main thing I'll say on that. That's because the friend I was talking about, he's the type of dude that is gonna go 3 to 4x as much as I do on stuff, and he's not about to sell those calls out. So that's the type of dude he is. Whoops, I mean puts, but you know what I mean. I'll be right back. Yeah, that was some lucky stuff though, to be honest. Or not lucky. That was just like, I mean, big moves only happen every once in a while, right? So you know what I mean. And that was last year. Was it last year? I don't remember, to be honest. Let me see. Maybe it was last year. As I said, I really don't remember. That was it wasn't 10x maybe. I think it was like 600, like 6,000 or something, or 700 to 6,000, something like that. That was this one? No. It was this one. It was here. Playing this. All this stuff. You see what I'm saying? You see this? February 8th. February 21st. Look at this base. 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 There's other things going on too, but you see what I'm saying? Pretty easy. Straightforward, straightforward, straightforward. Boom. So there was more to it, I think, back then. I don't remember what the specific thing was, but this kind of just sums it up, more or less. It was around this time. Like I said, that stuff doesn't happen that often. I mean, technically, if I go back and click on this, if we look from a trend, like this was up here, January of that year. I mean, this is a different pitchfork from the one I'm looking at now. It's just a different one. But see, we don't even come back into this area, or like we can't even push out of this area. This was a big like exit position. This is one of the things I say, like when you see deviations, like what the heck? Like we push up, why are we coming back? Every other time we did this here and here and here, we just kept pushing up. So why are we not pushing up this time? And you can kind of see us, you can kind of see it just edge into here, like, right? So, but it never happened again on this pitchfork anyway. So like when you talk about opportunities like this, I mean, this never happened again. God damn it, dude. Now the VIX is up at 28. I'm not upset. It's just they're going to pull the whole market down at this point. I'll throw everything into calls. Like, I really don't care. If and when we drop, I'll throw almost everything in. I don't care. But, like, I really don't like doing that on puts. But I'll do it on calls. So we're really going to drop. Let's drop. But, like, please. Can we drop a little bit more slowly? Maybe I don't care. I don't know. I have a 10. I care like 4. Actually, depending on how high we go up, this might not be that bad. This could still be bullish, depending. I think, like I said, here, if we just push, 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 this ends in 30 minutes or 20 minutes, but we just don't want it to start. Well, technically, if it starts here, that's actually not that bad. I don't know. I just want something I can kind of like go off of per se. I feel like I can see if it starts here, I figure I know what I want to do. If it starts here, I figure I know what I want it to do. If it's up here, we don't have 20 minutes left, so I don't think it'll do that. I don't like it as much, but I think I'm fine with this actually. I think I'm fine with this either way. If we start here, we start here. I think I'm fine either way. This is a short. This is a long. Just keep it simple. It's no rocket science. Still though, I would prefer it at the end of the day for like a huge drop. I still would prefer it to like start here, waste time here, start the next week here on the 19th, then push up on the day, and then use the day. Because then, at least in that perspective, we can see a nice weak start. So we'll have a lot of buying here and a lot of strong support, and also that extended support into going into here, which justifies that big move down. Otherwise, it half feels like okay, like a move could like bounce somewhere in between. I just want something that's gonna crack in one direction. Like I was saying, like as you see like more and more and more like beautiful buying, like even we could see here, like this was like pretty surprising. This was like, you see what I'm saying? Like there's just certain things that just line up, and like when we look at it this way, we can see that there's these certain spots, and like when we see it line up in really nice ways, and we look at these nice targets, and we see them fight for these targets, that's like good buying in a sense. There's reason to the buying, there's targets that they're trying to go for. And that's what I call like good buying anyway. Good buying, good selling. I don't care what it is. Yo, what's up, crypto? It's good to see you, man. Been a pretty wild day. It's been a couple of days, or actually, I don't even remember to be honest. So much has been going on. I honestly don't remember. I don't remember yesterday. Or like I do, but like things start to get a little blurry in my mind. Not like my memory's bad. It's just so much has been going on, I suppose. So it's just like in crypto and stuff. Sorry, not in crypto, like in the markets. But it's good to see you back in here. So for the last little bit of the day anyway. Not too much left. So it's kind of interesting. We still have this, which is okay. I don't really like this though. I feel like we'll probably it'll be interesting to see SPXU calls. Oh, you mean, oh yeah. You always, gosh, I hate those SPXU calls, I swear to God. I don't hate them, it's just like every time it's the same thing, I'm pretty sure you ran into this too the other day. You know what I mean? It's like every time you say SPXU calls, I'm like, wait a second, you never calls. I'm like, wait a second, yeah, you had calls on something that's bearish, and then I gotta do that quick. It's like reading something in another language and not understanding the language that well. And then I got to translate it, and then I have to be like, wait, what does that mean? True. Oh, true. It's good to see you back, man. Must have been a crazy day at school. Well, not at school. Crazy day outside of school, anyway. So we'll see what happens with all this stuff. See what happens with it. Man, gonna have to record. I feel like I have to record a video for YouTube later, but not a trading view. My issue with trading view is I wish I could make something more than 20 minutes. I doubt they'll let me, but I wonder if I could ask them if they could make an exception for me so I could make a video longer than 20 minutes. I imagine they won't, because I imagine it's something in how they have this stuff coded or whatever. There has to be a certain file size. It's probably some file structure thing where they need everything of a certain file size to make everything more efficient or whatever. I imagine that's what it is. And they probably have to make something. It's probably not like, oh, just give this person access to something. It's probably like a rewrite a whole code for something to be able to enable something that much longer. So I don't know. I just assume. I don't really know. So, but like, there's just so much to go over. I don't know if I could go over everything in 20 minutes. Did it? That's pretty cool. Thanks for bringing that up. I actually didn't check. I haven't taken a look at it. Let's see. Oh, whoops, my bad. It's kind of loud. Oh man, even with the Wix here, wow, that's pretty crazy. I bet you. What was this pre-market? Whoops, what the hell? Let me guess. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Yep. 8 o'clock. Wait, it wasn't 8 o'clock when a lot of stuff shot up. I feel like I woke up at 7:55 or something, and I looked at my phone, or trading view on my phone. I thought stuff shot up at that point. Oh, no wonder. So I woke up and I looked at my phone at 7:55 or something and saw it up here. And then I went back to sleep, and the next time I woke up at 8:45, I saw it at like 1:60. I saw it here. So I woke up at like 8:45. Okay. So I literally looked at my phone like 5 minutes before this thing. Whatever. Because I remember even seeing an article on Zero Hedge being like, market shoots up ahead of CPI expectations. But yeah, I mean, that's it. I do like, though, the one thing. Oh my God. 1 second. I have to get rid of the. Where's Euro USD? Okay. I do like that, at least on the euro to the dollar, I do like that it at least went in between the ranges. So I think this is really cool. We had a day start here, a little bit under, but I do like that we still had this channel kind of come through. It is very surprising that this actually managed to push up here, um, considering we already hit the top pretty much of the channel already. But I at least do like that even if someone didn't know what was going on, at least they could kind of see like this is pretty sketchy. This is definitely pretty sketchy. Because as usual, right, we say that the place to get it, we want to see it start above. We don't want to be in a fight for here. So, but I wonder what the U.S. dollar, the Japanese yen's doing. That might even look crazier. I don't know what the yen's doing. The yen has got to be going. Oh my God. Is this what it is? Maybe this is what it is. Maybe this is the catalyst. If the United States raises their rates, everyone else is going to have to raise rates, and it has to be the JPY 10, right? Or what is it? Is it JP 10Y? 10Y, I think. This has to be it. Oh, their yields are down. Oh, wow. Interesting. Well, actually, I guess they can't. I guess they can't increase them. I was thinking about the wrong way. The thing I was thinking initially is like, okay, United States raises their rates, let's say another 100 basis points, um, and then maybe other people want to raise their rates. That forces Japan to raise their rates, but they can't raise their rates really because they have so much debt. They can't service their debt with the higher interest rates. But what do they do? Like, I feel like their interest rates are going to have to go up. I feel like these yields are going to have to go up. I don't know if they can, though. But I feel like they have to go up. I mean, just from a standard point, I wouldn't assume their yields are going to go up maybe until they get back up to here. Just from, like, this standpoint. I don't remember putting an alert on this. Is it on this one? Oh, I have an alert up here. Oh. So I must have seen this at some point and said, okay, let's put an alert up here. Probably was yesterday. But whatchamacallit? What was I gonna say? But I mean, it does. I guess if they don't, I mean, so like if they increase their, I don't know, because like it's horrible for a different reason. What I was thinking, because if the dollar's going to go up to the yen, it would make sense that the yen yield rates would either stay the same while the dollar goes up, or there's like the dollar goes up and the Japanese yield rates go down, making the dollar more attractive than the yen. I guess like let me put it this way also, just like we have context anyone hasn't seen. This isn't it. Let me do this. Just for like kind of context for where we are, where we might go. I mean, the next place is 155, but decent price action over 155. This is a great support spot where it is. It's still crazy seeing this. The risk reward ratio for this is 134. And that's when we were down here. That's all the way from like this assumption here with the 12-hour averages. So we'll see what happens on it. But I mean, the 155 looks like a really attractive place for us to try to come up and even try to beat. This is my target up here is 214, but just based off of a fib, I think anywhere between 183. I'm not on a trade right now. No, I'm not in anything right now. I'm going to be waiting till tomorrow. I can go over a little bit once everything closes, but I'm not going to be in anything right now. I want to see where we open tomorrow, and then I'll make another decision on what I want to do. So the only other trade I would have done earlier was when I sold stuff out initially, I should have bought at least 5 of the I should have bought like between like 3 to 5 of those 155 puts. I would have sold them out for 155. I don't think I would have re-entered, and I don't think I would have re-entered into anything else after that today. So that would have been the extent, besides the trade I had yesterday. So what I would have done at most today. I didn't really feel certain about a lot of stuff. I think it looked good to go down at certain places, but I still think it was such a big drop that some things were a little odd. So I don't know where this stuff's going to even out, so we have to be careful. Another couple things we need to look for is like Bitcoin and things like that. Oh, my bad. I thought you were Tory. But yeah, whatchamacallit. I'm saying stuff you probably don't even know what I'm talking about because I'm like referring to it from the other day. But no, I got in a position the other day at 164.10 up here on the put, and then I got out around here, and then it obviously dropped more. So I already made like 1,200 today, and so it's like whatever. I honestly, if I left it in, it would have been whatchamacallit. I don't know. I have to see what it is. I sold them for around like 600 a piece. I got them for around 300 yesterday. I sold them for around 600 a piece. And then I think right now they're about 1050 all the way down here. So it would have been a little bit more, but I guess it would have been like around 2400 when I think about it that way. But it's not like a huge deal. So, but like I said, the biggest thing here would have been the 155s. I wasn't certain how we were going to act around the day, though. I figured the day or here might give us a little bit of support. So I wasn't really sure about that, which is why I really like the 155s at this point. Because when we first opened, the 155s, or 155 strike price for the end of the day, right here, these were about 20 cents. And then when we got to around here, they were about 28, 30 cents. So they were pretty attractive if we look at it from a week time frame perspective and look at, okay, we're at the top, or if we're heading down here, the midway point's here, 155's here. So, you know. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much most of the market in a gist, really, to be honest. So we only have a little bit more time on the VIX. It doesn't look like it's going to get pushed. Ooh, come on. There we go. We might have an update tomorrow. There we go. Thank you. Let's get some cheap calls. Okay, maybe we get some cheap calls tomorrow. Ooh, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we get some cheap calls. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I think we could go either way. But like I said, we'll see where we start on the VIX anyway. And if anyone doesn't care, I'll just put a video out later summarizing whatever I think later. But I think this is great because it starts us in a nice place. We don't have to worry about like, oh, if I start up here, are we going to keep going up or are we going to come down? You know, I think it's going to be pretty one way or the other, which looks really good. I'm feeling pretty confident about being able to tell what's going on tomorrow, making a move with the market. So we'll have to see though. But I do like this, so and we can see how perfect this was down here. Anyway, there's a couple other things we have to keep in mind. Like Bitcoin isn't on the edge yet, so the market's not pushing it down anymore. So Bitcoin's really on its own. So this will be kind of something to also look forward to in the next 4-hour finish. Of course, not on this one, but it will be a little difficult. We are under here for 24. Even if we just look at it right here, I need to get my other mouse, I think. Oh yeah, I put videos out I try to put them out every single day with a market update. Honestly, TradingView probably doesn't like me for this, but I try to make it their own because I mean, I don't know. It might be better just to update one and just keep updating it. I would actually prefer just to make a new idea, a whole idea every single day, to be honest. I just think it's better because I don't want people scrolling down 20 million years. I want people to know exactly what day update it is. But, you know, it might just be better to update the same idea. I don't want to do that, to be honest. I'm probably not going to. I don't know. I have to figure it out. I'm not sure which way. It's probably better to keep it cleaner that way. For TradingView, I guess it's the same exact thing. I just have more ideas, but it's not actually more space because the videos are still the same amount. It's not a big idea, not a big deal. But some interesting things that we can see with Bitcoin, just looking at 4 hours. So we got the 12 doing its thing down there. We got our day down there. We got our 4. So with around where we are, one thing I do like to see, and I'd be looking forward to seeing what happens, is we do have this here. So we have this here. So we got this here. Okay, so this looks like the range that we're in right now. So I'd be pretty interested to see what happens. This looks like it could be. So right now, I would expect that tomorrow is going to be a down day. We will see what happens, but as of now, I would assume tomorrow is going to be a down day. And the reason why I assume tomorrow is going to be a down day, looking at Bitcoin possibly because of Bitcoin. But we'll have to see what happens, or at least it looks like, I'll say this because maybe we shouldn't take it as far to extend this to the market. So this idea can be possibly extended to the market, but we'll see what happens. So we have our new 4-hour, and we're under this. So we actually got pushed all the way back down through here. No huge surprise, as we saw from here. We bounced, but we have no confirmation anywhere here. So it's not a huge surprise that we're just blowing through it, because ugly buying all the way up to the top. So the thing that I look at this is our range, at least on the 4-hour averages. And if we have, so we're playing the top side already of this range on these 4 hours. The range is the 4-hour time frame hulls. Usually to get out of this, I want to see something on a 4-hour time frame. The next 4-hour that we're going to have is also going to be the day candle. And so, in my opinion, when I look at this, we are in this range. So we're in a range where we currently have 0.8% up and about 3% down. So for me, it just looks more likely like we'll get pushed down here. It would look even worse if it got pushed up here and then started trending down. But if we do this on the day time frame and we look at it, kind of get an idea, let's say we want something like through here, and then let's just do it on the 4-hour. So more or less, we need, let me just see on the day also as well, because this is probably going to drop quite a bit on the day. But so we have what, 4, so let's see, 5.8, so 5.82 to 4.57, so that's what, 155 or 125. 125, I think, and then 125, 122, 120, so 120. But with this drop, 125, 120, I would almost say 150 in a sense. So 150, maybe under 20,150 or 20 under 20, slightly under 20,000. But as long as this is, we can just look at it this way also. Anywhere like, we can just do this. This looks pretty decent to do it like this, and we can look at the 4 hour in this kind of manner. So if the 4 hour ends anywhere kind of in this range and under, we should expect on the day time frame it's then going to continue pushing down. So we're now in a range that's we're on the top, and it's more likely than not to push down. And then this is like we don't really need this as a base, really. We don't really need this either. It skews it on the day. It's messed up. On a horizontal plane, it makes sense. Vertical, it doesn't. What do you call it? Or like on an x-axis, I mean, it makes sense, but on a y, it doesn't. Not a plane axis. But whatchamacallit. So if we see it under here, like this is really bad, and this looks more than likely to be anywhere on this bottom side right here. So to me, it looks more likely than not that we'll probably start under this from where we are right now. Now, I'd like to see it. It doesn't mean I would take a position before we get there, but this is just how I set up my expectation. So if I was going to take a short on Bitcoin, to me, this shows to me that it's a lot more likely that we will see Bitcoin moving down a little bit more. Now, we could translate this to the market and say the market might be bad, but it just kind of depends because, you know, Bitcoin's dropped so much more than the market, so it almost doesn't kind of matter in a sense. Like, just because Bitcoin, like, you'll see them going down, like, the market go down 5%, Bitcoin goes down like 10, 15, right? So it's not always like a one-to-one correlation with the amount that it goes down. I usually see it as more of a correlation of the overall direction, and then the individual TA on Bitcoin. When the markets closes, what kind of where we stop is what determines like what range and what we're going to kind of do. Like essentially here, right? We started all the way up here. Obviously, we hit this. We could have just looked at Bitcoin and seen this, but the market was bad, pushed us all the way down. We're pushed into this 4-hour range, and we have this day here. So really, this is the kind of key area of focus, and I think, you know, really we should push under. This is also a day, so I don't think this is really going to last. I don't care. I honestly don't care there's a 4-hour here. And the same thing we could see here on the 4-hour. There's no confirmation here whatsoever. We just shot up. Now, I think this is reasonable, and it was easy to guess that it was going to shoot up there. But it's important to note that there's still no confirmation, there's no foundation for this last rise up. So it makes sense to think that if we do come down, especially with a time frame of a higher, an average with a higher time frame would be above us, that we would push down. So there's no real need for it to push down now. We'll see what happens. Obviously, I don't think this is the place to take the position. I really don't. I still think it's with the day. But this is kind of a way to see what we might be developing to kind of fall into that. No problem. Take care, trading. Whatchamacallit? Take care, crypto. So this will be pretty interesting to see what happens. But this is kind of how we can look at this and kind of get an idea of where we are and just set expectations and know when we need to look. Like if we ended above this, like we ended above it, so that's why I wanted to take a look. And then I just checked 12.4, and then we end under here. So we'll see what happens. And this isn't like saying like short it here. I still don't think that's like a great idea, but it's possible. We did bounce on the day, so I think it's also important. I think it's also important to realize that if we hold here, we'd still need to see another thing start under it, preferably end and start, but just something that starts under it, which could give us a little bit of bullish strength also as well. So that's just kind of what we could look at to try to see what we want to do and how we want to position for the next day, because there is a lot to gain from here, and I could see it pushing up all the way back to 21.3 or something possibly. And I think we'll get a better idea with the VIX also as well. I don't like for this. Actually, I don't mind it ending in between. So it should be closed. I don't know why I see it. I thought I saw it moving. Oh, the Dow does this every day. It's so annoying. But yeah. So I think we'll really see with the VIX. But you know, in the meantime, I think this could. I don't know if this is reflective of the market. That's why in the beginning I took that back and I didn't want to say that because I don't look at Bitcoin necessarily. I see similarities, but I think it's just better to look at the market. But one thing, the market's closed, so I don't know. You weight it how you want. I guess out of everything, I don't usually look. There are signs that you can look at Bitcoin to determine the market because the market influences Bitcoin, but it's not something I like care for the market. You know, like I don't look at Bitcoin to try to determine if the market's going to get knocked down. Now, yesterday, like a little bit, we could kind of see a little bit sketchiness. Gosh dang it. You know, we could see a little bit of a sketchiness to where we ended, and so we could kind of assume we had more pressure downwards. We have no foundation here, so it makes sense to come down. But I wouldn't have said if the market pushed up, I would have imagined, you know, we try to push up into this, and then maybe we can find support here. It super pushes up. So, you know, just because this came up here and then came down, to me doesn't say, oh, we could use this to say the market was going to go down. I don't think like that. But, I mean, it's not always that bad. So, and I don't think it can't be done. It's just not something I do. But it's not like I think, oh, it doesn't exist. Anyone that does it's stupid. I think it's actually nice to see back and forth. Does Bitcoin actually have any free room? Might there be a reason to push the market up? Because if institutions do have a lot of Bitcoin and they want to push Bitcoin up and they understand that there's this relationship, there's more of a reason to also push the market up, and vice versa. If they're really leveraged in Bitcoin, you know, or shorts and things like that, I mean, if you can influence the market in a sense, you can also make more money off of crypto too as well, which isn't that bad. You know, use one for the other in that kind of sense. So that's pretty much that. I think, you know, it was a pretty good day. I did my thing in the beginning. I could have let it ride, but you know what, guys? It's not as bad as AMD, okay? It's not as bad as AMD. Where is it? Are we on the right side? No, we're on the left. Huh. At least it's not as bad as AMD, where technically it's almost the same. Because technically, because I 2x pretty much today, what I put in. And then, well, I did 2x what I put in, but, was it 2x? I don't know, I have to go back and see. But anyway, we had a 2x here, and then a bing bam boom here. So, it's definitely pretty nice. Pretty nice for what it was. I actually have to check it later. I just sold it out real quick, I didn't pay attention. But, so anyway, the point is on AMD is I got in here, sold out here for 2x. Literally within the next 2 days, these I got 115 calls, because obviously it makes sense, right? We're going to try to, you know, have a reversal, play 115. And then within the next, what, 1, 2, 3? No, because, yeah, 3, I guess, because we opened here. So that would have been 1,500 per call. So it would have been about $1,600. And they cost, I think, about 150 to buy a piece or something at this level. I think it was like 150. So that would have been like a 10x. And I had like 3 or 4 of them or something, or 5. So that would have been crazy. But like I said before, this was also just because they had earnings. And I didn't realize they had earnings. And you could see with the 4-hour and stuff. So at least it's not something like that. I still really don't care either way, but I care a lot less. Like, as much as I do care, I care a lot less. But when you have stuff like this happen, like, you know, it kind of minimizes how much you care about some of these other ones. I think so. It looks like that. I don't think anything's for sure, but it definitely looks pretty bad. What's up, Crypto? Or Cryptagonist? That's a pretty good name, actually. I don't think I've actually seen a name like that yet. So. No. That's an actual word. I was thinking of another name with crypto in it. I'm like, Pro. I guess you take a word with row and then throw it in. Whatever. I'm just like thinking about other things. But yeah, I mean, I think we'll go lower for the time being. But I do see how we could get support. A lot of these drops, depending too, do have a lot of like big bullish days that just get wrecked right back down. So we'll see. But I mean, all in all, like, yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. So, but like I said, anything can happen. I mean, I had someone coming in saying we're going to drop here, and like I'd say the same thing I say now. It's like, I don't think we're not dropping. I just think, you know, we'll see what happens. I hope we don't just drop, to be honest. But to me, all my stuff is down here for like the Dow. So I could see the Dow still dropping anywhere between 12, 15 to 20%. I could see the NASDAQ. I don't even know where it is. It's somewhere down here. Don't I have it anymore? I guess I don't have it anymore. There we go. I could see the Nasdaq still possibly dropping another 25%. I think the S&P 315. I could still see the S&P dropping 20% too. I think all this looks pretty reasonable still. Um, you know, I mean, I think it looks incredibly reasonable. Yeah. I mean, the overall of it seems, I don't know, like, I think the in-betweens make a big deal at certain spots. Like, for me, I look at Apple for a lot, but we just, no matter what we look at, I think it's obvious. I think everyone knows. Even if you didn't know what was going to happen, you can at least tell, like, hey, this is too many gaps. You can't have a gap. You can't have a gap not filled. You can't have a hard reversal under your strongest support based on barely pushing off of like way weaker support, and then have a gap not filled, and then a gap not filled, and then failed. Like, I think everyone can easily like agree on that. Like, there's way too many gaps for what we did to fail. Like, this is just dumb buying, you know. So I don't understand why we went through this. I don't understand why people bought. I don't understand why people thought this was okay to do. I really don't. But I'm in the camp of like I'm in the camp of I actually think if we had good buying, we actually wouldn't be this far down right now. If we did fail, I don't think the CPI wrecked us down. To be honest, I think it was a mixture of that with like bad buying. So, well, low volume begets bad buying. That's kind of the other issue too. Like, if someone's waiting for a gap down, that's when they're going to buy it, right? So, like, with this bad buying, it's just indicative of generally lower volume in a sense, or at least for what I care about, lower volume at the places that matter, you know? So, because I, like, when we just blow through this, but even though we just blow through this, I don't think this means whatsoever at all that we're just going to come back through it. I still value this as resistance, even though it's like a little okay as support. So, but I think it'll be pretty obvious. I think the VIX will be pretty good to see whether we go up or down. I think whether we start up here or not will be pretty determinant of whether we go up or down tomorrow. This is kind of what I'm looking at. We'll see with the other things, but I think this will have a big impact on it, especially with everything that they've been doing over here. And we've had some really unexpectedly good movement where we just start up here and then boom. So we'll see what happens. So all this stuff, honestly, for me, all this stuff was like pretty easy to see, or pretty easy to guess and try to position somewhat for. But we'll still have to see what happens on it. Right now, what I'm looking for, I think, might be the best in the interim, would be Bitcoin. So I'm interested. I don't think it has to drop, even if it's in this range with the fours. I don't really think it has to drop. Lower volume usually leads to larger movements because of lack of participation. Yeah, I mean, I agree on that. I just don't, to me, I usually don't, like, care about volume specifically because, like, I used to look at volume and then I just kind of ignored it because I realized, like, there's certain places that look good for buying and there's certain places that don't. And I found that volume always comes with good buying just because of bots or whatever. So when I realized that, I stopped paying attention as much to volume, and I just started focusing on like good areas because one was indicative of another. Like, high volume isn't always indicative of a good area, but a good area will always indicate high volume pretty much. So I guess there's nuances of what's a good area to an extent, but still, you know. But yeah, I know what you mean. So there's definitely felt like there was a lot of. I will say one thing. From some of the stuff, I don't know about the specific volumes of the trading. I was reading something the other day saying that someone bought $80 million of calls. I actually want to see how broke this person this is. Watch volume. I don't look at that stuff, and I'm never going to. I understand what you're saying, though. I don't need to look at that stuff, and I never will. But I understand what you're saying. I look at like a couple things and like with nuance, and I don't add anything because it's just gonna make things more difficult for me. I'm already right most of the time. But whatchamacallit? Yeah, but movements. I'm definitely all about movements. But yeah, I mean, I've guessed like everything within like almost 100% in the last 2 weeks, and the year like 85%. So I don't want to like get off with other things. But let me see what the SPY, because someone apparently bought. I have to see which options. I saw something where someone bought $80 million of SPY calls. I don't even know if I'd be able to see it anymore because of the price. Apparently by December, they said December this year, it was supposed to be 40.30. So I'll look at January's, and they bought them for 90 cents. I don't know what this would have been for the SPY for 4.30. Oh, I can't even see it. There's not enough. 1 second. Let me see. Do all strikes. So this guy thought it was going to get to 4.30, and he paid 90 bucks. I don't even know which one the guy bought. I just wanted to see how much this one person was down, because someone put 89,000 calls for either January or December of next year or December this year for 4.30 strike price. They actually might not be that off, actually. They actually might not have lost as much as I thought, depending. If it is like a 4.30 strike price right now, a call for the SPY for that, it looks like they lost 20%, so they only lost $18 million. So that doesn't seem that bad, all things considered. I mean, 18 million is kind of a lot. Let me see if I can see the difference. Yeah, this seems about, let me see. I think this seems about right. Yeah, so they lost like 18 million. I thought they lost more, but they lost 18 million about today, it looks like. That's like insane. And then apparently another person bought 15 million of SPY calls for some other time period. So like I don't know about the volume and all the other stuff, but all I know is that everyone like top bought. So I'm just chilling. It's kind of crazy. So like I said, all this stuff, it is brutal, but I don't know what they were thinking, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, that's just bad buying. Like, and that doesn't support anything. That's my biggest thing. I don't want to go into it too much because I've said it so many times today. But I just don't understand the idea of supporting buying like that. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, it's already at the top. Everything's already getting FOMO bought. Why would someone would want to throw 80 million more dollars on a reversal into FOMO? But maybe they saw something I just didn't, I guess, to give them the benefit of the doubt. So it is kind of what it is, though. I think I'm gonna stop in a second. I mean, I'll just I'll look at some of the cryptos, see what happens with that. But overall, I mean, I'll put out a video later. But I think most of this just chalks up to if we start above here on the VIX tomorrow, we should have a huge sell down. If we start around here, I think this would be much more appropriate. And then maybe we can kind of consolidate for the rest of this week, start a new week here. That'll look pretty nice from this perspective. And then we'd be able to do this, and then we'll get the week time frame whatchamacall. It'll look from a nice week time frame perspective, and then we'll also get the day. I think this would be an easy way to see like the big 20% drop or 15-20% drop on a lot of the indices. I do somewhat doubt how much we could drop if we just push up from here, but I think it'll still drop a lot. I just don't think it would be as much as if we just consolidated for a bit, which I think is obvious. Any consolidation and then moving in a direction obviously is going to have a greater effect of us moving that direction. But I think the bears have a decent chance. VIX bears have a decent chance to kind of keep this in here. It looks like they were doing something all here, so it makes sense that they wouldn't want it to just get past this so easily. But at the end of the day, this will open before the market, and there's zero need for me to even do any thinking about any position I would take, just because it seems pretty obvious, either top or bottom with most of this. Hopefully we don't start in the middle, but hopefully bulls or bears for the VIX will be able to, get it to do something and not start in the middle. So they seem to be doing a pretty good job over this last week or last 2 weeks before now, or like 2 weeks ago, or last 2 weeks, I guess. I don't care about like here, but like here, they did a pretty good job at holding it. So, like I was saying before, I'd rather stuff not come down to like here and then bounce. I'd rather stuff sit here and then just fall through everything. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So it would make sense from the perspective of options. I don't really want to mess with a put anymore. Like, puts at the top are great, but you know, yeah, I think the same. I think the same thing. So, well, maybe. I think it depends. Like I said, with the VIX play, I could see a potential of trying to leave it here for like the rest of the week. And then, like, if we really do keep in this area and then start next week here on Monday, and it can actually push back up here and start a day up here, it's going to be insane. It's actually going to be insane. I think it's going to be a bloodbath. So we'll see what happens. I would like to see this happen, though, with a little bit of a pullback for the rest of the week, just based on the VIX and the areas. But everything looks so bad, and there was so much top buying and so many calls, which is really what I think, like, honestly, like, I mean, I say bad stuff about volume, but I really actually, the biggest thing I think matters with volume, I don't know, but it's just an assumption because I don't look at the numbers, but I feel like the put call spreads on a lot of stuff, and the volume of that is also, like, it's almost even more important than, like, stock price volume, just because it's, like, I don't know for sure, because, like I said, I've never really looked at the data. There we go. Nice job diversifying. I gotta do some cardio. I can't do cardio today, but I got to when my legs are a little bit better, I'll do some cardio. But whatchamacallit, that's really cool, man. I'm actually happy for you. Keep it up, like really. Like I said, I'm 21 days clean now. 21 days. I haven't had any substances in 21 days, and 21 days and 5 hours. No, 21 days and 6 hours was the last time I drank. 3 Tuesdays ago at 10:30. So, good for you, man. Did you see, whatchamacallit? Well, don't they, one thing, don't they increase rates in like a couple of days? Or actually, is it next month? I don't really know. Is it actually next month? And then also, Cryptagonist, what do you think about? I've seen some articles talking about a possible 100 basis point increase. What do you think about that? Do you think it matters? Like, one, do you think it's possible? One, do you think it matters? No drinking, no smoke. I haven't, in the last 21 days, I haven't drank, I haven't smoked, I've only drank water. So, no drinking, no smoking, or no THC consumption of any kind. No high fructose corn syrup, no caffeine. I think that's about it. No added sugars. So I haven't had pretty much any added sugar. In the last maybe 3 weeks, I've had maybe 20 grams of added sugar from, I don't know, something. But like all substances. So like 21 days of just being sober of like everything. I don't mean like like alcohol and like weed, like I said, caffeine, high fructose corn syrup, just added sugar of any kind, things like that. Nah, I don't mess with that stuff. And all that. Oh, true. Yeah, I think today too. I think today we should see. I'm going to turn on MSNBC when I'm done here, but I feel like we should see. I don't really care what they have to say about anything whatsoever at all, but I think it's interesting sometimes. But I think today should be remembered for a while. I don't think we've had a 1,200 point drop on the Dow in a while. I think we've had some I think we've had some 1,000s and some 1,200s or like 1,100s. I don't know if we've had a 1276 point drop though. It should only be about 20 seconds of lag. I'm not really sure, but it should only be about 20 seconds. Let me see. Thanks, Diversifying. Yeah, I like it there too. I like it now because like I would have had it a long time ago. I didn't realize that when you guys were watching, you can't have it full screen. And now I feel like you can have it full screen and still see the chat, what other people are saying. So I think this works. I'm probably going to keep it this way. I feel like this works for you guys and it also works for me as well. Yeah, but that's 12 years ago. I mean this year, and like the context of what I'm saying is MSNBC. They always want headlines. You know what I mean? But maybe we have had. I feel like it's been a while. Did we even have? Let's see. I feel like this is going to be the biggest day drop. That's like 600. I feel like we had thousands, but never at 1275. Oh no, we might have had it right back here. Actually, this looks like it's a bigger drop. No, even this one was like a 1065. I just feel like a lot of the recent ones were close. Well, yeah, I mean, it's. I'm just saying it to say it. Like I don't care what they actually say, but I'm just saying I have a feeling when I go to MSNBC and take a look, they're gonna be like biggest Dow drop in 2 years since the COVID crash. You know what I mean? So I was just saying it from that perspective. So nice. What's DIA at? Let me move this real quick. Oh, we were up. Okay, I thought you meant like right now. Oh yeah, I mean that thing jumped up. I saw that. It was really weird. I kind of get it, but it was like really weird. Where were we? Let's see. Oh yeah, easily one of these has to be more than 1200, right? Maybe not. I actually don't know. What's here to here? Oh my gosh, yeah. These are pretty big from day to day. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So I wonder if if this is like the biggest day since the COVID crash. Like I said, I don't really care. It doesn't mean anything to me. But I know my biggest issue is like if I hate to say this, and it's like I don't need it anymore. But it's like one reason why I don't like therapy. If I can't tell you one thing, then I generally don't want to tell you anything. And it's like the same thing. If they're not going to tell me that the Fed is like messed up and all this other stuff, I don't really like them. I like what they say here and there. I do like the Nigerian brothers. I do like the one guy, the chart guy. They barely show charts. That's why I hate CNBC. I might have been saying MSNBC, but CNBC is that's one reason I hate it because it's like it's like let me show you what happened. Like, isn't there a way to do it like here? I think or something. Yeah, it's like let me show you what happened today, and it's like, well, what happened yesterday? What happened the day before that? And they, you know what I mean? Every once in a while they give you a chart, but it's like when they give you a chart, you can't either see what you want to see. It's misleading, keeps out like huge details, or if they do with like Larry, I think, or whatever the guy's name is, it's like this. It's like, oh, come on, man. It's like, well, we can see a downward trend line coming through here, explaining why we. It's like, bro, really? That's all the charts they're going to give us. But I think at the end of the day, why is because if they put too much of an emphasis on technicals, their job becomes worthless. The realization that fundamentals just really don't matter as much. Well, they do, but like depending on what you're messing with like big companies, with like B/P ratios and all that stuff, like Apple and things, you're only going to see so much of a deviation because like fundamentals are already so good. Like, it's not like Tim Cook bangs whatever, bangs secretary and faces lawsuit or whatever. So a lot of times I feel like you can ignore that with especially with these nice value stocks. But their job becomes worthless because most of CNBC is these are the fundamentals. That's why you should buy this. And if they move to a purely technical standpoint, I think most of their stuff just becomes worthless. That's kind of that's always been my thinking on why they like to stick to they don't like to show charts much. Essentially, it makes them more worthless or not as needed, or most of their segments not as important. Because why watch MSNBC if you're just going to look at a chart? I mean, I live under a rock personally, so I have no problem with that. I checked Zero Hedge, and Zero Hedge is certainly not the bastion for good news. Yeah, exactly. Nope, I agree. That's another good scenario where fundamentals don't matter. As long as there's a decent amount of uncertainty, people are going to jump. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Fundamental, essentially, I guess, is knowledge, whether it's something good or bad. And if there's no if you don't have knowledge on something, you have nothing else to go on but the technicals. I like that. That makes a lot of sense. Um, I feel like we're going to do something. Have you been clean from the NSFW standpoint? I don't know what that means. My bad, I just read that comment. Let me see. Let me look at crypto real quick, kind of see what's going on. I don't think it really matters. Like we saw Bitcoin earlier, we already talked about what we want to see. Most likely it'll fall under here, but if it doesn't, I mean, it should. I would. If we actually hold here, I mean, I think we can push and recapture a decent amount of this, even coming back to what we see over here tomorrow. I don't think this would be out of the realm of possibilities. Nothing. Why do I even have this here? What's with this trend line? Am I on the right side? I don't know why I have this line right here, to be honest. Anyway. Yeah, I have zero. Why do I have that line there? I don't remember. Whoops. I don't remember putting this line here recently. I mean, I guess I kind of see why I had it. I just don't understand why it's there. I don't care about it. It's kind of weird. Anyway, but I mean, we can kind of see just to go over Bitcoin real quick. Same as always here. I want to see this and what we saw with the 4. I'm too lazy to show it. My wrist is or forearm's going to start to hurt. I want to see this. If we do this and we don't end under, then I'm going to think I'm going to be more likely to expect this to go up. Now, I'd like to see what happens with the market, but depending on the VIX, which we'll see at 3 a.m. in the morning, not me, you guys maybe, I'll be asleep. But depending where we start here on the VIX too, I think this will have a pretty big impact. So I definitely think if we can start slightly under 26.91 would be great. Pretty much if we look at here, positioned really nicely. It could still push up a little bit, but we'd have to get that day end under or end over, start over to get a confirmation. So we wouldn't have confirmation. There would be a lot of pressure if we push downwards. Essentially, what we saw here with a huge reason to keep us down. So the closer here would look nice. I'd expect more of a shoot up, and so we'll see where this starts around then. Obviously, I think this starts at 310, which is 50 minutes for the pre-market, or whatever. I don't even know if it's pre-market. I don't know what you call it. Is it pre-market at 4? I feel like there's a pre-market, and then there's like a pre-pre-market, and then there's a pre-market. I feel like there's a pre-market at 4, and then there's like another one for most people. I feel like at 9. I feel like I'm crazy on that, though. I think that's what it is. But anyway, we'll have the pre-market at 4, so that we'll have 50 minutes for this, but we'll actually be able to see a nice base point, kind of like here, which we can kind of get an idea, right? So we start pretty close, and it looks pretty nice. So I'd like to see something like that, and then maybe we could see something in Bitcoin around then. I think this day time frame change is going to be pretty determinate, but if we're looking for a place where it might shoot up, maybe around 310 Eastern could be pretty nice, or like above 710 UTC. So that could be something right there, and then so this will be something to look for. I don't think this is horrible where it is right now. I don't see any reason to push Bitcoin down anymore, unless they really want to. But like I said, in all these other spots, from a short perspective, I don't care about this because it's not here. I don't care about this because it's not here, and I don't care about this because it's not here. And likewise, I think we could expect some upwards pressure if we fail to push down here. Just getting that out of the way, though, to be like, okay, what do we want to be careful of in case something drops on our head? Let's just take a look at some of these. I haven't looked at crypto all day. I actually have not. Or I've taken a look at like Litecoin, and that was at 1. So I really haven't seen a lot of this stuff. So it'd be pretty interesting to see what's going on. Some of these things are like, oh man, Jesus Christ. Here, one sec. I need to plug my other mouse in. I have this. It's nice. A lot of features. $100, pretty cool. Heavy as hell. Not really cool. Not cool. probably about 1,400 if you messed up your wrist and you got to go to the doctors, right? So it's a $1,500 mouse if we include the medical bills. I actually haven't, but I'm just saying that's how heavy it is. It's pretty wild. And then I have this one, which is pretty nice. I got one of the those glorious O's with the honeycomb. Oh, my PC's trash. Um, my friends wanted to give me a better one, but I usually don't try to upgrade a PC unless I have to. I have, I'm not gonna, I don't know why, it feels like weird if I say what it is specifically. But I have a motherboard from 2015, one of the Maximus ones. I have an AMD graphics card, the Radeon 580. I have I don't know, let me see. What is it? System. I have an Intel i7 490K. Pretty old stuff. This is like 2017 we're talking about here, if I remember correctly. At most for a lot of this. 16 gigs of RAM, nothing crazy. So I don't play crazy stuff, and when I do, like when I play Valorant, I don't really play games too much anymore because I'm usually tired and stuff after streaming. But and I like to dedicate time to stuff, so I don't want to get involved with something I can't dedicate time to. But when I play Valorant, I play on like 10. My resolution is something like, what is it? It's not 1080. It's some weird thing, or it might be like 1080 by like 786 or something. Like I play on like to make it wide, and then 1660s. I don't remember the GTX 1660s. I feel like RTX maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember the GTX 1660s just off the top of my head. But whatchamacallit. And then the other game I play is Overwatch. But I generally, when I play games, I turn the graphics down, so I don't need high graphics, and I never really wanted it because I didn't need it. I'm a very minimalist person. I don't ask for a lot. I ask for a lot from people, but it's like loyalty. I don't need a lot of objects, So I've never really cared too much. I played on really nice stuff before from people I knew, but I know. But anyway, let's kind of go through this a little bit. And let's see what we get. Since this is like 69 grams, I think this one's like 140. So now I'm moving my hand with half away, which is kind of nice. So let's see what kind of happened with some of the stuff. Okay, I'll click on some of these in a second. So Cardano's down 4. So it's down from 51. 6. What are you doing with 6? I mean, you have to have, what do you call them? Sounds like a mining rig if you have 6. It's the only time I've ever seen that. A mining rig is when you have 6. What do you call what do you call that? Yeah, I don't know why anyone would have a 3090. Yeah, anyone that puts a HDMI cable into a 3090 is, I don't even know if they have it. I imagine I feel like they have to for home theater stuff. Wait, no. I feel like they have to, right? I don't know. My TV is only 4K, but I don't remember. I think it only has HDMI inputs on it. I imagine the 8K ones have to have DisplayPort. There's no way. There's no way like those 8K OLEDs don't have DisplayPort connections on them. Mining, yeah. What do you call the thing that you have on it again? I can't remember. So let's say like we have our mining rig. Well, this is a bad way to put it. What's that thing? So like let's say we have our board. I can't remember what you call it. So we have our board here, motherboard. And then we have like here, and then right, you have them hanging off. What do you call that? I can't remember. What are these called? I can't remember. I really can't remember. It's been so long. My friend did a lot of the work when we used to do it. He did most of the work. I lot, like, you can't fit all of them in there, right? You have to have, I can't remember what it's called. Like the cables themselves. So you still have the PCI connection, but you have it's the cable connecting to it. So you have like your GPU, because this is how we did it, and then the GPUs were like hanging, and it was connecting to each of them. Because there's no way that you can fit six whatchamacallits in one motherboard. There's just not enough space. Yeah, what's up, me? Yeah, yeah, live since 8 hours. Now that I'm a little bit healthier, I think it's the creatine to be honest, but now that I'm a little bit healthier, it's pretty easy to go the whole day streaming and talking to be honest. Yeah, but you don't have enough space for it. I can't remember. Oh, a riser. Isn't it like a riser? What is it? Let me just look it up. Yeah, a PCI riser. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of. A riser. That's what I was thinking of. Oh, is that just a thing? Okay, maybe that's what it is. Okay. Huh. I honestly, I have not looked at a single motherboard in the last 2 years. So, well, I mean, he says he mines, and if he does crypto at the same time, I mean, technically, how long he's been doing crypto. Like, when I used to stream on Twitter, I don't know anything about crypto tagging this besides the fact he says he has mining cards, but when I used to stream back in the day, when I was on Twitch, there was a kid that was like 20, 21, and he was already a multimillionaire off of Verge by that time, you know? And he was also mining stuff like Sia Coin or Sia Coin back then as well. So anybody that comes in chat can be rich or have the access to this stuff. I mean, it's crypto. I'm not saying he's super rich or super poor or anything. I don't know anything about crypto antagonists, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, in this space, I think anything's easily possible for anybody that comes in. I've seen a lot of different people come into my stream from, different areas, different ages, all that. Oh, like the lane on it? Aren't you getting reduced performance on that? Honestly, it's been a long time. I imagine you're putting in no, wait, I don't know. It's been so long. Like I said, I didn't set it up for my friend. I mean, I'd imagine if you're doing it in like a X1 lane instead of like X16 or whatever, you get less, but I don't know, to be honest. I can look it up. I just never really cared to back then. Like I said, I don't think my friend wanted me to because he wanted it to be his thing. I'm actually using one of the, Euro USD, my bad. Nothing's changed with Euro USD. 1 second though. Not needed? Okay. Let me check real quick, Euro USD. God damn, 1 sec. I gotta close the blind real quick because it's... God damn it, dude. 1 second. I gotta close the blind real quick because I'm getting glare on my TV and it's like really annoying. That's really cool. That makes sense because like I don't remember what motherboards we were putting it on. I don't remember. He was getting like crappy ones. I don't remember. But this was a long time ago. It was like 2017, late 2017. He already had some, and then I invested a little bit in with them. And this was late 2017, I think. I moved in with them November 2017. But 1 second. I gotta close this because it's really annoying. I can't even look at my TV properly without the glare. I'm on mute. Ah! God damn it. I'll give you the rundown, man. I'll give you the rundown. I'll give you the rundown. Gosh, and what's even more annoying is that there's still glare in my eyes from the TV. Anyway. Oh, jeez. What's wrong with the CPI? I don't think anything's really wrong with the CPI. The CPI is pretty much standard. If you're talking about the inflation issue, then that's like an issue. But when we're talking about currencies, we don't necessarily care about CPI. I guess we do an extent, but you have hyperinflation, or like at least decent, not hyperinflation, but like aggressive inflation everywhere. I don't think it matters like too much. Nah, I'm in Maryland. I'm on the East Coast. Whatchamacallit, it's just this one time of day when it just hits different. It's really annoying. It's possible. I don't know where it's got to be coming through the. I only closed one blind, not the other one. I need sunlight to come in. Otherwise, well, technically, I could just turn my thing off. You guys don't need to see my face anymore. But kind of is what it is. It's whatever. But anyway, I think we're still going down to 90. This is like the big place to try to play for something big. Everything I showed you is the same. I mean, everything I just saw, everything we just saw meets. Yeah, it's definitely hurting all markets. Oh, God, it's so annoying. I can't. Literally, like, this whole part of my screen, imagine right here, glare. Imagine glare all right here. And I can see my reflection here. So, like, it's just really hard right now. It's so annoying. So, like, I gotta move everything over here. Okay, so like I said, we can see with this, they're not really that big. I'll show you them next week. They're not that big right now. And I gotta work out my tries anyway. I think I might be able to work out tomorrow, which will be nice. Like I said, I've never really worked on my buys or my tries. Or my buys. I've never really worked on my tries specifically. I've never really done lifting, seriously. But anyway, it looks bad. We can see it's on the short term. We'll see what happens here. Looks like we have a new 12-hour. I don't think it's really horrible where it is per se. Maybe if we can drop under here. It's a lot easier to stay up here because we have this here. But if we can drop under here and under on the 12-hour time frame, maybe we can push down, and that would be the next thing down. 3.75 basis points? I don't know. I think that would be reasonable until January. I don't know. Like, I could argue with that, but I don't really think it's wrong, to be honest. It's such a big issue with everything going on now. There's just it's do or die. Everything's so horrible. Like, the first thing when you say that is I'm just thinking like Japanese rates and like rates of other countries, and they'll have to increase theirs, and it's just there's so much global debt. I think it's supposed to be like 300 trillion global debt. It's just one big thing. It's like yikes. But anyway, we could keep pushing down. I think the easiest way to look for the euro or the dollar in a lot of these sets is either just do the long-term play. We could either just do it based off here. We could do a 12-hour end under here at 0.999 or 0.99530. I think that would be pretty decent, and this could easily push us off the cliff. The easiest way, I think, is to just look at the American markets. If the American markets look good generally, because if you're an American and you're buying something, you're buying it with the dollar. So if you sell out of something, you're selling into the dollar. If you kind of look at crypto in a sense, so you're kind of shorting, you're kind of longing the dollar anytime you sell out of any kind of, any stock, any like anything, any equity. It doesn't matter what it is, getting dollar. So, but yeah, long story short, I don't want to stay on this one too long. I think it's pretty much going to be heading down to 90 cents, maybe 90.9. I think it's easy. Let's just say like 0.9. Let's just say 0.91. I think it's pretty safe to say. We could see something where it doesn't come, not like this, but where it doesn't come all the way down, possibly. But I think 0.91, maybe 0.9 is easier. But 0.9 is like slightly under. So, and then if we find resistance under here, we drop to 0.6. I think that's reasonable. If we think it's unreasonable, well, we've done it before, so it's not like it's never happened before. And a lot of the stuff in this area, whoops, a lot of the stuff in this area is like, I mean, like there's just no, like if we're talking about support, I mean everything is just like a drop or a jump. Like this is actually insane. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense thinking about history and then thinking more about the 70s and the Soviet bloc countries and things like that, and and just like more stability over there over time. And then I don't know, the fall of the Union was what? I don't remember the fall of the Union was. Didn't they declare it in '91? So it seemed like it was jumping way before that anyway. But anyway, I don't want to get too much into it. I think it's pretty standard for euro to the dollar, or so I don't want to go too much into it. I don't think anything's deviated. The biggest thing I saw recently, crazy crypto, was so interestingly enough, we'll see what happens. So like the first one I really liked back, I remember I think it was in January, I think, or something. Or no, was it October? Maybe it was October. I don't remember when I first saw it. It could have been this, but it might have been on a week time frame, I think in January, because that's when I came back. I remember if I was looking at this stuff before then. But this was crazy. So we have this, and then we have it on the month time frame up here. But I was just taking a look at the 5 because they're talking about the 530 spreads, and we can see really nice boom boom. But the 530 spread, interestingly enough, even though of course the 1 and the 2 is way higher than the 5-year, even if they come down, I'd be interested to see how well this gets supported, because even on the 5, I mean, this is actually an insane basis or like base point for the 5 to just shoot up. So I'd be really interested to see if we see something crazy coming from the 5. I think any increase in rates, I don't think in this environment we can ever see the 1 or the 2 get hit hard. I think the only time the 1 and the 2 aren't the highest out of everything is when we finally see like a 0.25 increase, or like people think it's going to turn around 15 minutes after. Well, so there's a couple things we could say. It's a mixture of the CPI report and bad buying. So let me go over this real quick because this isn't really too important. I already kind of got to the point of that. So everything looked bad anyway. So if we look at this on a short time frame, in a sense, like I said, I look at Apple for the determination on a lot of the market movements, and that's just kind of what I stick with. We can see it on other things also as well. So we can see a lot of this stuff. I'm not going over everything. We can see all this kind of on the turnaround on the short term. I guess we'll show it real quick. Like, right, we can see if we go to the NASDAQ, we can see some of these places. Okay, we expect to buy, then we start too high. We have the issue with Apple over here on the 1 hour right here. Falls right through the day. Then we come under, boom, boom, boom. We can see this push up, and then we have a gap. And now we look at NASDAQ. We can see the gap. We can see the gap, right? So we have bad buying into all of this stuff that's just really horrible. And then we have the CPI that doesn't make it look good. There's the point 1, the point 1, or the 100 basis points that most likely I think a lot of people are saying is going to come now. Personally, I don't think it was a huge deal either way, because I don't think a lot of stuff changes. I think the biggest thing was, I do think it was something pretty big, but I think the biggest thing was that the buying was so bad. Otherwise, I still think we'd be in this range. Maybe not, actually. I can think of reasons why we wouldn't. The buying was just so bad, though. So if we look at this and we see on the week, look at these Apple's determinant, and then let's just look at the 5-minute. We could even see in the extended hours what was going on. Like, even within the extended hours, like, these ranges were still kept. So it's just one of those things where bad buying, a lot of top buying, then you have bad news, which everyone is buying in expectation that the news is going to be the other way. But it's not just buying, it's top buying for that. And then you have a bunch of those people that, with a lot of money, buying like idiots at the top, trying to chase something. Having to pretty much, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened to these people. Maybe they're broke. Maybe they don't exist anymore. I'm not sure what the top buyers are doing. Like the people that actually bought with a lot of money. I don't know. Maybe they're ready to jump off a bridge. Honestly, I am not sure whatsoever at all. But I think a lot of it was, I think a decent, I would say maybe what created the situation was a very sketchy reversal that you had to be kind kind of like not only just like a better trader, but like a cautious trader for. I think that was the only way to approach this. And I think people that weren't cautious are really the ones that got hit more than anybody. Because I think anyone that wasn't cautious, you're probably weighing too much of a position. You're getting hit one way or too much or the other. And then we just had bad buying that set us up to this. And then, we have the bad news. So I would say maybe 60% bad buying, 40% CPI. I still see that. I still believe there was a chance we'd turn around anyway, even if it was like only unchanged from last month, or if it was just a little bit lower. I still think it would be fine. Because I was looking at it, and they're saying like the expectations were like minus 0.1% month over month instead of plus 0.1%. Well, that's not a lot. To me, that doesn't seem to be a lot. So I don't know. It kind of is what it is. But that's that. I don't want to go over it again because it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like you could see it anyway. Like I said, I didn't even know the CPI report was open. It was out tomorrow when I got into this, and I up at 164.10. I honestly didn't even give a crap because this just looked like a reasonable thing to do. So it just kind of is what it is. Now, if things look good and the CPI report was bad, then I would be more concerned and I would care more about the CPI report. But both things were bad, so it wasn't really out of any expectations of mine whatsoever. So I would have said like 70-30, maybe 80-20. This was going to go down anyway. Okay, that took a lot of energy out of me. Let me look through these things real quick, and I'm probably done through here. My chest hurts a little bit. You guys made a lot of complicated questions. Let me see. I don't know what the fixation on the euro, the US dollar is anyway. It's kind of weird. Let me see. No, it's not. I highly doubt it will. Maybe. I highly doubt it will. 1.1's up here. I highly doubt it will. You said 1.1? No. 1.1? $1.10? No way. No way. We're starting like here? I don't think so. I mean, this is so far up. Holy crap. Like before, like, let's just keep it simple. I don't make this stuff difficult. I don't care. Like, let's look at it this way. Let's just literally keep this as simple as possible. I don't mean to be like this. It's just I've been streaming too long. I don't even know how long. 9 hours almost. Oh, one. Okay. That's reasonable. Okay, that's super reasonable. 1.01. Okay, that is reasonable. I think it's possible. It's a little bit tough. I mean, for me, the biggest thing to cut us off is right here, and we're going to keep coming down. So I actually think it could be likely that we do pop up. Maybe even we come to 1.01 a little bit. But I wouldn't make a bet that we come on 101 because essentially what we're doing there is what this would have to be from here to go back to 1.01. And I think this is a really good question. This is a very valid question. For this, we're not only one assuming it comes up, we're assuming a little bit of a pop. Which I think is a lot to ask, but essentially what this also is that we're saying is we're expecting this to try to push up, or we're expecting the U.S. markets to push up tomorrow, and that'll have a little bit of extra weight pushing the dollar down. That'll probably push the euro up. I don't know when the euro does their rates. I think they did it not too long ago, so I don't think they're just about to increase it again. So unless they come out with something saying, hey, we're about to increase our rates again too, I don't think it's just going to happen, you know? So, like, the only way we return recently, like I said, the only way we return soon is if the market goes down or like the ECB says, hey, literally like tomorrow or the day after says, hey, we're going to shift up our rates too. Even if they don't have it scheduled till like next month or whatever, that's the only way I see we get a pop-up. But everything here says no. To me, I just like to keep it simple. If we look at euro to the dollar the simplest way, depending on what we're doing, we fall under 1, we've fallen under 2. And ever since here, Like let's like closely pay attention to this. We've fallen under one, fallen under two. We've never ended above both. So if I don't give a crap about euro to the dollar or any long on this until this gets above both and can at least end the day above both. We haven't had a single day end above these, both of them, since January last year, 15, you know? So unless it does this, I have zero bullish belief in any of this. You know, and this is that's January 15th. We're almost September 15th, so that's 9 months. Is it 9 months, right? Because all of January, right? So I think it's like 9 months. Maybe it's 8 months. So 8 months we've had a trend here where it just hasn't gotten above it. So if you have these Hull averages, just look at it in that way. I think that's the easiest way to look at it. I mean, we have this weak time frame pressure. So I don't like talking about this too much because it seems obvious for a lot of it. A lot of it just come together, especially here, you know. And this was our Jan. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Is it over that? Oh, I'm sorry. It came under January last year. So this has been 20 months. So for 20 months, we haven't gotten above both of these and ended. Or sorry, started. We haven't ended up here anyway, but we didn't start above either, which is what I care about at the end. So to keep it simple, I don't care about this. It's going to keep going down to 90 until it gets back above both of these. And until it starts showing some strength, no one else is probably going to do the same either. So, you know, because the dollar, like what the euro is weaker than the dollar. Even if we don't increase our rates, the euro right now with the geopolitical stuff going on is just weaker than the dollar. That's all I'm going to say on it though, because it's like just a lot to go through for like something that really like just put the holes on it and just wait for it to break. I think that's the easiest way. Like we just see the same patterns every time it gets through here. There's weakness. So if we just assume it's going to keep getting wrecked, it's just the easier way to do it. It's just copium for anybody to trying to buy this stuff at these places. I'm not saying you are, but there are people that buy it. That's why, you know, it gets up here. And so let's just go with it that way because that's just the easiest way to look at it. Otherwise, 90, and if we fail 90, we're going to like 65, 66. So. Or Foot Locker. Up above, up under, up under, up under. Yeah, most likely Euro. I mean, 90 looks for certain, and an easy failure under 90, 60 seems pretty certain, or like 65, 66 seems pretty certain. I don't see how it gets better. I mean, shoot, crypto. I don't even know what you call it. I don't even know how they're going to get out of the whole energy thing they have going on right now for the winter. Got Poles buying coal. The Germans relying on like 30 some odd percent renewables, which only I think 12% is nuclear. I think one of them got a new nuclear reactor up, which is pretty decent. Excuse me. This is a day before and ugly. That is ugly as hell. Imagine riding a line for this long. Jeez. I like how back to Bitcoin came all the way back up here. It seems unfortunate. What's everything else too? It seems really unfortunate though. Wait, I thought I saw something running through this. Am I crazy? It seems unfortunate though that we got the 12 here and a 4 here right above it. Looks pretty ugly. Oh well. Looked like it might have been the best. Or had the best chance. Man, I haven't looked at some of these. I haven't adjusted some of these in a while. Last time I looked at this was August 12th. Could it have been? I thought I looked at this just the other week. I don't know. Maybe I didn't say what I changed. That's what it seems like. Like I said, I don't even give a crap about most of these. There's no need to look at most stocks. Let's look at Bitcoin. See where Bitcoin is. See what Bitcoin's gonna do. Check the alt of Bitcoin. Yeah, they're all screwed. But if you want to put it this way, buying opportunity, you know. You sound like someone that's been around long enough, though, so it's just the same old, you know. Same old. I mean, to be honest, I think this is the only real way to make, like, crazy. I mean, you, like, trading in bots, but, like, I mean, this is, to me, the real way to make money in crypto. It always has been. When Bitcoin drops and the alts drop and everything just gets sold down. Though I will tell you, I'm done looking at this stuff. I'm just going to show one last thing and I'm done. I'm really interested in seeing whatchamacallit. So when we look at this real quick, a couple interesting things. It's just like a hypothesis possibly, or like a prediction, I guess. So just kind of looking at this trend for all the way from like 2015 on the shift, we can see it come up and then like slowly dying out in a sense, and now we're all the way over here. And I do wonder, so like a couple interesting things were here. We bounced here, but we've never been this low. And so I do wonder, let me do this so it's actually a little bit more viewable. I do wonder, let me get rid of these. Well, let me do this actually. 1 second. I'll do this. Let me just add these. I don't even know what these are, but let me do this here. Throw these in here. I don't know what this is. Whatever. Delete it. But interestingly enough, is the idea of will we even bounce down? Yo, what's up, Vertigo? It's been a long time. I'm probably gonna head out in a little bit. Unless you have a question, I'll stay another 5 minutes. But I was gonna head out after this because I've just been streaming way too long. I'll be on tomorrow though at 9:15. But my thing is like we've never really been down here. So like at the end of the day, I could see us bouncing here, but I actually feel like we really might not bounce. I actually feel like we also could just get stuck out of here. And if we really drop off of this, like, this is pretty crazy. Well, I mean, this is 20K and this is 60K. But, I mean, this is like over 5, 7 years from the beginning. Like, here, let me show you. From, like, here. But I'm just saying, like, in whatchamacallit, because, like, obviously, like, it's like, I'm not talking about, like, where we are currently. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about just the whole entirety of it, of this thing. Of see, like, how we extend high up, even though it's from here, we can still see, like, somewhat of a high extension. And then we can see somewhat of a high extension, huge. But at the end of the day, it makes me wonder, especially with the price, if we do fall out of this, kind of where will we go? Because I do question whether we'll bounce here. Plenty of stuff up here, never been anything this low in a sense. So ever since, at least from here, we've always been trending quite a bit, and now we're on the bottom side of the trend that we've pretty much done for most of it. Obviously, with BLX, we can't. We got to check BLX to see all the way back to 2010 to see some of that stuff. Just even looking at that makes me question, kind of like what we had. Because I always wonder with these shift pitchforks, a lot of times when they fall out, this is a different one from like 2019. But when we have this dying off, even though we do get higher highs, it's just falling off more. I just wonder if we'll see something like where we drop off. I've always wondered about that. Because, like, I feel like at the end of the day, stuff will get bought back up. The F-Merge. Welcome back, man. Pink Floyd tonight? No problem, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I'll be on tomorrow if you're going to be around. Rogers Waterhill will be here on the 17th. I guess it's like whatchamacallit, the singer. I don't know who that is, to be honest. I feel a little young when I say that. But I wonder if we fall out in a similar manner. I wonder if we'll have, obviously, I don't know if it'll be similar. Well, obviously, it looks way different where we are now. But I wonder if we'll have like a crazy big drop. Because something like that, also in respect to the line, if we don't break it, would be something like, like 4,000, maybe 3,000, something like that, way under. So, it's pretty crazy, you know. So we'll see. Like for some reason, more than any of the other times, whatchamacallit, more than any of the other times, it seems like it just seems like an SOS way more than I feel like any other time before. Not that I really care because it's always one thing at a time. It's not like I'm ever going to make a move based off of what I think something could possibly happen way farther down when we're not even there. I just wanted to throw that out. I don't know. It's just interesting from that kind of perspective. So it's a big trend to kind of like try to fail on if it does fail. Anyway, I'm gonna head out, guys. I don't know how long I've been streaming. It's been way too long. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I've been streaming for 8 hours, so this is more tiring than a job. I mean, it is a job, but so. Sure, Eth, that's a nice choice. Eth looks super ugly the Bitcoin looks super sketch. I like where it is here, obviously, and the week has potential. I will say that. Where it started, if it can push up past here, it has potential. But whatchamacallit. But with Bitcoin doing what it's doing, I mean, at the Bitcoin is like the only thing I think that looks decent right now. So, take care, guys. Before I say anything, before the 20-second delay goes away, and then you guys say some response, and I say something again because I need to just leave. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. I appreciate you guys stopping in. Stay healthy, all that. Who cares about happiness? You can do